Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at it again. Day 3 of the NFL draft. You'll notice that the panel is starting to dwindle and dwindle as we get into the draft. We went from 6 guys on the panel, 7 guys on the panel, down to 3. But you know what it is, It's day 3 of the draft. This is where players you may not be familiar with are taken. Players that you hope that they can drop far enough will be taken by your team. But we have arrived. We are here. But I'm not joined by the regular crew. I got my man P Money's in the building. P Money, how we doing tonight?
What is going on? What's going on?
You feeling good? You're a little more subdued. You're just
I'm a little more mellow today.
Mm.
The shots, they haven't started just yet. I mean, I do have to take a shot for the last 2 picks, but yeah, man. I mean, I'm feeling good about this one, man.
You think it's a little too early to take shots, or you feel just fine?
Yeah, I feel. Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna do it right now.
Hey, while you take your shot right now, I'm gonna jump right into my guy Kev Syracuse. What's going on, Kevin?
What up, baby?
Kevin's been up all night long, so I don't know what you were doing. I don't know if you had a little company. You're up all night now, but what's good, Kevin? Talk to us. How you feeling after day 2 of the draft?
Good. I feel well. Like you said, not too much sleep, but do we sleep around draft season? I don't think so. So let's just keep this train rolling.
Yeah, I like it. We don't sleep around this draft season, man. Everything is popping right now. So, there goes DeJuan Jones, by the way, folks. DeJuan Jones has been drafted by the Cleveland Browns.
So
he's off the board.
Cleveland is taking my guys.
Cleveland needs to protect Deshaun Watson so Deshaun Watson can get back to Pro Bowl, all pro Deshaun Watson. So we'll see.
Now, facts.
But let me tell you, man, the 4th round. Oh, get that shot in there, right? Get that shot in there.
Osiris, huge shout out to you, my friend.
Pop that. Yeah, there's Pierre with that.
Hold on.
You gotta pop that, man.
Dorian, shout out to you, big bro.
Let's go. Pop that.
Hold on. I got the pinky in there.
There you go. Get that shot in there. And Pierre better not be substituting that shit for water. You better not be substituting that shit for water. He's got the drink. Everything's down here. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to make it seem like he's lit. We see you, dude. All right,
let's
man.
Let's go.
We are in the 4th round. Obviously, we didn't want to start this thing off right off the bat, but things are going to start going quickly. I mean, it's 5 minutes around, and these things are starting to roll. But let's recap. Let's recap what went down yesterday. Obviously, we got Osiris Torrance, the best interior lineman in the draft. And folks thought that he potentially could have fallen to us in the first. We were able to pick him up in the 2nd round. So, and that's huge. That's huge. So, shout out to Brandon Bean on making that move. And funny, I got a comment in my DMs because I've opened up my DMs to just anybody can message me. You don't have to be a follower and all that stuff. And somebody was like, "Man, I'm not happy about the 3rd round pick." And I don't know what to tell y'all, man. And I don't know. I'm sure, Pierre, you looked up, Dorian. Kevin, I'm sure you looked up Dorian. But and we'll share our ideas and our thoughts on Dorian. But here's what I would like to point out. And I tweeted this, and I'm just going to regurgitate it to you guys right now. Get off the size, right? I think we're too harped, and we get too caught into the size of the linebacker, right? We don't have a big, imposing linebacker like Tremaine Edmonds. Well, like my man Pierre said earlier, that's an outlier. That's an anomaly. You don't often come across 6'4", 6'5" that can run 4.5 40 often, right? And we got too enamored with Tremaine Edmonds and I guess conditioned to know that, Tremaine Edmonds is going to be our linebacker. And then we got conditioned of hearing Jack Campbell to the Bills. Oh my God, we could probably get Jack Campbell to the Bills, another 6'5", 250 linebacker. So, but if you look around the league, fellas, the average, I mean, you're looking at 6 feet, 6'1", 6'2". That's the size of linebackers these days. Now, do you want a little more girth on them? Yes. And over time, they put on the weight. Matt Milano came in as a safety, converted to a linebacker, and that boy swole. So I'm not too worried about him. Now, when it comes to the skill set, there are different skill sets, right? And another comparison I've made, Steve Smith. Steve Smith is a dog. Everyone and their mama knows Steve Smith is a dog. And if you don't know who I'm talking about Steve Smith, the former Carolina Panther, the former Baltimore Raven, Steve Smith.
Amazing
player. You want to mess with Steve Smith. You never did. He was 5'9", $180. Sorry, he was 5'9", about 200 pounds, right? But he wasn't imposing. He was a small dude, but he will punch you in your mouth, and he plays a different game. But guess what? Guess who's similar size as him? Marquise Goodwin. So you can't tell me, and you put both those players because it's the same size.
That's a good point, Rico. Real good point.
Worried. You can't be. Everybody plays different. They play different. 5'7" Devin Singletary. You think you can push him around? You can't push him around. Maurice Jones-Drew, you can't push him around. He was sturdy. So just giving you guys the idea. Don't get harped up into the size of these players. These boys can play. And I'll go in further, and then I'll let you guys touch on this. I hope I'm not touching too much on this. If you go back and look at Panthers back in the day when Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott were running that squad, do you know who their linebackers were? They had 6'3" Luke Kuechly. That boy's a baller. And they also had Thomas Davis. Thomas Davis was 6'1", 230, right?
And they had Shaq Thompson as well.
Shaq Thompson. There's another one. 6 feet. 6 foot, 6'1", maybe. Shaq Thompson. And Thompson is a baller. Thompson can play. So let's not get too harped up. Terrell Bernard is not the same player as Dorian Williams. They're not the same. They might be similar in stature, but not the same player. So go look at the film. Go and see for yourself, and then come back and say, you know what? All right, cool. Because sometimes that's what it takes. It takes for us to point certain things out and then go look at it, and then you can form your own opinion on that.
Yeah, look, man, I'm not in the fan convincing business, so I'm gonna give.
You gotta convince them though.
I'm not in that business. Right? So, Kev, I'm gonna give it off to you, man. How you feel about Dorian?
I think he has that after.
You gotta come back here.
Afterwards, that you got me.
I got you now. Hopefully, we can try to get you. It usually takes a while for your thing to warm up, and then we're good again. But you're frozen now, so when you come back, I'll let Pierre jump into it.
Yeah.
And then we'll get your point in there.
Yeah. So I mean, as far as a Dorian, for example, man, I'm feeling good about it. You know, only for the simple fact is McDermott is trying to find a particular kind of guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you have a Matt Milano who was also a converted safety that everyone hated when we drafted him as well, it just goes to show, man, we don't know we have no idea who these prospects are yet. It happens every single season, right? If it's not the guy that you even scouted, that you heard about, it's I hate him. Listen, I'm not in the fan convincing business. If you choose, to do, lack of research on guys, that's on you. Go watch the film and then come back and be like, okay, he's not that good. He's a very, very solid prospect.
Oh, there goes Roshan Johnson.
Running back.
Oh, Roshan Johnson went to the
You wanted him too.
I did.
Oh. Wait, hold on.
He's a bruiser back that I would have loved to have.
He was in the Founders mock?
Oh, I had him going in the fifth. Oh, did I have him going in the fourth? I had him going in the fourth. I had him going in the fourth. There you have it, man. Oh, Roshan Johnson. That would have been
a good job right there for sure. Yeah.
Golly. All right. Kev, how you feeling, Kev? Are you good?
I think, yeah. You got me now?
I got you now. We want your input on this linebacker, Dorian Williams, and your overall thoughts on this linebacker position.
So what I was trying to say was, I think he has a lot of upside. But Beane said afterwards that they view him as an outside linebacker in year one and a special teams contributor. So to me, I didn't get any more answers last night as to who's going to replace Tremaine Edmonds. It's almost more of a murky situation now because you drafted a linebacker in the third round 2 years in a row now between Terrell Bernard and now Dorian Williams. You re-signed AJ Klein. You have Balen Spector still. Terrell Dodson re-signed. So we still really don't have answers. So this could turn out to be a great pick where in a couple of years, we're like, wow, big baller Beane did his thing. Or we could look at that in 2 years and say, why did we take another third round linebacker?
And funny enough that you mentioned that, I think people are there now. I think people are questioning. we we went with Terrell Bernard last year. Okay, maybe he's small, but he's probably instinctive, X, Y, Z, et cetera, et cetera. We went again and drafted a similar linebacker in the 3rd round. Like, what are we doing? We didn't even replace Tremaine Edmonds. And my rebuttal to that is maybe we're not trying to replace Tremaine Edmonds. Maybe we're trying to move away from that and change the way this defense is going to play. We tried it for 5 years and nothing really changed. And guess what? Yeah, man. A little better than man. But here's the thing, though. When you can insert, and Pierre, you made this point yesterday, when you can insert an AJ Klein and you don't necessarily miss a beat, and he's an older AJ Klein, think about getting someone younger, faster into the AJ Klein position, and maybe this defense becomes like a NASCAR type of defense, right? A lot more speed than you're the big bruiser type of backer. So one aspect to look at it is to look at it. Maybe we're moving away from that.
Yeah.
Now, I do question though, when you move away from that, that means you've got to potentially slide over to like a 4-3 defense potentially. If we do, I mean, naturally that's what that transition would work. But then you paid Teron Johnson just a couple years ago, so you can't abandon Teron Johnson. So we're still going to be in nickel. It's just that we're going to have a lot of packages in nickel. I mean, there's so many variations of defenses now these days. Like what you used to know as a 3-4-4-3 nickel dime, that's it.
It's all the same. It's all the same. You're playing either at the left side linebacker or the right side linebacker in this defense. It's not a middle and an outside because you only have 2 linebackers, right? So, but I think what we're missing though is the fact that we have zero idea who we have at linebacker because, you know, the Matt Milano and Edmonds have manned that spot for 5 years now, right?
That's right.
So we could have some studs, you know, behind them that just need the opportunity, right? So, you know, when it comes down to a McDermott, and I tweeted this out today, the one position group that we can't really question, you know, too much is linebacker, right? I mean, McDermott, since his days in Carolina, he's always been able to groom his linebackers, right? So that's never been a problem under McDermott. So we'll see how that works.
We'll see how it works. And listen, I'm actually excited for McDermott to take over because
me too.
He's back in his playground. He's back to doing what he does best, and
he's back in his bag.
He's back in his bag. And who was it? Is Akeem? Akeem Richards from BIB always said, "Do what got you hired."
Yes, sir.
You got hired because you were a defensive guru. That was what got you the job in the first place in Carolina, and then it got you a freaking head coaching job here. So you're just going back to your stomping grounds. Maybe this gives him a sense of all right, I'm back at it. So and now you get to trust the rest of your coaches, right? You have all these assistant coaches, right? Brady being one of them.
Nice.
Right?
Yeah, you're right.
You can let him kind of take Aaron Cromer being another assistant coach in there. Let them kind of get that offense buzzing and do what they do, and you focus more on your defense. And now you have an overall feel for this game, right? I hired these guys. Now you guys do your job. I don't want to call it micromanage, but I got to focus on this defense. So I'm going to trust you guys to run this offense like he did with Brian Dable. I trust you to run that offense. I got this over here. So you're going to have to do the same thing. And Ken Dorsey is just going to have to step his game up. But overall, I don't mind this draft thus far, man. We got 3.
I love this draft so far, man.
3 solid picks. I know people were loving the first 2, and then once we got the 3rd round, they're like, I'm not sure, right? Wait, this is an A+ draft, A+. And then the minute we draft the linebacker, they were like, well, I don't know who that guy is. It dropped the grade. I'm going to give him a B-. Why? Why are you going to change your grade? That's the way I look at it. But nonetheless, there's a few things that we want to get into. The one thing I do want to touch on is Brandon Beane. Brandon Beane has been talking. He has been mentioning a few things into the media. So we want to be able to kind of play some clips for you guys as we wait for the 5th round to start, because that's where we pick. And so this is Brandon Beane last night touching on draft pick Dorian Williams and how this defense is going to look going forward.
With 2 picks, both offense, what would you say was the focus on offense for those first 2 picks?
Yo, is that good?
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect.
As opposed to those happen to be the players on your board? Meaning, could you have just as easily gone defense, or was this the philosophy?
No, it was following the board. Tonight, Osiris was he was the highest guy on the board, and that's why those are the easy ones, and it was getting when we were coming to the next pick on defense, it could have gone. It was getting close to where it could have been offense too, but offense was taken. Certain number of picks before, I don't remember, but same thing. By the time he was on the clock, he was the highest guy on the board.
Yo, that's interesting right there. That's interesting because he was talking about that 3rd round pick, right? He was like, hey, there were some offensive guys that we could have easily grabbed, but they all went. So we just went defense. So, hey, man.
So hold that thought though. Hold that thought, because he said that. Actually, can you run that back? Can you play that audio clip?
Yep, I got it. And I'll turn it up a little bit too.
Yeah.
Osiris was he was the highest guy on the board, and that's why those are the easy ones, and it was getting when we were coming to the next pick on defense, it could have gone. It was getting close to where it could have been offense too, but offense was taken. Certain number of picks before, I don't remember, but same thing. By the time he was on the clock, he was the highest guy on the board.
By how much?
Enough. Yeah.
The reason I ask is because a lot of people thought
How's that?
Looked like he had some first.
By how much? Enough. So check this out. So Anthony from Cover One had this. He pretty much put this out there, and I found it interesting. And he did the homework to find out what offensive players were chosen, and I find it quite interesting. So with what Brandon Beane just said, we were looking at the offense side, we were looking at the defense side, and obviously he went with the defense. So somebody got taken that he was eyeballing and potentially ready to take. So who are the offensive pieces that were above or before Dorian Williams? Well, there were 3 offensive players taken in that 10 picks before the Bills took Williams at 91. It was running back Tajay Spears with the 81st pick. It was running back Devin Ackney that went to the Miami Dolphins with the 84th pick, and then it was Tank Bigsby with the 88th pick. Also, receiver Josh Downs was taken at the 79th, and tight end Tucker Kraft was taken at 78.
All right, so we know it's not tight end, but it was
tight end. We can eliminate that.
3 running backs and 1 wide receiver. So if any, or I won't say any, but it's interesting that it was either a running back or wide receiver right there.
And I'm telling you right now, the running back position was definitely in play. I mean, running back is always in play. The one thing that I can tell you right now is if you look at the running back room right now, you've got 2 running backs that are similar in what they do. And that is James Cook and Nyheim Hines are similar in what they do. That's pretty much one running back right there, right? Then you've got Mike Harris. You've got Damon Harris. And we're sitting here wondering what kind of back Damon Harris is. He's a bruiser type of back. Tank Bigsby is your bruiser type of hard runner type of back. And I'm bringing that up because it could have been him. It could have been him as well. So very interesting. Or it could have been Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah.
Could have been Jalen Hyatt or Josh Downs. So are they done on the offensive side of the ball? And I guess if you look at the board, the fact that they were able to give up the 4th round pick tells you they feel that a lot of good offensive pieces are going to drop to them in the 5th round. I mean, we were able to pick up Khalil Shakir in the 5th round last year, and that was big value. I think it was the 5th round.
Yep.
I think it was the 5th round. We were able to pick up Khalil, and we had to hop and get him because there were teams that were hot and ready for him, and we were able to grab him. So Bobby's like, yo, Rico wants like 8 freaking running backs in this thing. I'm just putting it out there, man. He might not be done. And or we'll just have to wait till guys are undrafted because there's always some really good undrafted running backs. But nonetheless, I found that very interesting, the fact that Brandon Beane was still looking at that. So I'll let you play that, the rest of it.
Round juice.
You talking about Osiris?
Yeah.
He was clearly Yeah, I'm sorry. I was talking about Dorian on the second one, but Osiris, he was clearly on. He was alone.
When you talk about, Brendan, how that, you look what you've done in free agency at the guard position, and now you add him, maybe that, I would think that accentuates an obvious priority.
Yeah, I mean, you can never go wrong adding up front. And this was a guy we spent a lot of time around and brought him in as well. And just, I know the Coach Napier down at Florida, spent some time with him, and I went down to practice visiting with him, and he just raved about the young man. He was excited to bring him over from Louisiana with him as a guy to, this is a guy that's the culture I want to bring here to Florida. And cool thing about him, they didn't just put him in as the starter. They started him on the third team and made him earn his way. And by the time they were ready to start playing games, he had earned a starting spot at Florida.
What role do you see, or how do you see Dorian fitting in? Now 4 guys in the linebacker room that are all basically the same size.
Well, he'll just add to the mix. He's another guy. I don't know, like when you say the same size, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, is he, do you feel middle, outside?
Yo, real quick, I like how Bean was like, what do you mean by size? That's a stupid ass. Who cares about the size?
Yeah, exactly. He's talking about
Oh my God, that was awesome.
We'll start him outside and we'll see. We try to make these guys somewhat interchangeable. So this is going to be a much more complex system. So we'll gradually, again, some of these guys come from a more complex system. I would say this is a simpler system that he's coming from, just what we know about him, the time we've spent with him. So it's mentally, it will take him from a football foundation a little bit more in our defense. It's not it's not as complex as what he's going to have here. So we'll start him at a spot, but not going to say he could never be a dual guy. I wouldn't think year one, we would do much of a, duel with him, but we'll get him in here. He's a tackling machine. He's very athletic. I'm not going to say he's going to come in here and start, but at a minimum, I see this guy earning a jersey. Matt Smiley's going to be excited to add him to the group to get a jersey, and then we'll see what kind of play time he earns this year. But it could also be a guy that's a backup for us this year if he doesn't earn a starting role, and potentially down the road add a starting role.
You know what?
Okay, go ahead.
Listen, that part right there was very intense, because I think that's the part that got a lot of fans triggered, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean he's not a starter? Right? Again, whenever it's been the same thing that's been consistent since both Sean McDermott and McBean's been here. You're not getting a spot. You have to compete for a position.
You do.
You are at the bottom of the depth chart until you earn your spot, right? So what Bean is saying is that if he earns his spot, you damn right he can play. But as of right now, he's a backup, and I respect that.
Which is the standard thing to say.
Standard.
I'm just gonna give it to him as a 3rd round pick when these. And we have to know how this team functions, right? They respect who they have on their squad. Like, for instance, Isaiah McKenzie's he put in the work, he put in the stripes in, and they gave him the opportunity to start. They didn't bring in Khalil Shakir and say, Khalil's going to be the guy. No. You got to earn that. You got to earn that, and then we'll see how it plays out, right? So, but that's great. I'm glad that he answered like that. And you know what? Here's a different one. Vrabel just drafted Will Levis, and they said, what's going on with this quarterback situation? He's like, I already had a conversation with these guys. You know what I told him? I said, Tannehill, you're number 1. Malik, you're number 2. Will Levis, you're number 3. That's how it is right now. When we walk into camp, then you guys can figure out who's going to start, because you guys are going to have to compete with this shit.
For sure.
1, 2, and 3. That's the way I look at it. And Jeff King with a huge super chat. Let me give my guy. We got to give my guy some love. Jeff King coming through, always showing support, because he gets it. He knows it. We put a lot of hours in. Let me bang 100%. That thing for my guy, Jeff King. Jeff King comes in and says, hey, I like the way Bean works the draft. No diggity.
No doubt.
Yeah, let's go, baby. He's about to bag it up, baby. Yo.
Hey, Jeff. Jeff has to call in and read this
player.
chat. He needs to read this chat himself.
Yo, my gosh, yo. Thanks to you all for covering the draft 3 days. No diggity, no doubt. That's my guy.
Shout out.
Oh, snap. You know what? Just for
that was awesome.
Just for that, I can't let that slide.
Yeah, no, Jeff, you have to call in.
No, you know what?
Sing the song. You have to.
It's sometimes you just gotta, you just have to.
You know what?
Because that's what he's talking about right there. Hey.
No diggity.
No doubt. All right, that's all. I had to put that out there. Oh my God. Always showing love, but you know what? I gotta show love to my man Alton Venezuela, because he also sent the super chat in there, and he goes, "Shout out to the BF squad for another great year of draft coverage. Appreciate you, Alton Venezuela." And he goes, "Now let's go get Raheem Jarrett." I don't know who the heck Raheem Jarrett is, but I gotta look it up. But salute to everybody tuned in for real. And if you guys are tuned in for the first time, welcome. Smash that like while you guys are in here. If you guys are, you know what I mean, long-time followers and supporters, you guys know what to do. Smash it, subscribe, all that good stuff, and let's keep it moving. So, all right, pick us in for first of all, we're all over the place, so we're gonna bring it back. We got my man, the Jaguars are picking. We'll see who they pick, and we'll go back to Brandon Bean, and I'll follow what the pick is in for the Jaguars. But let's see what else Brandon Bean had to say.
Just played a lot of football. Just kind of what do you like best about him, and how do you see his development so far from a technique standpoint?
Yeah, I mean, he's a big man, Mark. You know, it's size matters up in there when you're facing some of those guys, and you know, we got some really good D tackles in this division, and so having a guy who can anchor versus power, you know, that's probably what he does best, and he's got length, to get on guys and hold them off. You're not going to see people running down his cylinder. I thought you saw, sometimes you go from a lower level to SEC, which is, as we know, probably the highest level, in college football, and it wasn't too big for him. And so I expect that same transition here. It's not going to be easy. He'll have to come in here and earn the role. We're not going to give him anything, but, size, strength, power, those would be, his top attributes.
What side do you see Osiris playing on, left or right?
Well, he'll just compete. Us. We'll put him in there, and all these guys will come in. We're not moving him in and saying you're starting day one. He's going to come in here, and we'll try him all around and get the best 5.
Yo, you know what's interesting though?
Yeah, talk to me.
He said the same thing about Osiris. He's not starting either. Right? You have to earn the position.
Right. Yeah.
Right? You got to earn the position. It's the same thing.
It's fluff talk, right?
It's fluff talk.
They have everybody penciled in, but they're not going to tell you who's penciled in. And it's more so for the guys that are already on the squad, right? Not so much for, and that's the thing that we got to understand. Let's just say Kevin Syracuse comes on, right? And he joins the BF squad. And I love Kevin's energy, and I love everything about Kevin, and which we do, obviously, because Kevin's here with us. He's rocking. And Pierre's been rocking with us doing draft coverage for 4 years. And all of a sudden, I'm like, oh, by the way, we're going to make some changes, fellas. So you know what? Let's, Kevin, we're going to swap you spots, and you're going to jump right in. Pierre's going to be like, what has he done to earn this spot? He hasn't done shit. That's true. Me bringing him on, I'm like, I know what he can do. So he's going, no, man, you got to compete. You have to compete. So as Terrell, a guy like Terrell Bernard, or a guy like Ryan Bates, or I'm saying McGovern that just got signed here, what the hell? You're going to make him an instant starter? No, he's got to compete with my ass, right? Yeah. It's no different than when Zach Wilson was like, whoever becomes the quarterback, I'm going to make it hell for them. Boy, you're not going to do shit. But it's kind of like that, right? You got to give these guys an opportunity. So yeah, he's not going to give it up like that. He's going to say, yo, left or right? We don't know. We're going to stick him in wherever we want to, but they know where he's going to go. He's going right. But anyway, play on.
Once it's time for games.
And what impressed you about Osiris's decision to leave, Louisiana Lafayette and test himself at the SEC level And I guess just the confidence that he had in knowing that he could do that. What does that tell you about his character?
Yeah, I mean, I think the story that I like was he didn't, he knew the head coach, and he didn't go in there and say, I'll transfer if you give me the starting job. And he just came in there and, he worked. And this is exactly what Coach Napier said. He just, put his head down, worked, started with the threes, moved up to the twos, and eventually, earned that starting role. And that's what you want, a guy that's not afraid of competition. He's going to earn everything. And it'll be the same adjustment here, as he moves to the NFL.
He talked about how, this meetings here that he really fit in, and it sounds like that's probably that same wavelength there.
Yo, just real quick.
Yep.
Just a part of that Rico hates. He hates it when we can't hear the question. What's the question, big fella?
Look, we have a multi-billion-dollar freaking company in the Buffalo Bills, and they can't put microphones above, revamp the whole freaking place where you have microphones that are just everywhere. Or you know what? Do it old school, where you have a microphone you have 3 microphones, and you walk up to the microphone, take your little notepad, and ask your question so everybody in the audience can hear what the hell you're saying.
For sure.
I'm sick of these Bills with the lack of freaking.
Notice that during any of the multiple meetings with him, when did that start to show for you?
Yeah. We enjoyed, most all of our visits, but some of them stand out. And I would say just it felt natural for him and for us. I know that, I always follow up with the people that, deal with him besides me. And I know the coaches really enjoyed him and thought he's going to come in here. This is how we would use him. This is what we would do. These are the type of run game things we would do with him. This is how he'll anchor and pass. It meshed well. He really, I know when we called him tonight, he was excited to, Buffalo sounds like was one of the places he was hoping to get selected. So you always like that when they're excited that, that you chose him.
You mentioned that he could play tackle, but would you see him with any flexibility, Osiris?
I think we'll start him at guard. If he proves and wants to do that he can go out there. But right now I would see his best chance, to help us would probably be inside.
You like that right there, Rico?
I found that interesting. I find it interesting that he's got the versatility. He wants to play tackle. That's interesting. But also interesting is that the scouts see him strictly as a guard. You don't really see him play any other position in college other than guard. So, maybe that's a little cap.
He wants that tackle money, right? So listen,
that's what I was thinking. He wants that tackle money.
But big fella, you getting inside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, but listen, we've seen transitions happen before. Where obviously Dawkins went from inside to outside. So the transition is possible. We've seen it. The question, Bobby says, what the heck was the question? The question was, can you see him playing tackle? Or he mentioned that he could play tackle. Do you think you're going to have him play tackle? And Beam was like, I'm sure he could, but we're going to make him where he helps us the most is inside.
And talking to Osiris at the combine, one of the things that he mentioned was blocking for a mobile quarterback in Anthony Richardson in Florida, and how he thought that was going to help him translate to the NFL. Is that something, that part of the equation when you look at a guy like that, and Josh Allen obviously being mobile?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely looked at him in that offense. We went back and watched him at Louisiana also, and it's a plus. He's been around it. He knows that the ball's not necessarily coming out as soon as the quarterback's back foot it hits his back step. That you got to stay on your guys. You got to keep blocking, and obviously they did that at Florida, and we know Josh loves to extend plays, and so the same thing will definitely be asked here.
Yo, I didn't even think of that angle. That's a very intriguing angle, is the fact that he has experience, blocking for a mobile guy, right? So, I mean, listen, I love this pick, man. Love it.
It's a big pick.
First, Dalton and Osiris are both already 23 years old. Drafting older guys, is that a philosophy thing?
No.
In previous years you've drafted younger guys in the first round, especially. Is it COVID an impact of that at all? Is there anything to that? Is it more of a coincidence?
It's just a coincidence. It really is. We're just trying to get good players. You love it. Yeah, if they're 21 and you go, man, this guy's got great upside and they haven't hit a ceiling. But I think this guy, he's played 1 year of major college football. I think there's more with him. And I think, we can get his, his body weight, even even better with, adding more muscle mass to make him more athletic and more powerful.
Brandon, looking at tomorrow, as things stand right now, you guys only have 2 more picks. If you were to, try to make a move to maybe get some more draft capital, is that something that you guys look at like tonight or like first thing tomorrow morning? Like when do those conversations possibly start about maybe trying to find a partner to make a move to get more picks?
Yeah, and we had opportunities tonight with both picks, but it just, where we were going to have to go to with the first one with Osiris, we didn't even consider it. This one, as it was getting close, we had, several teams that were interested in the pick, but all of them were going to have to drop too far. And we just felt, our board could get cleaned out to where we'd be picking too low for giving up a player of Dorian's, caliber. But as far as tomorrow, we don't have to, we don't have a 4th. I would have loved to have gotten one, but at the same time, I don't want to give up a good player just to say, oh, well, we added a pick. So we'll have to be patient in the 4th, and then, we'll see. We're early 5. So, we'll see where that goes. If there's a player there we really feels the value, we'll do it. If not, we'll see if we can add something later in the 5th, 6th, or even the 7th.
Brandon, as far as, I know you said you're following the board, but you could, in terms of maneuvering or whatever could have been done, from a defensive standpoint, did you go into this draft feeling, hey, look, if the board takes us to offense the way it did, other than just shrugging and say that's how it was, is there a part of you that says, hey, this defense, even with some struggles and so forth, can find its way with what you have? Like, is that a thought, a philosophy on your part, on the collective part of the team?
Yeah, we're definitely, Vic, I get your question. We're definitely looking. We got guys on defense that were like, hey, if they're there at the right value. I think, with the first 2 picks, it was clearly the offensive guy, was clearly the best player. And so you really didn't even look there. This time the defensive player was, and I think we'll see. But, we feel very good. We did have some injuries in various spots, and, we feel some guys, will play even better this year, another year in the system, another year in the NFL, just continuing to mature, especially some of the guys up front where we drafted some, some younger players, and they know we're counting on more consistency and more from them. So we're excited about that. But, we do have a couple more picks, and if there's a defensive guy that we think makes sense to add to the group, we wouldn't hesitate to do it.
How much are you really making a point of emphasis on making this again one of the most competitive rosters that you have put together?
Yeah, that's the key. We're trying to find competition. You'd love to just sit there and say I'm drafting starters, but that's not realistic, especially in certain spots where you've got, we just drafted a linebacker, and we got Matt Milano, who's one of the best in the game. So you're not necessarily saying he's going to plug in and start outside backer, but you just draft good football players. Things happen, injuries happen. You never know. It's hard to predict. Like I said, I know in Carolina one year, we had just paid a center and a guy named Justin Hartwig, and we had Ryan Khalil, high in the 2nd round or bottom of 1st, somewhere up there, and he was sticking out. And you're trying to find somewhere else. We just paid this center, but ultimately take a good football player, and he was good enough that we moved on from the guy we paid, and he became an all-pro. So that story's always stuck with me, and there's been other ones, but that one was a clear one of take good football players. Don't worry about who's starting right now. Injuries, other things happen, contracts get in the way, and it'll all kind of settle itself.
Hey, Kev, that right there was for you, big fella.
It was.
That right there was for you. It doesn't matter if we paid a guy, big fella.
It couldn't have been any clearer for Kevin.
It was super clear. We have to bring in competition. And if it happens to be at your position, hey, you better ball out because we're going to get rid of your ass.
Yeah, we'll move on to you.
I want to ask you guys this because the Bills are only 10 picks away. We're starting to move here.
Yeah,
but so going back to my point last night about Osiris Torrance. So was he the best player available? Was he the best interior offensive lineman? Yes. But the point that I was making about McGovern is that you paid him money. You signed David Edwards. You signed Kevin Jarvis. You re-signed Ike Butker. You still have Ryan Bates. So listening to Bean, how would we feel if we get to training camp and they say, you know what, Osiris Torrance, you have to earn your spot. And I think that's what we're kind of expecting. But we talked about last night how it seems like it should be McGovern because he has a contract and Torrance should be the starting right guard. But if they go into the year and say, you know what, you're just going to be a backup all year because that was something Bean talked about last year.
To who though? Who would he be saying that to?
Torrance.
You
because
think okay, go on.
He said in his press conference last week that a second round pick doesn't necessarily have to start year one. Now, again, he might have had a first round grade, so there might be an exception here. But how would we feel if they say, you know what, Ryan Bates and Connor McGovern are the two guards. We gave them the money. We want that continuity on the offensive line. Torrance, you're great, but we don't want to rush you into anything yet.
I would hate that. Hold on. Do you even believe what you just said there? Would you even allow something like that? Seriously, you're the head coach.
No, I wouldn't. But what
there
if they
you go.
do?
So if
I mean, we
you
just
wouldn't,
talked about
why the heck would Brandon Bean allow their second round draft grade guard best in the line? You're gonna sit behind because I paid these guys. That is dick all.
No, that and the fact that he has to earn his stripes because Dane Jackson was starting over Kyer, a first round pick last year. Like he was a healthy scratch on Thursday Night Football in favor of Dane Jackson.
Because
now, I know
was
Kyer
struggling.
battled injuries.
There you go. But he was struggling in camp. He was holding, he was grabbing. So it was clear cut that you're not ready yet. So if the only reason you would see McGovern or Bates ahead of Torrance is if Torrance is not ready.
If they are
not ready.
Exactly.
If he's not ready.
Are above Torrance.
For sure.
I want to have the best players playing. I don't care how much you're getting paid.
But the other reason why I'm saying this is because no one really wants to talk about this. But I think it needs to be said here.
Say it.
That if
Say it with your chest.
Yes. If they address the interior offensive line during free agency, again, best player available is Torrance, great, yes. But they passed on Drew Sanders. They passed on Trenton Simpson. They passed on Cedric Tillman. They passed on Rashee Rice, who went to Kansas City. I mean, there are a lot of guys, DeJuan Jones, Siaka Ika, like a lot of different positions.
And they could all be bums too, right? No?
True. But for all we know, Torrance could be a bum.
You're right.
I don't think he will.
You're right.
And that's a part of this. But
yeah,
the point I'm trying to make is there are a lot of positions that could still get addressed. And we only have 2 picks left. So as great as Torrance is, when you look at it from that aspect, they already addressed it in free agency. What if we leave the draft today saying, wow, we never got a wide receiver. We never got a defensive tackle. We never got an edge rusher. We never got a defensive back. We never got a right tackle. That's the point that I think needs to be put out there. Because, again, I don't want to sound like I don't like the Torrance pick because I do.
No,
but you have to look at the.
You don't.
I do. Don't.
Here's what I'm going to battle you.
Here are how the narratives get out there. See how the media pushes it?
So I'm going to push back on you. So that's why there's a draft board. That's why there's a big board, right? They might look at you mentioned the Drew Sanders, Saika, Rashid Rice, or whatever his name was. All those guys were there, but they're probably looking at it like, but my guy on my roster is better than that. So I don't view him. That's why everybody's board is different. Like if Torrance was that nice, they would have grabbed him in the first, but they didn't see Torrance being there. So it's all about what the board is telling you, your value on your team. There's so much that goes into it, but you make a valid point. There's a lot of those guys that went down. Did you make the right decision by grabbing Torrance when you could have filled more needs?
Well, and here's the other point that I was trying to make. You gave Connor McGovern almost $23 million. If you knew that you kind of liked Osiris Torrance to be picked within the first 2 rounds, why not save that money, not sign McGovern, and instead go get a proven middle linebacker or a proven wide receiver?
You know what, though, Kevin? What happens if we weren't able to draft an Osiris?
There you go.
That's why every time you bring that up, I understand it, but it's kind of like you have to hedge. You have to hedge your bet.
But McGovern, they gave him starters money. Like, I believe he is the 18th highest paid guard last I checked.
Is
that's top 20. Yeah, like he's up there. So like you're saying you're the starter. So Ryan Bates has to be the odd man out.
Nah, heck no. I can't have Ryan. I mean, listen, we don't know. It's definitely
it's a good point.
It's a fair point. To make Ryan Bates, he's too versatile for him to be the odd man out. He's actually more valuable if you think about it, because if Deion Dawkins goes down, Ryan Bates can go right in there. Spencer Brown goes down, Ryan Bates can fit all 5 positions. Montgomery can't.
Well, I mean,
So,
odd man out is
value
in
in Bates.
starting right guard. So he could be the most valuable swing lineman in the league right now. If he is your sixth man off the bench, if he is your Jamal Crawford, then that could be amazing right there because
you
he
put
come in.
basketball in there. Jamal
I
Crawford,
like that.
no boy.
Oh, go ahead, Kevin. Let me see, Kevin. Okay.
Hey, let's go.
My
Knicks,
man's in
baby.
playoff mode. Yeah.
Knicks, baby.
Let's go. Yo, the Knicks. You listen, man. The Knicks are
Go
looking
New York, go
mighty
New
good
York,
right
go.
now. But I will say this though: the Lakers, my Lakers, they absolutely curb stomped the Memphis Grizzlies. Whoop that chick, yo! They whooped the freaking. They whooped the freaking Memphis Grizzlies, man. I don't know what happened.
Oh,
Dylan Brooks ruined them. That's what happened.
When Dylan Brooks
should have kept
said,
his mouth shut.
when he said, "I don't respect anyone until they drop 40,"
there you go.
And then you lose by 40 in the damn closeout game, it was just perfect.
Dude,
Hey, to steal a line from Travis Kelce, know your role and shut your mouth.
Yeah, man, you're a role player. Be quiet. You're a role player. And the worst part is he's Canadian. Shut your ass out, man. They're gonna roast your ass.
That's funny.
Dylan Brooks from Mississauga. You better stop that shit. Anyway, we are what 7 picks away from the Bills picking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, about 7 or 8 picks. This is a very crucial pick, by the way, gentlemen, because we have to thank Brandon Beane and we have to thank Cody Ford. You're probably wondering why are we thanking Cody Ford? Well, when we moved Cody Ford to the Arizona Cardinals, the Cardinals were some ass. So we are getting a high draft pick in the 5th. So a high 5th pick is going to be big. So whatever is dwindled down from the bottom of the 4th to the 5th, we might get a key player here.
Yo, but I'm gonna get on Kevin right quick because I think I'm gonna add on to what he says. The only issue I may have with Osiris is who drafted him. And I'm being honest, right? Brandon Beane has not been good in O-line since he's never been able to fix that O-line. He's never been able to draft quality O-linemen. Ever.
This is the first time that they've taken one before round 5 since Wyatt Teller.
So hopefully at some point he actually hits on one. So hey,
well, listen, I'll tell you this though. There is some news, and I'm just I'm trying to gather the information to see how true it is. But there's been a trade in the league.
DeAndre Swift.
Yep. Swift has been traded. And I knew this was going to happen because there's no way you're keeping all those guys on one squad and you're about to they had something in place. So the trade has been made after using their top pick on the RB, Jahmyr Gibbs. The Lions are trading DeAndre Swift to the Philadelphia Eagles. Per sources, the trade is a homecoming for Swift because he's from Philly and he went to high school there at St. Joseph's Prep before attending, of course, Georgia. So what was looking like a crowded backfield in Detroit is now down to just Jahmyr Gibbs and Montgomery, which is the 1-2 punch that this whole league is trying to get after. You need the 1-2 punch. You got your bruiser back in Montgomery, and you've got your speed back in Mr. Jahmyr Gibbs. I like what the Detroit Lions are doing. Acquiring more picks. That a boy. That's how you guys got to do it. So shout out to the Detroit Lions. Made their trade. So the listen, man, NFL is so damn good. I'll tell you, man. Like you look at all the sports that are happening. The NFL is such a good business. They have that shit year round, and there's entertainment all year round.
For sure. They've mastered how to market their league.
Oh my God, do they ever? There's very little time do they really like have a lull where there's absolutely nothing going on. So and if there is nothing going on, there's something because they find a way to make something going on. So,
I think the worst part of the NFL season is right after mini camp, before training camp. That
that's like May and June.
That is the worst of. There's no news then.
There's no news. It's dead. As a content creator, you're like, holy shit, what are we going to talk about? Oh, what are we doing? What's up, buddy?
You'll love this. Do you know what the Eagles running back room is right now?
Yes. So they've got Rashawn Penny.
Yes.
They've got the running back out of Memphis, Kenneth Gainwell. They just picked up DeAndre Swift, and there's one more that I'm missing. Scott.
Austin
No, not
Scott and Trey
Austin
Sermon.
Scott.
And Trey Sermon, too.
Hey, they picked up Trey Sermon. Listen, you guys think I'm messing around when I knew that running back. I know what I'm talking about, baby. That's a big backfield. That's a nice backfield. Somebody's gonna get cut.
The Eagles just got Swift.
Yeah, they just traded for Swift.
Oh,
so
wow.
Jahmyr Gibbs. So it's gonna be the Jahmyr Gibbs Montgomery show in Detroit.
Yeah, but as far as Swift though, it's like, is he a name at this point?
Well, listen,
He hasn't really
when
done
I
anything
watched,
in the league so
when I
far.
was watching, what's that thing they do? Not embedded, but
Mhm.
when Deuce Staley was getting on his ass, wanting him to be tougher and stronger, and I need you to be a dog, and he just couldn't get it out of Swift. Those are the running backs that I can't stand. I don't
It's the
want
red
that
flag.
running back in my backfield. No
Yeah.
way. That's CJ Spiller to me. And I know a lot of Bills fans love CJ Spiller. I was never a fan of CJ Spiller. I was
All
like,
right, pause.
I'm a pause for shit.
Nah, man, listen. You've always disrespected Spiller, and I understand why. But he had an
Sideline
amazing
Spiller.
season. It doesn't matter. He had an amazing season in
One
the perfect
season, yep.
system. In the perfect system. Then all of a sudden, here comes Doug Marrone, who destroyed the entire damn team. But go ahead. I'll let you
I
have
mean, this is what's one-dimensional.
it.
One-dimensional back.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And this is what, and I don't want it to be James Cook. I don't want it to be those guys. I want a guy that can do it all. You know what I'm saying? You can put me inside, you can put me outside, you can line me up, you can do all those things with me. James Cook gives you the impression he can do that. Anyway, Swift, and when Deuce Staley was on his ass, I was like, this brother ain't gonna last. He's not gonna last. And guess what? Traded. When Jahmyr Gibbs got one picked up, I was like, there's no way they can keep all those guys on the line. They just can't. Spiller was so sick that 1 year, man, found a hole and he was gone. You're right. Until they clogged the hole and then he had nowhere to go. I'm gonna head to the sideline. It was god awful.
He had 1,600 all-purpose yards that one season.
Monster year, and they figured his ass out.
No,
the
the damn scheme changed, big fella. Everybody was trash under Marrone.
Let me tell you something, man.
Come on, big fella.
We are a few picks away from the Bills, but let me tell you something. Running back, scheme or no, what? It doesn't really matter what scheme you're in. You gotta be able to. Can you run the ball effectively? This guy's in front of me. This guy's in front of you. Make your read, be instinctive, and get to the hole. It's man block this man. There's your hole. Get to the hole. It's all rocket science over there, baby. It's all rocket science, man. Yeah. Come on now. So DeAndre Swift gone. They get a 7th round pick. Oh, they got 2 picks? Get out of here, man. Oh, they swap picks. Okay, they swap picks. So they swapped their 7th round picks and they get a 5th rounder. So shout out to the Lions for moving on from it, man. Shout out. What do you say there? I see that. I didn't see that comment there you put up.
Yo, I loved that offense, man. God, I love that.
It was fun. I'm not gonna lie. Chan Gailey had those boys running.
If Chan Gailey had a defense, he'll still be the head coach.
Man, that's what we didn't have. We just didn't have anybody that was good defensively enough to just.
We had the 32nd ranked defense.
We were god awful. Who was our defensive coordinator that year? God.
Dave Wanstead. Yo, I know this. Yo, I was pissed. Like, come on, big fella.
You might call him by full name.
You gave us the worst defense in the league, and we still won 8 games. Oh my god, man!
I was like, I'm gonna tell you, I was actually shook when Chan Gailey was the offensive coordinator for the Miami Dolphins. I
was shook for a quick second.
I was like, oh shit. But we all right. We're all right. We are where we are right now because of guys like Chan Gailey and the rest of them. Because if we weren't such trash, we wouldn't be where we're at right now. If we stayed mediocre, like the Dolphins never been horrible, but never been great. And Kevin said it all the time. We've always just been mediocre and just missing the playoffs, but too good to get a high draft pick. And then now they're where they are right now. But it took some time. It definitely took some time. But we are close to making our selection. The Bengals are up their 4th pick, the 4th round with the 131st pick. And we're at 6 picks away.
Hey, I'm going to say it right now.
Go ahead,
I am all over A.T. Perry and Jacqueline Roy right here. Give me a wide receiver
Roy
or
would be
defensive tackle.
great. Roy would be great. That's a DT. Is that a DT or is that the safety?
Yeah, from LSU.
All right, break him down real quick, Kevin. Who's Roy?
I don't know the specifics. I just know that he was in this tier of guys and probably like the mid rounds here. I've seen some people talking about him 3rd, 4th, 5th round. I think this could be a sweet spot. I believe he's over 300 pounds, got some pretty good size. Like I said, I don't know his stats offhand, but I think this could be a very solid pickup for the value right here.
Listen, the value is there. I remember Don Trotman was mentioning Jack and Roy or something like that. His name is.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Is his name Jacqueline? That can't be right. That can't be right. But
it is.
Yeah. Jack Roy. Jack. Good things I heard about Jack coming through. So I'll definitely take that. I got a super chat coming in from my man Cody Benz. What up, Cody? Cody comes in and says, "Yo, if no receiver is picked up, I promise you, we will be bringing back Beasley and Brown by week 5. Throw up. We have 3 receivers and 2 special teamers." See, I think you guys are. See, I'm gonna leave this up for Cody Benz. You guys are dismissing Deontay Hardy, and you guys are dismissing.
Here comes the bump finger upper. Go ahead.
We're dismissing those pieces. They're like some bums, right? So you guys, we're well into the 4th round, going into the 5th round, and who knows what's out there. I mean, I don't think we're going to stop getting a receiver. I think we need to get youth because we could potentially lose. His name is Jacqueline Roy. Golly, we could potentially lose Gabe Davis next year. Obviously, we have Stephon Diggs that's getting a little older, so you're going to need a piece next to him. Yes, we picked up a tight end. I'm glad we did because that's going to be huge. But we do need that other receiver. Now, Khalil Shakir, we can't sleep on Khalil Shakir. He's still nice, but he's going into his 2nd year. So we still have yet to see his true full potential. So could we add one more receiver? Sure. Are we in desperate need right now?
I mean, we could, but I mean, we just added the best tight end on the roster. So I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, on the roster, not in the draft. On the roster,
100%.
Oh, Kevin doesn't like that? You don't like that, Kev?
No, I mean, I think he can become it, but I'm not going to instantly say he's better than Dawson Knox right now.
Yeah, there's no competition there, big fella. You're giving that spot. Go ahead and take it. Go ahead and take it.
Yeah, you're giving that up right now.
You're going to take it.
Well, I mean, we'll see, man. I mean, I don't know if Kincaid was like, you know what? 86 was kind of cool, but I'd rather 88.
Right? I'm going to go ahead and get that.
I want that jersey. Right? Yeah. Look, by the time he says mine, they're already taking the nameplate off, numbers taken off. They're giving it to Kincaid. Wouldn't that be something?
Hey, I'm going to throw another name out there. I saw Rev mention it in the comments. Carl Brooks from Bowling Green. He's an edge rusher, but I believe he has inside-outside versatility. So if you want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, the Bills could look at Brooks here.
You know what, though, man?
What's his name? Marlon Brooks?
We keep on hearing that versatility word. It sounds good. I love it. But, man, I'd rather have a guy who is elite at a position, right? I don't want you to be good at all the positions. I want you to be great at one. So, yeah, man, that's where I'm at with that, man.
Well, I mean, listen, it'd be nice to have that. It definitely would be nice to have that. But, I mean, shoot. You know what? Hold on a second. I got to go back because I got to think of something because I was thinking about the 5th round picks. And our last 5th round receiver that we drafted was before Khalil Shakir was Marquez Stevenson. And that just
not about him. Yeah.
That just didn't work out. And it didn't work out so badly that they just said, we're done. We're not even gonna try and give you let you redeem yourself. We've seen enough. We're done. I hope I mean, and we had high hopes for him. They called him speedy. We needed speed, and didn't work out. Did not work out. But I will say this though, we brought in speed. He was there for speed. And did we replace him just yet? I don't know if we have. Deontay Hardy might be that replacement. So maybe this next pickup offensively might be a receiver for speed. But we shall see. We shall see how this plays out. Go ahead.
A couple other guys. Tyler Scott from Cincinnati. Xavier Hutchinson, Iowa State. Parker Washington, Penn State. Trey Palmer, Nebraska. Keyshawn Boutte from LSU. So, I mean, there are some guys here. So maybe they do want to go after that defensive lineman now, because I think they could still get a wide receiver with their last pick. But how would we feel about trading back here potentially and trying to get some more picks?
Selfishly, I would not want us to trade back because I'm not trying to be here all day. However, I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Okay,
However,
you leave. I'll handle the show.
Yeah, for real, right? But in all seriousness, if I think I heard Brandon Beane, whether he slipped up or he's just so used to saying this. I think I heard him say something about acquiring more picks or get our pick back.
Yeah.
In that regard, I don't know if that last presser he did. So he
Tyler
could trade
Scott
back, Kevin. So that's a good point.
Bears just took Scott.
Well, there you go. There's your guy. Your guy's gone.
Well, I never said he was my guy. My guy right now is A.T. Perry.
A.T. Perry? What is it about A.T. Perry that you like?
Yeah.
He's
I didn't really see too much from A.T. Perry for me. I
Oh,
watched a little
6'4",
bit of
go
film
ahead.
on him. I was like, he's okay.
See, what I like about Perry is he is a possession receiver and a red zone threat. So the Bills aren't going to be tempted to stretch the field vertically and run these double post routes. They're going to say, hey, go get a 7-8 yard pass. Go get a 10-15 yard pass. Just work the field.
Why? Why don't they want to stretch the field?
Well, they already had that in Gabe Davis and Deontay Hardy. So this guy, coupled with Trent Sherfield, can work the middle of the field with Kincaid, and he can be a red zone threat. So he's not going to be one of these speed demons. Like, for all the talk with Jalen Hyatt, I figured he was another version of Deontay Hardy. So I want someone who is kind of the opposite structure here. Give me a big 6'4" A.T. Perry. He might even be 6'5".
Yeah, A.T. Perry's a big boy. He's like 6'4".
You like the
but
big
here's the
dudes,
thing,
Kevin?
we don't have a quarterback. I don't know if you just forgot. Our quarterback doesn't like possession type shit receivers. He likes to use the cannon. He wants to go deep. You know that. Check down. He doesn't do that. Check down who? I don't do. That's not part of my repertoire. Although we need him to do more checkdowns, he doesn't like doing it. He wants to hit the gusto. But maybe they tell him to rein it in a little bit more, which I highly doubt because you can't rein in Josh. Josh is Josh, man. Josh gonna do what Josh does.
Well, if he wants to evolve as he gets older, he's gonna have to learn that he has to take what the defense gives him.
Oh shit, Kevin's talking shit right now.
He is.
He's gonna have to learn. But you're right though. But he's still mobile. He still has his legs, and until his legs stop working, and he doesn't run as often, then he'll have to kind of evolve into that type of quarterback. But
someone in the comments said that A.T. Perry could potentially be a Gabe Davis replacement. That's interesting.
A.T. Perry I saw his stature. He's a little slimmer.
Yeah, man.
Receiver.
It's just Gabe, man. The thing about Gabe is just so interesting, man. Because it's like, man, I think everyone was high on Gabe after that Chiefs, playoff game.
Everybody loved him.
Right? Everyone was like, yo, let's roll. Gabe Davis is it. I mean, he complained for 2 years saying that, he needed his shot and, he was getting frustrated as to why he wasn't getting play time. And then he got his shot, big fella.
Oh, yeah.
And you produced damn near the same season you produced the year prior. And it's just not enough, man. So I'm all about, adding the best guy. So, hey, Gabe, this is a big year for you, big fella, because we're trying to replace you.
What you gonna do? Do you feel Gabe Davis is part of? Did you guys give it some thought, by the way, about the question? Because I haven't posted it on Twitter yet. I'm gonna wait to post it on Twitter because I think it's a valuable question on his worth. And is he worth the money that they're giving to Dawson Knox if that's what he's requesting? And would you give it to him? And that's what I need to. And this goes for the chat. I'll start that question with the chat right now. I know you guys heard me ask this question yesterday, but I'm gonna ask you now. If before Gabe Davis leaves, his agent and his representation, they seek the same contract that Dawson Knox got, but with more guaranteed, where you're not going to get rid of me in 1 year. I want to at least be here for 2 to 3 years.
Knox's contract was 4 years, 52. Last night I said 3. I was wrong. It was 4 years, 52 million. So we're giving him, it's an average annual value of 13 a year. So do you value Gabe Davis as a $13 million receiver?
There you go. It was around that 13, 14 mil. So the question to y'all, do you give him that type of money knowing what you have in Gabe Davis, and is he worth it to give him Dawson Knox money? That is my question to you. And before I let you guys think about it, ponder on it, I got to get to the super chat from Josh Richardson. I just saw it and I got to go and find it now. There it is. Josh Richardson. What's up, JR?
What up, Josh?
JR comes in with a super chat. Appreciate you, Josh. What up, fellas? Great show every year. I've been following you guys for 5 years now. Salute to you. Salute to you, my guy.
Yes,
I got a question. Do you guys think the Bills will draft that big receiver? Oh, A.T. Perry.
There it is, Kev.
Pickup. Look at Kev, man.
He's over here persuading people. Go ahead, Kev. I see you, media.
Yeah, he's got people looking up A.T. Perry. Yeah, man, it'd be interesting to see. Or, you know, it'd be very interesting if you see the Bills trade with the Arizona Cardinals and then you get D-Hop in the 5th. Wouldn't that be something?
Imagine that.
Wouldn't that shake up? Because that's exactly what happened to us last year when we were like, all right, we're getting ready to go into free agency and we're going into the draft. So what are we gonna do? And it's when the lull happened, and then boom, we get hit with a freaking Von Miller signing. What? So now I'm probably talking big shit right now. It's probably not gonna happen. They're probably gonna wait till the Arizona Cardinals decide to keep him, which would be silly, or trade him now, get something, or they're gonna cut him. So maybe that's what ends up happening. Well, we'll see. But there could always be mid-year trades. I mean, there's always next year trades. You know, I'll give you your next year's 3rd, and I'll give you D-Hop. So who knows how this is going to play out?
Yeah.
Who knows? But we got what? We're going into the 4th round very shortly. 5th round.
We're only 2 picks away.
Yep. So the pick is in for the Raiders, and then it goes Jacksonville to Buffalo. So this is your opportunity, folks. Let me get the super chat real quick. All this poo-poo on Gabe. Yes, he did not meet our expectations, but he also adds another dynamic to our team with being a great blocker. Well, you're right about that. 100% correct about that. But guess who we just brought in as a free agent receiver that is an excellent run blocker? Trent Sherfield. I'm not saying that Trent Sherfield is the replacement. Not at all. Not at all what I'm saying. But you're right, though. Gabe Davis is excellent in the run game because he's a presence. And we have to figure out if we're going to pay this man. Yeah. We do have to figure out we're going to pay this man. And by the way, this is not a poo-poo session on Gabe Davis. We like Gabe Davis.
It's not. Yeah, no, it's not.
We're just trying to find out, are you willing to pay Gabe Davis? How much do you like him? We're poo-pooing on him so much. How much do you like him? You like him enough to pay him 13, 14 mil? You let me know. Let us know.
It's either Robert Woods of, this time, right? Because, when Robert Woods was up, there's mixed reactions. Are you going to pay Robert Woods I think at the time it was like, 9-10 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing. So I don't know.
It's very similar. We'll see. I got my man Jeff King says, yo, haven't given up on Gabe. He says, need a big consistent year out of him this year. Consistent. You're right. Sure. When we throw you the football, I mean, listen, every receiver is gonna drop a football or two. You know what I'm saying? And it's the crucial ones that stand out to people. You can drop it's 2nd and 4, and it's the 3rd quarter, and you dropped one in that 3rd. We just started the 3rd quarter, and you dropped it.
That's
okay,
fine.
No big deal. Exactly. It's the one where we need you.
It's the key drops. It's the 3rd and 2 in the 4th, or it's the key ones that it seems like Gabe is just and Knox as well. It just seems like, man, yeah. So yeah, you're right, man.
No, there's a lot of that plays out. Salute to my guy Rev. What's up, Rev? Rev comes in and says, "Hey, Antonio Johnson, Texas A&M is still on the board." Yeah. Somebody asked me earlier, what would you want to draft? Your next draft be? I'm like, well, defensive interior or safety. Because I know what we have on the squad, and I know that Father Time always catches up to people. You know what I'm saying? And when you're already talking about retirement and the word retirement comes out of your mouth already, you're halfway out the door, and that's Jordan Poyer. So very, very interesting to see if we can pick up a safety going on.
Kev, I want to ask you a question, Kev. Would you be opposed to actually drafting another linebacker here in the 5th? We did it last year with the 2, old tackles.
I mean, if the value meets it, then I guess you have to. But at the same time, they already have a surplus of linebackers. And for the reasons I just mentioned, I don't think you can neglect a wide receiver or a defensive lineman here. And here's another position that we haven't talked about. Could the Bills take an offensive tackle? someone like a Carter Warren, maybe Warren McClendon.
An offensive tackle, you say?
Yeah, like a right tackle, because they still haven't gotten anyone other than David Questenberry to help Spencer Brown.
I like David Questenberry. People were hating on David Questenberry. I thought he was all right. But you know who I want to bring on here? And he's been quietly in the chat hanging out.
What up, Zach? Yes, sir. Editor-in-chief, baby. Big boy right here.
Before we introduce Mr. Zach Vaughn, I got to read this this comment from Corey, the creator. What's up, Corey? Corey says, Gabe is real nice. I think he was just out of sync due to injuries. When your mind is on TM. What's TM? Oh, when your mind is on team, your ankle, sometimes you lose the concentration with the hands. Yeah, I mean, listen, it was a lot of things factored in to, saying why this team was dysfunctional at points where you're just not in sync, if you will. Not dysfunctional, but not in sync. So that could be right, man. Maybe you just got to get right back on track. That's for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, I've got to introduce to this man right here. If you see all the articles that are being written, that are being posted, that are being clicked and read and done all over again, it's because this guy right here keeps everybody in line.
Hey, sorry, but the Bills just traded.
He is the triple OG, Zach Vaughn, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Zach? What's happening, bro?
I'm good. Just excited because the Bills are just about on the clock. Oh
no, they just made a trade.
Oh, the Bills traded back.
Just saw it.
They traded back.
Bitch.
They got picks 150 and 215 from Washington. Let's go.
I mean, shit, they picked up some more picks, so let's go.
At least they still have a 5th rounder. I thought they would just ship it off for 2 6-rounders and call it.
Yeah, that would piss me off right there. What are you doing, Brandon Bean? So, but you know what? Brandon Bean said it. I don't know whether he slipped up, but he said it. He wants to get his picks back. He values his picks. Brandon Bean values his picks. So he's like, yo, I ain't just about to give up my picks. I'm going to get mine. I'm leaving here with something. And
all right, Denzel. Hey,
I'm from around the way. He says, I'm leaving here with something.
I'm leaving here with something, big fella.
For sure. So we went from 137 to 151.
We got 150 and 215 from Washington.
I want to ask Zach a question real quick. How do you feel about that Dorian pick? I want to get your take on it.
I don't know enough about the player to really say anything either way, but I will say
how do you feel about the linebacker position being chosen, right? Forget about the Dorian pick, but just the linebacker position. Now we've got 2 linebackers in a row that we've taken through 2 straight years in the third round. How do you feel about that?
I think it's a good thing that they're trying to address it because obviously you just lost a big piece of your defense with Tremaine Edmonds going to Chicago. And I guess, once you lose that big piece, you just got to keep going after it until you find something that sticks. I guess the question is obviously whether or not Williams or Bernard could be a true middle linebacker or whether or not McDermott doesn't even care anymore about the traditional roles and is just going to go with the 2 best on the field.
I remember about it.
I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
We'll definitely see what happens. Bobby's already telling us that his draft crush was Johnson.
I remember. Yeah. I remember.
If
yeah.
Johnson keeps falling like Alicia Keys, then we'll find out how this is going to play out, man. So let's see where we're at. So the Bills, if you guys are tuning in right now, the Bills have traded down. They've acquired another pick, which has us here for another 17 hours tonight. Boys, are you ready? My wife is going to come home and she's like, you're doing this shit again? 3 days of this shit? You did 4 hours on Friday. You did another 4 on Thursday. Knock it off. But babe, they traded down. I've got to stay.
So just so we're all on the same page, the Bills now have pick 150, 215, and 205.
215 and 205.
I said that out of order. I'm trying to keep it all.
We got you. We got you. So they're at least close by. I mean, the 150. So we got the 10 picks from now. We're going to be picking. And who did
this is interesting right here. So the Washington.
I was about to say, who the hell they pick?
They just picked up edge, the KJ Henry. So
that's a big one.
There was talk about them, possibly trading one of their, DNs right now, and Chase Young, your guy, Martez Sweat.
Oh, Sweat, Vontaze.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see, what they do with that, man. But they're gearing up for that replacement. It looks like.
So why wouldn't they pick up Chase Young's 50 like that? He
That
was
is interesting.
that dude, right? I mean, you're from Commander country. What's the word with them not wanting to?
Yeah, I don't know. It's like it's one of those things where, you know, when he came back off the injury, it didn't seem like he was all the way back. He took forever to come back too, and it was just one of those things where they're probably just pissed at the fact he's probably pulling a Kawhi Leonard, like I'm not anything until I'm 100. So yeah, man.
I mean, listen, you kind of understand it too, because they'll just toss you away. They'll toss you away if you try to come. I mean, listen, prime example, and he's on the same team that it happened. RG3, when he came, I think was he out of Baylor, or was it Baylor? Out of Baylor, this guy was an OG out of Baylor. This guy was the next thing. Goes to Washington, he's got them relevant again. And then he tried to be the team player, and I remember his knee going in that direction. I was like, oh, and he had the brace on as well. Yeah. Imagine him not having a brace and his knee going back. So Chase Young's like, I saw what you guys did to RG3. I ain't come back until I'm completely healthy, which I totally get. Yeah. It's part of the business, but you know what? Also part of the business is we can't keep waiting for your ass. So guess what? We're moving on. This is a dirty game, man. I was actually thinking yesterday, when it's all said and done, when the pick 250, whatever, the last pick of the season of the draft, 256, I think, there's a lot of freaking guys that don't get drafted.
I know,
man, it's brutal because like you work for that your whole life.
You know what? I'm gonna ask you guys a question. So if it's the 6th, 7th round, would you rather be drafted or be an undrafted guy that can, pick and choose whatever team you want to go to?
Undrafted.
How about you guys? Kevin?
I want to be drafted. I want to hear my name called and feel like I'm valued, because that's kind of like back in like elementary school, right? Like if you're picking teams for dodgeball and you're not picked, you're like, wow, I'm a scrub. Everyone hates me. But no, I want to hear my name called.
That's good, Kev. I mean, doesn't everybody get picked in dodgeball?
Yeah, but I don't want to be the last guy picked where they're like,
yeah, but Kevin's saying he doesn't mind being the last guy picked.
I know.
No, I didn't say the last. You said a 5th or a 6th round, though.
No. He said last pick. You're the 7th round. You're the last pick.
One of the last.
You're saying mystery relevant?
Mystery or you're
mystery relevant. That's different.
No,
if it's a 6th round pick, I'll take a 6th round pick.
Oh yeah, I mean anybody will take a 6th round. I'm talking about last pick. But you know what? They made Mr. Irrelevant. He earned something actually. So they make it actually worthwhile to be the last guy. I'm about to tell you what the Mr. Irrelevant gets. So what you don't want to be is the guy before Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, because you get no pub.
You get nothing. You're Mr.
At least the last guy gets a little bit of pub, right? So man, that's so true, man.
See what he gets.
How about you, Zach?
Yeah, go ahead, Zach. Talk to us.
So in the context of being like end of the 7th round, I would almost say, like you said, you either want to be Mr. Irrelevant because that way you get a jersey and a vacation, or you just want to be UDFA so you can choose wherever you want to go.
Yeah,
that's the part I like. Choose wherever the heck I want to go.
Yeah.
Oh, the Patriots are calling. F the Patriots. I ain't going over there.
Right?
That's exactly what I'd be like. No. I always like, if you're a fan of the Bills, like let's just say you grew up being a fan of the Bills and then you get drafted by a rival, a team that you've hated, and now you got to don their jersey. That'd be the worst thing ever.
Hey, Dylan, this is so right, man. The second to last pick of the draft is the real Mr. Irrelevant. Like, listen, no one is checking for your ass. Like, hell, who the hell was drafted before Purdy? Right? Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy. So, Mr. Irrelevant, there's no way this.
Oh wow, the Cardinals drafted a quarterback in the 5th. Interesting.
I just saw that.
Clayton Tune from Houston. He had 40 touchdowns last. Oh my. Okay.
Where did he play at? Houston?
Yeah, Houston.
I mean, shit. Whether you get drafted in the 7th round, you were the man at your school.
For sure.
So, like, he ain't no scrub. He's putting up numbers, man. Zach Wilson's putting up numbers. Mike White was putting up numbers where he was at.
It's like all those bench players in basketball, right? Everyone hates on the bench players. Oh, you guys,
but these guys were the man
Listen,
at their school.
they were amazing in high school, amazing in college, right? Oh my God, that's hilarious.
I'm trying
Hey,
to
can you guys help me with something here?
Yeah, what you got?
Between the guys on the panel and then people in the comments, I'm tweeting out the top 10 best available for the Bills, and I want to make sure I didn't miss anyone because there were some guys in there that got scooped up that we didn't realize.
All right, hold on. Let me find your tweet right now.
Well, I didn't tweet it yet. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Help me out before I send it. So we have A.T. Perry, Jacqueline Roy, Carl Brooks, Xavier Hutchinson, Parker Washington, Warren McClendon, Thomas Incoom, Antonio Johnson. Who else?
Antonio Johnson.
Those guys are all available, right?
Yeah, available. Oh, you talking about people that are available? Okay, I see what you mean.
So yeah, like,
who else is out there? Bobby, what you got, Bobby? Because I'm not paying attention to the list of the guys that are there. So here we go. O.T. Fisher's gone. Joey Fisher's gone, by the way. Weren't you the one mentioning Fisher?
Me, no.
No, I thought it was you. Okay, it wasn't you.
Someone in the comments was.
Yeah, Rob says Roy. Yo, okay, so Antonio Johnson, very interesting pick, right? His tape is good. I mean, I watched his tape. You know, Bobby was on him super early, so I was kind of forced to watch him. But it just goes back to that safety spot, right? It's the safety position in general. We're super deep there now, but it all depends on how long Poyer and Hyde are going to be around. Is this their last year, or are we able to maybe get 2 more years, with this tandem, and then just bring back a Taylor Rapp, some type of way, and Hamlin, stuff like that? How do you guys feel about us being super deep there and not really, needing a safety right now?
I'm fine if we don't take a safety.
I'll let you guys jump on that.
I was going to say,
I think.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, like you said, we have Hyde and Poyer for at least this year. You hope for 2 years. You sign Taylor Rapp, and hopefully DeMar Hamlin can come back. Everything's fine. They still have Zane Anderson, Cam Lewis. So, I mean, those are 6 guys right there. Are they the best? I'm sure you can replace someone like Cam Lewis.
We're not doing Cam Lewis. Yeah. We're not doing that.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, I mean,
we're not doing that.
I think they're okay there if they want to take, like, for me, I'm taking a wide receiver or a defensive lineman. Someone else that I found, let me find his name because I don't want to pronounce it. Moro Ajomo from Texas, the edge rusher / defensive tackle.
The Browns are putting some stuff in there, man. Look at the Browns. Sorry, what was that, Kevin? Sorry, I got excited with this pick that the Browns got.
I was saying
They got a good pick.
Yeah, that's pretty solid. And Zach, how about you, Zach? How you feel about safety right now?
I think I could understand if they don't go safety at this point in the draft, but also the other side of the coin is Taylor Rapp's only on a 1-year deal. There's no guarantee they do re-sign him after this year.
That's true.
And DeMar Hamlin, obviously he was medically cleared to play, and it's great that he'll be able to get back on the field. But again, we don't know whether or not he'll be a long-term answer. We don't know how much longer Hyde and Poyer will go.
Hey, listen, if we're being honest about Hamlin, super honest, he wasn't even that good when he was playing. I'm just being real with it. You know what I mean? I was live streaming every game, and everyone knew I'm not a fan of this guy. Right? I thought he was soft, in my opinion.
Jaquan Johnson started the year.
Shook.
Jaquan Johnson was one that was not very good.
Yeah, you're right.
Hamlin came in and was much better.
Woof.
I mean, it's just the amount of
wrong type of woof.
Yeah.
But now
I'll tell you, man, he wasn't as bad, but Jaquan Johnson was the liability. Oh my gosh.
For sure.
Liability. But once we got Hamlin kind of gave us a little bit.
Now he was the hammer, once the tackle was kind of already being made. I remember there was 2 plays. I forget exactly what games, but there was 2 plays where it was him one-on-one, and for whatever reason, he didn't make that tackle. He was shook. But yeah, man.
Wait. What are you talking about?
Hamlin.
Yeah, but for what instant?
When it's I forget what game it was, but I remember it was a goal line play where it was him one-on-one, and
he whiffed on it.
He whiffed on it, and it was him. And I think he might have closed his eyes or something, but it's like he doesn't really want that smoke.
Well, Corey the creator says,
damn
Pierre with
true.
the full-blooded truth, elephant in the room kind of take.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I think we all knew that Hamlin was an up-and-coming safety, and we ain't gonna talk about he was like all pro, he's ready to do it, but he was good depth piece because our guys were down.
For sure, Mike. So skinny Edmonds. Listen, we loved Edmonds. Oh,
snap.
But man, come on, man. Yeah, nah.
Yeah, it's not working.
I'm good.
It's not gonna work out.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hamlin's a decent player, and obviously, I'm more interested to see how he moves forward, having experienced what he experienced at the end of last year. And like, if he becomes a good player, then sure, he'll be in the conversation to be a starter long term. But I wouldn't fault them for wanting to also hedge their bets and take another option like Antonio Johnson.
You know what's crazy though, Zach? I think I just convinced myself that drafting a safety here makes sense, right? Because, wrapped on that 1-year deal, like you said, Hamlin is suspect at best right now, right? So, hey, you might be right, man. You might be right. So how many picks do we have right now into the Bills pick? It looks like about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 picks away. So it's going to be interesting to see what we do right here, man.
So I just got my list finalized. So it's looking like, as of right now, the best available right now for the Bills: wide receiver A.T. Perry, defensive tackle Jacqueline Roy, safety Antonio Johnson, defensive lineman Moro Ojomo, defensive lineman Carl Brooks, wide receivers Xavier Hutchinson and Parker Washington, right tackle Warren McClendon, defensive end Thomas Incoom, and defensive tackle Jared Clark.
Now, on that list right there, how would your board be? Who would be the guy that you would want right now first on that list?
I think I have to go A.T. Perry.
A.T. Perry?
But those defensive linemen are very intriguing. Like Jacqueline Roy or Carl Brooks, Moro Ojomo. Like, I think you could go either way here. But I love that we have 3 picks now. Like that, Brandon Beane got some brownie points from me right there with that. Because I was mad that we gave up that 4th round pick.
Finally, man.
Oh, no, I didn't. Hey, I didn't say that Beane had a terrible draft. I just said this is solid, but you have to look at it from an unbiased perspective and say these are some questions that need to be talked about.
All right, now as far as running back right here, how would you guys feel about this one?
Wait, did Roy just go? Someone said Roy just got taken.
Yeah, I'm not sure. He did. Now,
Minnesota.
Would you guys go running back here?
Nope.
And why is that? Are you sold on Cook? Is that what
I'm
that is?
sold on Cook and Harris this year.
Okay.
And for the reasons that I just said, I think defensive line and wide receiver are the 2 most important positions right now.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Okay. Interesting. Because again, I know Rico would probably want a running back here for sure. For sure.
Well, what's going on?
You want a running back
this round?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, now that we picked up, I mean, you guys have to understand we acquired another pick. So now we have the luxury of picking up a you guys have to understand the running. You know what? I'm sick of having to explain this to you guys. So who are the running backs on our roster right now? Oh, honestly, no, it's not a rhetorical question. We're gonna go. Who's the running backs on our roster right now?
James Cook, Damian Harris, Naeem Hines, Josh Allen.
Fuck off with that Josh Allen shit. Stop bringing the Josh Allen to this shit. The running backs on the squad. So
Reggie Gilliam.
Is there any difference between are there two? If you looked at Montgomery and you looked at Jameer, is there a difference between the two, or do they do the same things?
Montgomery's more the power back. Is Gibbs?
And Gibbs is more the speed back. Okay,
I said they do different things.
So that's Harrison Cook.
Okay, so if you look at the Bills roster right now, you have 2 running backs that do the same thing, and you got Harris. That is a different type of back, but he's on a 1-year deal. Chances are he doesn't come back.
Why can't you worry about that next year, though?
We won't have to worry about next year if you can grab the guy right now and have him just chill on the sideline.
But you also have to worry about a wide receiver because this is a passing league.
But we
or
don't.
Defensive lineman.
See, this is a difference of opinions because I don't think we're having to worry so much about the receiver position.
Yo, this is the Kevin that I like. Shut your ass up with this air running back.
No, you're rolling.
You
Shut
go
your
ahead.
mouth.
Listen, y'all asked me about
I
my
love it.
opinion, and that's what it is.
I love
right?
it. I love it. Go
We
ahead.
need a bruiser back. We already okay. Harris, is he known to stay healthy?
Nope.
Thank you. So Harris goes down. Now you're stuck with James Cook and Naeem Hines as your running back. Guess what? I know what you guys are doing. You ain't gonna jam. You ain't gonna run the ball between the tackles. So now I can defend you better. Like what are we not thinking here, fellas?
Okay,
Come
but
on now.
look at the depth chart in the wide receiver room. You have Diggs,
What about it?
Davis,
Yeah, what
Shakir,
about it?
Deontay Hardy, Trent Sherfield. There's no 6 man right there. You need a 6. I mean, do you want to
Dalton
take one of those guys?
Why do you need a 6 though? As a receiver.
I mean,
Why?
you don't need one, but it would be nice. You want to give Josh as many weapons as you can.
Who got majority of the snaps at receiver last year?
Diggs and Davis.
Did you see your 5th and 6th receiver touch the field?
No, but did we have one? Because outside of Gabe
didn't
Davis,
touch the
the only boundary receiver we had was Isaiah Hodgins. He got claimed by the Giants. We had to go back to John Brown coming out of retirement and Cole Beasley.
Because we didn't trust who our slot receiver was. That's
Because
the
we needed
reason.
more.
If
John
you're
Brown's
gonna
not a
come for me, you're
slot
gonna
guy.
come for my neck, and you're not
Yes,
doing
sir.
that.
Yo,
You know what I'm saying?
he's on tonight.
We didn't
He's
have
on tonight.
we didn't have a competent enough slot receiver. They didn't trust Isaiah McKenzie, or I'll say Josh Allen didn't trust Isaiah McKenzie. They didn't really want to put in the rookie Khalil Shakir in.
But John Brown's not a slot guy. He was that boundary receiver that the Bills were lacking.
And they gave him a couple packages to go deep, and that was it.
Who
Useless.
did we draft round 1?
You talking about this year?
Question
you.
for Kevin. Who do we draft
What?
round 1?
Get him, Zach. Get him.
Uh-oh. Go ahead, Zach.
Kincaid,
Did we draft a blocking tight end or a receiving tight end?
receiving tight end. But is he a wide
So-
receiver or a tight end?
The answer is yes.
Both
that tight end,
baby.
big slot.
That's it don't matter, big fella.
He is your other receiving option.
He said yes.
I think they took him because they weren't fully sure of the wide receiver depth at that point in the draft.
So
I'm
true.
not saying that wide receivers out of the realm of possibility. I'm just saying you don't draft a pass catcher round 1 at tight end who can also play big slot. And based on their moves in free agency, they got Deontay Hardy. They took a flyer on him. You have Khalil Shakir, a guy that Bills Mafia wants to get the ball more.
But is Kincaid going to be
Adding another wide receiver in there when you already got one of the best pass catchers in this draft?
Yo, Zach's in his bag
Just
right now.
doesn't
okay?
really
But is
seem
Kincaid a boundary receiver? You just said he's a slot. We still haven't answered the
a big
boundary
slot.
question.
He
What
can also
happens?
line up outside?
What
A
happens
tight
next
end
year
who
when
can
Gabe
line up
Davis doesn't get
anywhere.
re-signed? If he
We
doesn't
get
get
the draft
re-signed.
again.
Valid point.
What you mean?
But at the same time, they can always find a quality boundary guy next year. Every draft has its cream of the crop at every position.
Or
You know what
Kevin's
Kevin's trying to do? You know what Kevin's trying to do?
tight end class
Kevin's
in a
trying to
decade.
fill all needs in this draft. But we have a hole here. Why do we add way more weapons on this one when we have a hole here? Right? But he's like, I want to be able to fill every gap in this draft. So now I feel whew, I can go into camp feeling like there's no voids. There's free agency that's going to happen. There's going to be camp
I
casualty.
like
cuts.
Izzy. Red,
You know
I
what?
like
Here's
Izzy.
the thing.
Damn.
Here's the thing.
Oh, where do you
Let's
go?
say the Bills get DeAndre Hopkins. Everyone's like, oh my God, we need a wide receiver so bad. Give me D-Hop. And then it's like, we could draft A.T. Perry. And people are like, no, we don't need a wide receiver. We have Dalton Kincaid. So where's the happy medium here? Because if it's DeAndre Hopkins, everyone's like, oh my God, we
fair
need a
point.
wide receiver.
It's a
But if
fair
it's not DeAndre Hopkins, it's like, these guys are scrubs. No, we don't need any help.
But the D-Hop talk, that was another thing I didn't understand because, again, the same people that were asking for D-Hop were also saying, at one point, we need to feed Khalil Shakir. We need to get
No.
him
It wasn't me. It wasn't me.
No, but he's right
I
though.
was
People
all
were
in on
saying,
D-Hop.
I'm not saying I wouldn't take D-Hop. If they
I'll
figured
still
out a
take
way to
his
make
ass.
it work, I'll take D-Hop. That's fine. I'm just saying that people in this fan base were saying Khalil Shakir needs to get a bigger opportunity. And then some other people are saying, no, we need to go get D-Hop, yada, yada, yada. He's an automatic upgrade. Yes, he is. Gabe Davis is also a pretty solid wide receiver too. He just needs to be, or
but
wide
is he a
receiver
wide?
3. He
Yeah,
just
I'm
needs
about to
be a
say,
third option.
yeah, you might have
Zach,
to
hold
regroup
up here.
right there.
Hold
He's
up
not a
here.
wide receiver too.
Zach, do me a favor. Can you do this for
A
me?
second boundary receiver, I should say.
Zach, can you
Third
do this for me right now?
receiving option.
Can you do this with your hand, just like that? There it is. Because you got Kevin. Kevin's like,
we stumped Kevin. We stumped him. Love it.
Zach got him with it.
How many receivers can you line up on any one play? That's the question.
And that's what it comes down to, man. That's what it comes
Yeah.
down to. Like, we ask for all these. Listen, let me tell you something. Bills fans are a bunch of bozos sometimes. They don't know what they want. We want more Khalil. We want. Right? We want D-Hop. Whatever's the flavor of the week or the flavor of the couple days, they get all hot and horny. Now look at everybody's like, nah, he's too old now. We don't want him.
Hey Rico, you know what the best quote is? I know you know what the best quote is. I know Bobby knows what the best quote is. When Bobby tweeted out like 5 years ago when he said, listen, do you want to be in your feelings or do you want to win a damn championship? That's what it comes down to. Ain't nobody care about these. Listen, we love the players, but we can't be married to any of them. We're married to the Buffalo Bills. So we have to upgrade at any position. It is what it is. I'm not going to be like, well, he's good in the community. I don't give a damn what you do in the damn community, big fella. I need you to catch that ball on 3rd and 2 in the playoff game against the Bengals, big fella. That's what I need you to do. I don't care.
Dylan's not wrong, though. Dylan's like, true. I do want everything. I'm a Bills fan. I want it all. He ain't lying. I mean, we have our moments because I'm a Bills fan, too. Sometimes I'm freaking ridiculous. But then I have to check myself. I'm like, yo, relax.
For sure.
Relax, what was Rev? Rev is saying something in here. I had to go back to it. Rev says, he says, bump that. They'll be blowing you up as a UDFA if you're not drafted by round 6.
For sure. Yeah, that's true.
That happens, man. Walter, what's up, Walter? I haven't seen Walter in a while, man. What's up, Walter? Walter says, we're near the bottom of the league in TD production from RBs every year. But we never identify this as an issue because we have a QB that averages 7 rushing TDs every year. We need RBs that can score.
Yo, but you know what, Walter? That's an interesting point. Now, we did talk about this earlier, where Bean did say that there were some offensive guys that went before Dorian Williams that we probably would have went with, but they all left and we just went. So, 3 out of the 5 offensive players that went before Dorian were all, running backs. So it could be a running back right here. It very well could be.
Now the question is, who are the running backs that are available?
Yeah, who's left right now? Yeah, for sure.
And it's the type of back
I'll
that
tell
we
you
need.
someone who I like.
Who you got?
Sean Tucker from Syracuse. I've seen him play a couple times. I went
like
to the
Sean.
Dome.
Yeah.
He is really good.
Legit? What kind of back is he? I don't know anything about him. A power back? Is he like a scat back? What kind of?
He just kind of hits a hole. Like I don't know how much he weighs, but he's got some strength and he puts up numbers.
Hey, Cody. Yo, the fresh cut Anna McFlurry? Damn, pay this man. Go ahead, Rico. I see you.
Cody's paying attention.
Yo, Cody's locked in. Yo, he's locked in today, big fella.
Yo, wifey brought me McFlurry, so I was like, yo, fuck it. I'm that McFlurry. Let me tell you something. If you get a McFlurry, Oreo score.
Oreo is 100. Oh, wait,
Oreo score. Oreo score.
Oh, okay. Yeah, man, you're a fat guy.
It's
over
a
there.
game over. Cody Benz. Yo, you a fool, Cody.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So I'm looking at the RBs available right now. So you got Zach Evans out of Mississippi. Who'd you say was out of Syracuse?
Sean
Tucker.
Sean Tucker.
Sean Tucker. Man, Tank Bigsby Oh, good back. Jacksonville got a good one. Takes Big Easy.
Hey, we're only 4 picks away here.
Sean Tucker.
Yeah, Rev is all in on Antonio Johnson, man. I mean,
if he's still there, man, you got to grab him.
I mean, that'd be a nice pick.
PBC
I could
fan,
be
what
wrong,
did
but
PBC says, "Hey, yo, Rico, did you get one of those chicken Big Macs?" Heck no. Listen, the chicken Big Mac, and I don't really do the Big Mac, but the chicken Big Mac is not the same chicken that's in the McChicken. They give you some baked, some weak ass chicken. Like, why would you ruin something? If you're gonna give me a chicken Big Mac, give me the chicken that's in the McChicken, and then let's talk. But they poached the chicken. I don't know what the heck they did.
Alex with the damn mic drop of the draft.
People forget Stephon Diggs was a fifth rounder.
Hey, in the fifth round right now.
He should have been way higher, which is the crazy part.
Yeah.
He should have been way higher. Who did he even told the story who he was competing with? That was that got drafted really high.
Yeah.
Drafted really high, and he was in the same building with this. Oh, I think it was a scout saying this. It was Stephon Diggs, and they came to watch somebody else, and Stephon Diggs happened to be there, and this guy outperformed the big time receiver that was supposed to be drafted. And sure enough, he still got drafted in the 5th. But golly, you're right though. I mean, Stevie Johnson, 7th rounder. And Stevie Johnson is one of the best receivers to hit Buffalo. Sean Tucker, 5'9", 207. No, thank you. Not the type of back that I need. I need that 5'11", 225. 5'11", 220, 225. That's the type of back that you want. 5'9", 207.
You want that Trent Richardson guy? You want Trent Richardson?
I mean, you give me Trent Richardson size. I mean, the right size was Zach Moss. Zach Moss was a good size. 5'10", 220. It's a good size for RB.
A large majority of Bills fans have to shut up with this damn evaluation because 90% of y'all wanted Zach Moss. I was like, I don't see it. I never saw it. But listen, Zach Moss is a huge red flag for a lot of y'all. I'm just calling it out there.
Listen, Zach Moss was size-wise, he's built for the role.
He's built for the role. Yeah, for sure. But I think what hurt Zach Moss was when he said, I'm trying to make these guys make business decisions. If you take your non-business ass up out of here, listen.
Yeah, man.
I was not a fan of that, man.
Roshan Johnson, 6 feet, 219. That's the size. That's the guy you want. You know what I'm saying? What is Damon Harris right now? I need to see what Damon Harris is.
I was going to say, let's not forget Damian Harris scored 15 touchdowns last
year.
Oh,
yeah,
I
really like that signing. Damian Harris signing is a really nice one.
That was a low key.
Most of them coming against the Bills.
Yeah, the guy who single-handedly beat the Bills on a
Exactly. We know all about Damian Harris for sure.
What is Damian Harris?
Now he's our guy.
But I mean, I was kind of surprised when he was labeled as a power back. Is he a power back? He's been known for his speed, right? I never known him to be a power guy.
He's not known for power speed. Back at first, like he hits a hole, but then he takes off with speed.
Gotcha.
That's he ain't no speed guy.
No, he's definitely a speed guy.
All right, 740. Let's calm down, everybody. 4.5, 740.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean anything, big fella. Come on now.
Right, sorry. 4.640.
4.6. Harris?
Yes. Damon Harris ran a 4.640. Everybody calm down.
Am I tripping? Harris is a speed guy, big fella.
No, sir.
I feel like he plays faster than that.
He's a speed guy against us. Shit. You saw that damn touchdown he ran on us the other day? What you talking about? Like, come on.
Well, I think he's not quick, but he's fast. Like, he's not going to be shifty and put these moves on. But again, once he hits that hole, once he gets going,
he's gone.
Then he turns it on.
He's a decision maker. This is what the thing. If you're instinctual and you make your decisions quick, and you can hit the hole, that's what gives you the perception that you're fast because you're a quick decision maker.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? What is he? He's a 97 kg. He's like a little over 200 pounds. Not even. It's like 200 pounds. 205. Let me see his weight at.
Yeah, Edwin says, he's a downhill runner with that late speed.
Okay. Yeah, like he's just quick. He's a very good decision maker. So
I like that late speed part. Yeah, for sure. Because, my guy, RB1, he didn't have that late speed.
Yeah.
Man, he was good everywhere else, but that late speed was
5'11", 213. That's a good size. Good size for RB, man. So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, I like the signing. The signing is a solid signing. So,
all right, so we're 3 picks away.
Hopefully, we can make some things happen. So, 3 picks away. AJ Johnson still on the board. A.T. Perry. I didn't see A.T. Perry get chosen yet. He's still on the board. We don't know what Brandon Bean, like this whole time, I don't know what Brandon Bean. Hey, Voorhees is still there too?
Mm-hmm. It's because he tore his ACL at the combine.
I know.
Yeah.
And his doctor sent a letter to the whole league saying he's under my care. He'll be ready to go. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah. He got paid right after he sent that thing out too. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, man, good job, man. I need that.
For real, right? Thanks, Doc.
You guys see Cole Beasley's tweet?
What do you say?
Someone said they added him. They said, "You coming back, bro? We still need you. Politics aside, last year proves we needed you. No matter what, though, Bills Mafia loves you." And Beasley said, "I think them drafting that tight end in the first round put an end to that, man.
You fucking right, it did.
It was fun while it lasted."
Pierre, didn't I say this to you?
You did.
Didn't I say this? I said Cole Beasley's been kind of slowly holding out to try to get drafted, to try to get brought back to Buffalo. And then when they drafted Swole Beasley, it was a wrap. It was a wrap, by the way. I'm trying to make that thing go viral, by the way. Swole Beasley, baby. Let's go.
Now, is it a Swole Beasley or a Swole Cole?
Swole Cole. Swole Cole's kind of cool. Swole Cole's kind of cool, man. I like it. Swole Cole, Swole Beasley. It is what it is. But when Cole Beasley found out that they drafted Swole, he was like, "Dang,
it's over.
Here's my chance to come back." Because that's his opportunity. He might get chosen to go somewhere else, but at this point, it might be a wrap for his career. So I mean, and if they were to bring him back, I wouldn't even be mad at it either. I think he's good in the locker room. This whole "I love you, Josh Allen," like that whole thing is pretty cool. They love that type of shit. But we'll see, man. But yeah, man, Kincaid is gonna be something else, man. It's gonna be something else. Whether you guys are paying attention or not to the whole league, is there a team that you look at and say they drafted well?
The Eagles.
You say the Eagles?
The Eagles.
Fly, Bulldogs fly.
Right? Exactly. Right? I mean, if you play for Georgia, you pretty much play for the Eagles. So yeah, I mean, the Eagles went crazy this draft. Absolutely crazy.
Bears just got Noah Sewell. We're up.
Ooh, that's a good pick.
Green Bay, and then we're on the clock.
That's
so okay. Back to the Bills here. 150. The only guy off my list that's gone is Jacqueline Roy. So who are we taking here? I mean, we got A.T. Perry, Antonio Johnson, Moro Ojomo, Carl Brooks, Xavier Washington, or I keep doing that. Xavier Hutchinson, Parker Washington, Thomas Incoom. I mean, Incoom might be more of a 6th round guy.
So let me tell you something. This is where you have to, this is where you have to go and look at who did the Bills bring in for visits. This late in the draft, you have to start looking at who was brought in for visits. And
Packers pick is in.
Who's on that list? So defensively, if we're going to go defense, every one of those guys are gone except for Byron Young. He's still around. Jordan Battle, safety out of Alabama. And Deonta Banks is gone. So you might be seeing Jordan Battle. Jacqueline Roy is gone, you said.
Yep.
Or defensive end Byron Young, but I doubt it.
I'm telling you, A.T. Perry or Carl Brooks right here.
Well, let's see. On the offensive side of the ball, they visited with Jalen Hyatt, Jordan Addison, Jackson Smith. They visited Tank Dell, Zay Flowers, Justin Shorter. So look for Justin Shorter to be drafted.
Yeah, I saw that in the chat too. Yeah, right here.
Tight end Luke Schoonmar. They met with tight end Luke. They tight end with Darnell Washington. They met with Luke Musgrave. They met with Osiris Torrance, Darnell Wright, Condre Miller, RB, and Zach Charbonneau, RB. So pretty much everybody's off that list. So Justin Shorter, if they want to go receiver, they can pretty much wait till the 6th for that one. But if they want to get him now,
Packers just took another quarterback.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
I mean, it's the 5th round, so it doesn't matter. But now as far as O-line though, would you guys be okay if we were to get a Voorhees and just stash him?
I mean, at this point, hey, didn't we get made fun of that? We in our mock draft we took Voorhees and everyone was losing their shit. Why would you do that again? I think it wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, I mean, I am trying to win my damn founder's mock. I'm trying to win that thing.
This is the first.
Let's go ahead and get Voorhees.
This is our first pick in the 5th, man. So you got to make this one count. This is still a valuable pick.
We're on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
I say go over the safe. I say go safety.
All right. So how about you, Kev?
Like I said, I'm A.T. Perry or Carl Brooks all the way.
All right. So you wide receiver.
Carl Brooks is defensive lineman.
Which one you going with? You only have one pick, Kev.
A.T. Perry.
All right. Zach, talk to me, baby. I want to go A.T. Perry, DN, O-line, and linebacker. No. You only got one pick.
I think I'm going to say that you got to go with the best player available here, and that may very well be Antonio Johnson.
Safety.
Based on our needs, that's a freaking good pick by the Bears. Was it Green Bay? Oh, the Bears.
All right, so the pick is in.
Here we go.
Pick is in. I'm going to go ahead and say offensive line again.
I think it has.
Line again?
All right, here we go. Sean Clifford. Wait, hold on.
To the point. We didn't take him now. That's Green Bay.
Hold on. What the hell? Listen. I was about to get on beam right. You tried to throw it back in the 5th? The hell wrong?
Come on, big fella.
Right. Yeah, false start. Let's do this shit again. Hold on. Halo way.
Quarterback, huh?
Wait, hold on.
I don't think they announced it yet, or
it's on.
No. That was the Packers getting that quarterback, Rico. That's what I thought too.
You got me fucked up too.
Exactly. Well, wait a minute.
Quarterback, I guess.
All right. So let's see right here what the Bills got. They're not that excited right now in the green room, so who knows?
Yeah, they're all business. They're all
wide receiver Justin Shorter. There it is. From Florida.
Hey, what's on my pick up the mock again? Didn't I just say look at who they came to visit? Look at the visitors.
Okay, Rico. I see you finally won the damn. You finally won, big fella. Good job. There
it is, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, don't just look at the pretty face and think I don't know what I'm talking about, man. There's a few things I know what I'm talking about. Listen, they bring these guys in for visits. After that point, you got to trust your board and who you brought in. And Justin Shorter is who they want.
Yeah. All right, so let's break him down real quick. Anybody know about him? Because I don't.
I don't know a damn thing about Justin Shorter. Not a damn thing.
Despite his name, he's tall. He's 6'4".
Let me see what they're saying about Justin Shorter. Hold on, let me get in on that.
So 6'4" and a quarter, 229. That's a solid ass boy.
That's a big boy. That's a solid dude.
That's
nice.
That's big right there. That's big.
I'm gonna find a scouting report just so we're not just saying whatever on here. But hey, let me just say, I love that the Bills got a wide receiver.
I mean,
I was just gonna say, I was
sense.
saying A.T. Perry, but Justin Shorter. Thank you. It makes sense because we don't know what's happening with Gabe Davis. Kincaid, yeah, he's a pass catcher, but you still needed someone on the boundary. I love this.
I mean, and that's a point you made, and it's fair. And that's why I was asking the question earlier. What do you do with Gabe Davis? You're going to pay him $14 million if that's what he's asking. And I just use that as a base because he might ask for more, depending on what kind of year he has. But hey, the Bills are really high on him, so we'll see.
Okay, here we go. Ready?
I'm waiting for Brandon Bean.
Top
to say
reasons
to him in the 4th round.
Right. He was high on our board.
Oh, he also played tight end as well. Is that what somebody just put in there?
I mean, 6'4", 230. That's that's tight end size. Yeah, he's a big dude, man.
Nice.
Okay, ready? Top reasons to buy in: big body possession receiver, consistently wins contested catch situations, and a red zone threat. Top reasons for concern: ability to separate and route running. So this sounds like a better version of A.T. Perry with some more size. I really like this pick.
And his strengths are he can separate.
No, that was one of the reasons for concern.
Oh, reason for concern. I was like, what?
Yeah.
That was contradictory.
I mean,
and that's something that I was saying earlier, that the Bills don't have that. They have guys who can stretch the field, but how about we stretch the field horizontally and say, go get the first down. We don't have to go for it all in one pass here. We don't need a 40-yard post route. Go get me the first down. And that's what Justin Shorter is.
So is his comp a Kelvin Benjamin?
Heck no, I hope not.
Don't say that.
He runs a 4.540. 4.540 out of Florida.
That's pretty solid.
Yo, we love guys out of Florida, man. Golly.
Osiris Torrance,
Florida captain we got on this squad, man.
And Nate says, "Yeah, man, we needed Hodgins back."
Yo, that's the one we let get away. We let that brother get away because we wanted to keep touchdown Jesus. Kumaro. I just don't understand that. I don't get it. So Justin Shorter, 5-star recruit out of South Brunswick High School in Monmouth Junction, New Jersey. All right. I like it.
All right, so Buffalo Powerhouse says that rules D-Hop completely out.
Yeah, man. They're out on it.
Yeah.
I mean, it all makes sense. I mean, never say never, but it just makes sense for him to be out. Unless something happens where they say, yo, D-Hop, you're coming to Buffalo, and Arizona, you're getting Gabe Davis. Do what you want with that. But I highly doubt that happens. So here we are.
All right, so let's actually pull them up real quick. Hold on, let's see.
Receiver to the Bills.
Let's see. Let me actually let me share this screen so we can see who the hell we have really quick, man. Who the hell is this guy, Justin Shorter?
So here's the deal. What you guys need to understand too. I'll let you play this video. Go ahead and play this little clip.
Yeah, no. You can talk while we play. Go ahead.
All right, so check this out. So a pre-draft analysis on Justin Shorter. I got this from my man Cody Benz. Shout out to my man Cody Benz. What's up, Cody? Cody goes, yo, check this out. He goes, Shorter has a massive frame, long arms, and the build-up speed to threaten vertically. He can make difficult catches, but has too many focus drops, body catches, and double catches. He's tough going over the middle and is an aggressive blocker who takes pride in sustaining. So this tells me, I mean, obviously you draft him in the 5th. This is a project. This is one of those guys you got to groom, you got to, refine, and maybe he could be a very valuable pick later on. But that's what we gain with this individual. Body catchers, I'm so sick of body catchers. I don't want that shit. But he's going to have to learn to snag that thing. Sammy Watkins has got one of the greatest hands. This boy, he snags. He doesn't let body catch. He comes in and snags that. Stephon Diggs, snag. You know what I'm saying? You never see Stephon Diggs catch with his body, man. He's that's what it is, man. So that's what you want.
There's a time and place to catch with your body, right? So I wouldn't be opposed to,
body catcher.
I wouldn't knock a guy because he's a body catcher, because Gabe is a pure hands catcher, and I'm not a fan of that either, right? Yeah, I mean, there's a time and a place to be able to catch with the body and with your hands.
You know what I find interesting here?
Average receiver, like you're not bad, not horrible.
Yeah, he's pretty solid.
Just looking at give me a couple of these little highlights.
Okay.
You know what I like about this pick too, and tying it in with Osiris Torrance. Both of these guys played with Anthony Richardson, a mobile dual threat quarterback.
Good freaking.
They know how to ad lib. That's very true. They know how to ad lib.
Zach, if you were to tell me which is your, I mean, it might be obvious, but your favorite pick of this draft for the Bills.
I mean, I feel like you could almost make a case for like any of them besides the 3rd round pick. I feel like you can make a case for.
True.
I'm gonna go with Dalton Kincaid, considering that he was projected by many experts to be the top tight end in this draft class, or one of the top, and we were still able to get him in the 20s.
Yeah.
And just the fact that Bean felt so strongly about him that they decided to give up their 4th round pick for the 2nd year in a row to jump up a couple spots to take him. And just all the what all the versatility you can have on that offense. And like, even I think Bean has mentioned before, in Carolina, their 2 tight end sets were one of their better offensive sets. They used to have Greg Olsen and Jeremy Shockey.
Yep.
And they were good with that.
Boy.
Yeah.
And also Kincaid can be that vertical threat that Dawson Knox isn't. They tried Knox as a vertical threat. It didn't work out quite as well. So now Knox can go back to being the outlet option, one of the check down options.
Yep.
And that's a good way to try to compensate for losing like that Cole Beasley safety valve. You have Dawson Knox become the safety valve.
I kind of like that. I actually mess with that. So, I mean, we'll see how they tie this in. So, bringing in a receiver has me wanting to ask you this. Hold on. Apparently, Rev isn't just he's just in his feelings right now, and he's not doing well. Somebody please check up on Rev and see how he's doing. I think he lost his mind in the chat. Maybe he exited the chat. Maybe he's still in the chat. Rev, if you're still here, talk to us, man. You all right, bud?
It's not like he was married to Antonio Johnson.
Well, he's probably still there. He's still there, so it's not too late. Something must have happened where they dropped. But anyway, so we love this offense. We love what Josh Allen's going to do. We love the connection between Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs, and we know the potential of this offense. This offense is always going to be a top 10 offense when you have a guy like Josh Allen.
Yep.
Key factor, or X factor, if you will, Kenneth Dorsey. Ken Dorsey, I'm trying to figure out how we're going to, as a fan base, embrace Ken Dorsey, because right now it's a 50-50 fan base, right? Some are blaming him because he's not getting the most out of our guys, which is unfair. And some are saying give him an opportunity. Maybe start pushing the accountability more on Josh, right? Call my plays, because a lot of offensive coordinators, that's not what I made. That's not the call I wanted you to make, or that's not the, you know what I mean? Do what I asked you to do. So how much pressure is on Ken Dorsey this upcoming year? Or is there no pressure? And is it more so execution on the player side? And you've got assistant coaches that are there to help him out in Joe Brady. So something's gotta give. So is there more pressure, or is it about the same? He's going into this year like he was last year. How do you guys feel about that?
This is a make or break year for Ken Dorsey.
Make or break, huh?
That's wild. God, that's so wild.
If he drops the ball with these new weapons, see you later. He'll get canned.
Did Ken Dorsey drop the ball last year?
Yes.
How?
What?
Explain yourself.
Davis dropped the ball.
How is a top 2 offense, top 3 scoring offense, a dropping of the ball?
You're gonna have to. You put him on the spot, so he's gonna have to really.
No, I'm ready for this. You ready?
Oh shit! Let's go, Kev.
You're supposed to be playing your best football at the end of the season. We played our worst. Now, going back to your point, you can blame Josh. You can blame all the other players. You can blame McDermott. You can say the Hamlin situation, but you can also blame Ken Dorsey.
You can,
because he consistently did not put us in the best positions to win.
I disagree.
There were so many times like that Miami game. They went back-to-back deep routes to Gabe Davis. Why?
Okay.
3rd and 2 against the Bengals. You go deep to Gabe Davis. Take what the defense is giving you. That's how we got beat against Cincinnati, because Joe Burrow took what our defense was giving him. And Ken Dorsey and Josh Allen did not recognize that.
I like how you added the and Josh
Allen. Yeah, he did. He did add Josh Allen. Yeah.
He sprinkled it in a little bit at the very, very end, right? Because again,
just a little bit.
It's like every year, and it's been something that I've had a pet peeve for years. It seems like there's always an issue with the OC. It's every year. It's the Nate Hackett's, the Rick Dennisons, the Greg Romans, the Brian Daboll's. It's every year, dog. We have to get off of that and understand the quarterback is out there making the decisions. We have a quarterback who will never take the damn check down. He's never going for the easy play. That's a Josh problem, right?
But a lot can be said that Josh covers up a lot. He is an eraser to show how bad the offensive line can be sometimes, or how bad maybe Ken Dorsey can be. Like Josh Allen covers up a lot.
Do you think Ken Dorsey's bad?
I think he was poor last year. Do I think he can get better? Yes. But if he doesn't, we're in a win now mode. If you are needing 3 years to figure this out, we can go find someone else.
Let me tell you something.
That's wild. That's so wild.
Ken Dorsey is not a new offensive coordinator. Excuse me. Let me rephrase. Ken Dorsey is not new to the Bills. Ken Dorsey's been with the Bills 4 years. Ironically enough, Ken Dorsey had to battle it out with Brian Dable for the OC job. And then they gave it to Brian Dable, right? So it's not like he hasn't been around. He's been around a long time. And guess what? Josh Allen has only known to have Brian Dable. Luckily, he's only known to have Brian Dable and Ken Dorsey in his pocket the whole time. I make this point because Josh knows this offense in and out. They're not going to change anything. He is fortunate enough to be in an offense that not much has changed. The only thing that's changed is the person calling the plays. And guess what? Everything that's in this playbook you're familiar with, and you've been in it for 4 years. So when it's 3rd and 2 and you decide to go deep, sorry, sir, ain't no way Ken Dorsey's saying take that one. Take what they give you, but you don't. So that's a Josh Allen problem. And until we start
Josh Allen issue
until
that
we start
right now, man.
throw balls as a fan base and say and hold his feet to the fire and stop putting it on Ken Dorsey, because I can tell you right now, when I talk to these players, they love Ken Dorsey. They love his ass. You feel me? So, and if they don't like you, trust me, as a fan base, 1 year you're done. Rick Dennison was done after 1 year.
I guess the part that I have the issue with is that, like, Brian Dable was the same OC that a lot of people didn't want for the same reasons.
And I was that guy.
I know.
I was that guy.
I know, right? For the same reason that we're talking about Dable, we hated. I mean, Dorsey. We're hating on Dorsey for it. It's the same issues. Now, if Dorsey would have came in and took a top 3 offense to like a top 10, then I would be like, okay, there's a problem here. He was given the keys to the damn Ferrari and he didn't crash that bitch. So we have to at least understand a first-year OC, you're going to go through your little, trial and error, right? It's my first time doing this thing. Hey, but I did not crash the car. That right there is amazing. Just, we have to point that out as well. We want change all the time and realize that, it's not always the right thing to do.
Keep this in mind too. Your first year play caller, this was Brian Dable's baby. So he had the pieces he felt that he needed for his offense.
Good point.
Right? So Ken Dorsey's like, the way I want to run things is I need this type of player, and I need that type of player, and I need this type of running back, and then I can give you the product that I promised you I would give you.
That's beautiful.
But until then, I got to run with what I got.
I didn't even think about that point.
I got to keep Zach Moss. Cool, I'll keep Zach Moss. But can you get me OJ Howard? I think I can work with that. Oof. This ain't the OJ Howard I thought it was. Get rid of him. Quentin Morris is starting to come on.
Rico,
okay, I kind of work a little bit. Go ahead.
Rico, at the same time, they loaded up on a bunch of smaller receivers and pass-catching running backs, and Dorsey refused to use them. They said, we acquired Nyheim Hines to be a part of our offense, but we didn't use him on offense. We drafted James Cook to be a part of the offense, and he was, but not to the extent he should have been. Khalil Shakir had 10 receptions last year. That's insane. So there was no creativity. It was way too vanilla, and that's why a lot of fans this is a huge year for Ken Dorsey.
Like Josh Allen,
he must be personnel decisions not on Dorsey. Sorry, hold on. Personnel decisions is not on. I can't say if it's 100%, but it's not. At the end of the day, head coach is who decides who's going on or who's not, right? Positional coaches tell you he's ready, or this is how I see it shaking out.
Well, there was some disconnect there.
What's that?
There was some disconnect there because they made it look like they wanted to be a team that uses the short, quick, horizontal part of the field. But then Dorsey's like, nah, man, I'm good.
But who's that on? It can't be Dorsey.
He didn't use the players that Bean gave him. Or, if you're on a Ken Dorsey standpoint here, you could say, well, Bean took the wrong players for Dorsey.
Kevin.
Yo, I'm struggling right
What?
here. I'm struggling with this shit.
So you mentioned about loading up the players they loaded up on last year, the pass catching running backs, inside receivers. Who disregarded them? Who failed to utilize them? Was that Ken Dorsey or was it Josh Allen? Who
Both,
was under
but more
center?
so Ken Dorsey.
How?
Did we see any?
Josh Allen
Did,
doesn't take the touchdown.
did we see any trick plays last year? Did
Who's
we
calling
use Isaiah McKenzie? Did we
Shouldn't have
see
to
any
have
jet
trick
sweeps?
plays.
Did we see the quick slants or the crossers? No, that is on Dorsey. I will go to my grave and say that.
You have a point. You have a point with certain things. And sorry, go ahead, Zach. Go ahead.
No, he doesn't have a point. I'm not
No,
giving
he does.
any of the point.
The difference is the
Come at me.
concepts between Dable and Dorsey. That's a fair and valid criticism. But talking about like saying Dorsey did not fully utilize the running backs that were on the field or whatever, that he was the reason that Josh Allen wasn't taking the short routes and stuff, that's on
Zach,
Josh
how
Allen.
how easy is it to draw up a screen pass? Did we see any screen passes? That is so simple, but yet they refuse to do it.
Because they're not.
You're right about
They
that.
haven't been good at screen passes for a couple of years.
We haven't been
Okay,
good at screen
pause.
passes ever since Chan Gailey.
CJ Spiller.
Zach Vaughn.
Exactly, with CJ Spiller.
Zach Vaughn, you nailed it. Yes, we don't run the screen pass, but have you seen Josh Allen execute a screen pass? He sucks at executing a screen pass. You have to sell it. You have to sell a screen pass. You really do. You have to fade away enough to just, or it is timing based. Too quick, you look too quick, they diagnose that. Too late, the play is done. There's a timing thing to that. And Josh is he doesn't execute that screenplay like very well. And guess what? Dorsey's like, I see this enough in practice. It ain't working. Scrap it. So why we don't run enough screens? Because I agree with you, we don't. But when we do, not great. I've only ever seen one successful screenplay, and it was to Devin Singletary. Was it against Denver? Was it just this past year? It was late in the season. And I was like, wow, that is the first screenplay to a running back that I've ever seen successful. Receiver screen, they can run that in their sleep. Running back screen, forget about that. But that's a whole different ballgame. But you're right in an aspect. We don't run that. Do we need a little more creativity? Yes. Him going to his second year, I think will do wonders. I think he'll learn from his mistakes his first year. Because a lot of times we move on from people too quickly, right? Kev, at the you work. I'm not sure if this is your full-time job, but if it's a side gig, but at the you work at the bar, or I don't want to call it a bar, restaurant.
No, it's a bar.
It's a bar. Okay, you just got there 6 months ago, and you're learning it, and then they're like, you're just not cutting it, man. You got to go. Whoa, hold on. I'm still learning certain things, man. Let me have another opportunity to kind of show you what I got once I've learned everything I need to learn. That's Ken Dorsey. Could you imagine doing a job for 1 year and they're like, yeah, we looked at your performance and your team is just not doing it.
Well, tying it all back in together, that's why this is a make or break year, because we don't have 3-4 years to say, oh, it's
After
okay,
2
Ken.
years,
We'll pat you on the back and say you're okay.
But
we're trying to win a
let me get
Super
into
Bowl.
this one. Let me cook. So
We're trying to win a Super Bowl right now.
I get it. So check this out. You have this job that you just took on for the year, and they needed you to be in the 90th percentile because that's where we need you to be. You are in the 95th percentile, and they come back and say, you know what? Not good enough. I'm sorry. You're like, what? I'm a top 3 offense, top 5 offense. I'm putting over 30 points on the board. I'm calling plays to put 30 points on the board, and it's still not good enough. Like Pierre said, if I drop you,
say it again right there, Rico.
I'm a top 5 offense. I'm gonna be nice and say top 5 offense. But you're saying that it's a make or break year. This is what I don't get it.
We scored 30 a game. 30 a game.
30
what are we
points
talking
too.
about? Hold on.
Did we win the divisional game?
It
Did
doesn't
we win
matter.
the divisional game?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Are you happy with losing in the first round?
How many throws did Josh Allen miss against the Bengals? How many drops did we have against the Bengals? We can't sit here whenever there's a bad thing happens. We want to blame the OC. He, as a collective, it's all about production, right? We produced what ranked second or third in scoring, big fella.
Yeah.
What more do you want from the OC? Put points on the board. I don't care how you do it. Put points up on the board, Kevin.
Did you guys watch the Super Bowl?
No, we missed it.
Yep, we missed it, man.
Okay, let me tell you. let me tell you that Andy Reid put on a masterclass of coaching and scheming that Ken Dorsey couldn't even come close to.
You're right. You're right.
But you can't compare those two guys.
Okay, come on, man. You don't got that.
Come on, Kev. Come on, Kev.
Hey, so tying it back to your question, if the bar says, Kevin, you're not performing, we're going to let you go.
Antonio
Okay, you know what?
Johnson
I didn't do my job. So what? Then I'm not performing?
That's wild, man. That's wild. All right, man. Go ahead. I mean, a top 3 offense, you're fired. That's, hey, it is what it is, man.
That's a tough one. By the way, Joshua Winder comes at Winder. I think it's Joshua Winder. Josh Winder comes in and says, if you have a guy who likes to throw deep and every play you call has 2 deep routes in it, whose fault is it when Allen throws deep every play?
Yeah, but you have to have a deep route in every play. You have to in order to open up the field. So if Allen's like, shit, if it's deep ball, I'm coming deep, big fella. That it can't be on Dorsey unless Dorsey's like, yo, Allen, you better not go deep here, which he's not going to do. You know what I mean? You let Josh Allen do what he does, and I mean,
see, Josh has
been working so far.
Josh has to have discipline. That's what he needs to start to learn his discipline. Start to take what he's given. I think the one thing that Josh said he needed to work on, and there's not a whole lot. Josh's game is pretty damn good, but the one thing he said I want to work on and try to get better at is being able to deliver a football enough to my receivers that they can get underneath it. Dorsey dialed up 4 verts every single play.
Hey, Kev, and it worked, big fella, and it worked. That's my point.
Does it work against Cincinnati?
Oh my God, here we go with this.
Yeah, but Cincinnati had our number. Cincinnati, sometimes it just happens. Cincinnati just has
it did work. When Diggs was wide open and Josh missed him early, it worked. Big fella, what happened?
Wait, are you Zach? Are you Zach? Kevin, are you the Bills fan that doesn't want to make?
That's why.
You know what I mean? Does that Josh Allen answer for some of these errors that he's made?
It's never his fault.
You're not that Bills fan.
But are you guys saying that Ken Dorsey is like this perfect offensive coordinator because we're top
I'm not
3?
saying that.
Nobody is
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Ken Dorsey deserves respect.
Kevin's facing us 3. He's going all 3 of us. Let's go, baby.
Let's go ahead and take it. He deserves respect knowing that he didn't crash the car, big fella. The same offense we had last year was the same. I mean, with Dable was the same offense we had last year, and it was the same outcome, right? So
listen, there are games where
I don't see the hate.
Reid
I don't get it.
Did absolute shit. He was garbage. Like the Texans took the Chiefs right to the brink, right to the end. There are days where the offense ain't clicking, and all OC is not clicking or quarterback's not clicking. Nobody's perfect. But we're trying to say, but too often, and it's not just you. Too often, when things go south, the first thing people want to blame, and it's unfortunate, is the coaching. Oh, it's the coach. See what kind of plays he called. Look, who do they blame? They blame Leslie Frazier for the 13 seconds, right? Leslie Frazier probably called X play, and we saw what it was. The guys were backed up way too much, right? Way too much. But he could have said, I told y'all to back up, but not that much. It could have been something like that, right? So, but it all went to Frazier this and Frazier that and Frazier this. But all year round, Frazier's got this defense, a top 10 defense. Top 10 defense, but we're going to blame Frazier and get rid of him. Frazier,
okay, you want to talk about Frazier now?
I bet you Frazier was like, you know what? Y'all want to keep making me the scapegoat? Fuck y'all. I'm out. Let's see how you guys do without me.
For sure. That's exactly what it was.
That's what it's going to be like.
Hey,
now, I don't think
bring up Frazier.
What's up? Go ahead.
Since you bring up Frazier, here's the thing with him. Last 3 playoff losses, the Bills' defense has given up 107 points and 1,407 yards. So they are giving up almost 36 points per game and 470 yards per game. That is what it comes down to. You're trying to win the Super Bowl? That is not going to cut it.
You're right. And guess what?
I'll agree with that.
Putting up 7 points ain't going to cut it either.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
Put up 7 points and ain't going to cut it either. So that was that. Listen, playoffs is a different beast. I think we all know that. It's a different beast. I mean, we just saw the Miami Heat take down the freaking Milwaukee Bucks. And the Bucks were the number 1 team in the East. And Miami had to play in the play-in to get in. And here they are taking down playoffs is a different beast. So we have to learn how to win in these damn playoffs. We've got
That was a good combo right there. I like that.
I'm just saying, yeah, it was a damn good combo. I mean, We still got a few more picks to go, but here we are. But yeah, I mean, it's gonna get there. This debate is gonna go on for a long time. It's gonna go on for a long time, and I can guarantee you, we are not the only fan base having these conversations. I can guarantee you that. Right now, I bet you the Patriots are sitting here going, "What is Bill Belichick doing? We need a massive amount of help," and you go and draft
My man says, "You guys are selling for average. If you have a freaking Ferrari, you don't just be glad because you didn't crash it.
Thank you.
You want a pilot. Listen, how is the top three? How is top three average?
Too short a time.
Explain that. How is going 30 a game? How is that average?
It's not.
That's where I'm. Listen, is Dorsey perfect? No, but we want him to, scheme up plays for us to put points up. Period. That's it. I don't care how it looks. Who cares if it's a screen pass or if it's a damn trick play? Score the damn. Listen, put points up. And he every game he did that. He did that, man.
Hold up. I want to answer a comment here.
Which one
pops up?
If you can see it.
Did it?
Yep. So
from Randy talking about. Oh yeah.
So
I just admitted that D was responsible. I'm talking about Leslie Frazier.
Hold on, let me read it for everybody so the audience can hear what the question is. So Randy Probst comes in and says, "So Kevin, you can't blame Dorsey or limit his time when you just admitted D was responsible for playoff losses. Can't have it both ways."
Bingo.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Bingo.
I'm saying. Hang on, let me talk.
Yeah, get at it.
This comes back to both coordinators. Because Ken Dorsey and Leslie Frazier in this instance did not put their players in the best positions possible to win. I'm not blaming. Yeah, the defense is definitely at fault. They didn't make the plays, but did the coordinator set them up in positions? Why are we giving them soft cushion? It's 3rd and 2 and we're giving them 10 yards of cushion. Are you kidding me? That's on Leslie Frazier. That's not on Kyer Elam.
I mean, the same could be said on the offensive side of the ball. Why can't we establish a run game? Why are you not trusting your running backs? Why aren't you going and getting out of the freaking booth and coming downstairs and ringing your quarterback because your quarterback is missing plays or whatever the case is? You know what I'm saying? The blame could go everywhere. At this point, what it comes down to is this. The facts are we were a top offense in the game, but yet Ken Dorsey still gets scrutiny. And I can tell you why, and this is what the point I was going to make. I can tell you why. I can tell you something. The first 6 weeks of the season, 7 weeks, we were loving Ken Dorsey. Ken Dorsey could do no wrong. We were saying, Brian Dable, who? Right? It's like we were from Whoville because all we kept on saying was, who? Who's Brian? Brian Dable, who? Well, we have no idea. We have our guy. And then once we started to face adversity, and now we're having to put some games together, games started becoming closer. Teams started to figure us out. We weren't blowing teams out like we were. Things were a little closer. So now at this point, people are not just starting to question Ken Dorsey's play calling. No, it's because they figured what Josh likes to do. They figured out a whole whack of things about this team, and now we've made it more competitive.
We went from being an historic offense in those first 6-7 weeks to a very good one. That's what happened. Right, but because the bar was so high,
Stables last year here.
Exactly, it was so high those first 6-7 weeks that anything that was not as great as what it was is a failure all of a sudden.
Now,
because teams figured out what we were doing, and we had no counterpunch,
and we were still putting up 30, and we were still putting up 30.
But this is where, and this is the point I can give this to you, Kev. When teams start to figure us out. Or kind of, or at least kind of stop us on the things that we did super well. This is where an offensive coordinator with experience knows how to. All right, I'm going to counter this. Okay, I figured out what they were doing. Now we're going to do this instead. Now, could it be personnel? We didn't have the personnel to do what Ken Dorsey wanted. But I will say this though, we lacked creativity to counter what these guys were doing. Sweet Lou, defensive coordinator from the Bengals. It's like somebody went into his room, dropped the Bills playbook in his lap, and said, "Shh, I was never here." And then when we went and played the freaking Bengals, boy, did they have our number. Lack of creativity. But anyway, I mean, we faltered on both sides. That Bengals game still irks me to this day because they just had us. We had no answer for the Bengals.
And that's the main point about the whole coaching situation is that they crumble in the biggest moments.
I mean, listen. I mean, listen. Yes,
and you can say the players too, but
it's on everybody. That's the thing. It's on everybody. But if we're going to talk about the coaches,
up top.
It comes to experience. That's what it comes down to. Being in this position, like I always use this example, like Tom Brady, first couple years, there are things he did not see. I don't know what this coverage is. I don't know what, like 17 years in, he's seen every freaking coverage there is. So when he goes up to the line, he's like, I've seen this. I know what you guys are doing. Yo, check out the line. Experience. So 1 year in as the main play caller, yes, you're gonna have some bumps in the road, but give an opportunity to come out and you know what I'm saying and really showcase it, because I gave you a top 3 offense. So I'm still getting this offense to put points on the board at the end of the day. You got to give him a chance. But he's not without blame, because we did lack creativity. And if you guys in the chat agree, I mean, let me know in the chat what side you're on, because Kevin's making a good point.
I'm by myself, but I know there are other people that agree with me,
and that's why I want to see what people are thinking in the chat. You know what I'm saying?
Because that was the main gripe at the end of the year. Like everyone was calling for Ken Dorsey's head and Leslie Frazier's head. And I was like, okay, if anything, I think Frazier should go. Ken Dorsey, maybe give him the benefit of the doubt. But at the end of the day, both of these guys need to improve. We need to see improvements, because the Bills window is, we always talk about this, right? It's open with Josh Allen, but the next 2 years are crucial. So this is a make or break year for Ken Dorsey. And I'm surprised that I was, outnumbered here. I'm going up one against 3, but I know there's more people that are on my side. So I want to.
I don't give a damn about the damn fans over here talking about you on my side. Listen, at the end of the day, big fella.
Oh, I mean,
produce.
I'll go up against myself. I'm just saying. I'm surprised that no one else is saying that they agree. Okay, there we go. Jeremy, my man.
It's because it's not just a one-sided thing.
It's not
like
but I didn't say that. I said Dorsey. You can blame Josh Allen. You guys are acting like I'm 100%.
Yeah, but wanting to fire Dorsey is pretty much saying
he didn't say fire Dorsey. He said a lot of pressure on Dorsey this year. There's a lot of pressure on Dorsey this year.
I can agree with that. There is pressure on him to improve.
I can agree with that.
His first year.
Yeah. You have to be number 1 though in order to improve, right? Because it's like, dog, you're going from second to first. I mean, like, golly, though. What doing?
10K Drippy says, "Yo, I feel where Kevin's coming from, and where Rico and Pierre are coming from. So there's points on both sides. That's why, as a GM, as a head coach, we got to tweak things, and how you help your, how you help your team out is by giving your team the weapons they need.
Exactly.
So if Ken Dorsey's like the player I need to make this offense work, we tried to do it with obviously little Cole Beasley, but Cole Beasley's age and he's not the same, and he came in halfway through the season. He hasn't had a full year with us, so you're basing it on him trying to remember the playbook and all that. Get a guy that's young, fresh, big, and can do the same things Cole Beasley can do. I can give you a damn good offense, and I'll get on Josh's ass. I promise you, I'll make Josh more accountable this year. Now,
so tying this all in together.
Yep.
Now that we think, right, the Bills have the players for Ken Dorsey. If they underperform this year, that's the end of the line for him, to me. So if they,
what's underperform mean though?
Well, I was going to say that's up for discussion. So let's just say last year they lose the divisional round game again. The numbers are there, but they falter at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Then I think that's definitely up for debate. But let's just say, in a whole grand scheme of things, they don't know how to use Kincaid. They don't figure out their weapons between the running backs and the wide receivers. The offensive line is still in shambles. Then I think it's like, all right, what are we doing here? We have so many weapons, but yet we don't know how to use them. I don't care what the numbers say. I don't care what the analytics say. The eye test is not showing me that you know how to use the weapons that Brandon Beane just gave you.
So what Kevin is saying is F them stats. It's all about the eye test. That's
I'm a numbers guy, but
I respect what it comes down to. It's F them stats. I want to see what's about, because sometimes that is the case.
Yeah.
Sometimes that is the case. It's not about the statistics.
Oh, yeah.
But what I see.
I agree with that.
But don't get let's not get it twisted here. There was a lot of, I mean, I don't like to use excuses because I'm just going to use what other people are saying, and maybe it could be true. I haven't heard it from the players themselves, but a lot of things happened during the year. Josh hurting his elbow, that caused
crucial.
That was crucial, right? Because this offense was humming, and Josh throws that he was able to make. And I mean, at times he was sitting there holding his elbow, and the type of injury that he sustained, Brock Purdy got knocked out for the season. He's got surgery.
And that's another point where it's like you're hanging on a thread with your elbow, but you're still throwing 50 yards down the field. And that's where the creativity comes into play. Because as soon as Josh got hurt, that should have been like, okay, we're going to use Isaiah McKenzie and Khalil Shakir and James Cook even more, but we used them even less. That game against the Vikings, we were padding a 2-touchdown score in that second half, right? We ran the ball 7 times in the fourth quarter and overtime.
Here, and I get that point too, but if you know your elbow is hanging down from a string, it doesn't. I don't need my offensive coordinator. You know what? Fuck that. I don't need my offensive coordinator to tell me what kind of plays. I have enough. I've been in this offense long enough that I can say check line, check.
I'm the OC. Josh is the OC.
This is what I see. You know what? My elbow's jacked up, fellas. I can't throw it deep, so I need you guys to rein it a little more. We gotta call this plays. You don't think every fucking week? You got me cussing now. You don't think every week they sat down in the quarterback room and said, here's the game plan, here's what we're gonna do?
Yo, Sal said it best.
Decision making
100%
is on number
17. Reason why Josh wanted Dorsey. He was campaigning hard for Dorsey because he knew as soon as Dorsey's OC, I run the show. Right? Josh is the one running the show, big fella. Right? So, it's not Dorsey, if we're being honest about it.
And I want to give you that, Kev. I want to give you that. You got great points, and you made some great points. But it comes down to decision making, and the guy that has the football in his hands that they trust so much that they gave $150 million to, Josh. This is the keys. You have the keys to the. Not only do you have the keys to the city of Buffalo, I give you the keys to this offense. I'm trusting you. I'm giving you the play. But if you don't like what you see, check out of it.
Alert! How many times do we hear alert? Okay, alert means no. I'm running. I'm the captain now. That's what alert means, right? It's not Dorsey. You know what I mean? Come on.
I got one more thing for you guys.
Crazy to me.
So here's another thing with Brian Dable and Ken Dorsey, where Dable seemed to be able to reel Josh in and say, Josh, stop being sugar high Josh. But Dorsey has that quarterback mentality where he says, F it, I'm going to go after these guys. And he can't reel Josh in because someone needs to be able to reel Dorsey in so he can reel Josh in. So the two of them together are just butting heads going crazy. And that's why you see Ken Dorsey slamming his headset. And then Josh is like, well, I'm just going to go 50 yards then because my offensive coordinator is spazzing out.
You're reaching.
You're reaching so hard right now, Kevin.
I like where you're going with it. I like where you're going through because he makes it somewhat a valid point because they say that Ken Dorsey is fiery. I mean, I heard when me and Zebot went to the Westshire event, Matt Barkley was telling us, dude, you guys don't know Dorsey. Dorsey is fiery. He's cussing up a storm. We love Dorsey. So if nobody's is bringing him in, then, you know what I'm saying, you got two fiery guys that are like, yo, just go for it, baby. Just go for it. We need someone to be somewhat conservative in this. But we have been conservative for freaking way too long as a Bills team. Mm-hmm. It's time that we go for it. So throw that conservative bullshit out the window. Sometimes you got to go for it. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. That's what it is. But good point nonetheless, Kev. Good point nonetheless, because both fiery guys, but it really falls on number 17. But the shitty part of this situation is when it all comes down to it, if they have to make a decision, they always move on from the coach first. It's just what it is. So,
and why do you think the Bills hired Dorsey? Why do you think Josh wanted him so bad? Because they think alike.
Not only do they think alike, he's familiar with the offense. You bring another offensive coordinator,
and that's a good thing.
You'll wipe the whole thing clean. You're starting a new offense.
What's wrong with you liking your OC?
But it can also be bad, and for the reasons that I just laid out.
All right, fair.
No, not fair. What?
It is fair.
It could be bad. Wait, you lost me on that one. It could be bad for what reason again?
I'm saying it can be bad because they both have that same mentality of, screw it, we're going to throw all over you guys. And that's why I'm saying you have to find that balance.
fine tune it. I get it. Balance. A little bit of balance.
Hey, real squeeze. I do this on purpose, but on this topic right here, I'm all in. Because I hate the Dorsey hate. But go ahead.
He's like, what do you say, Pierre? How are you about to disagree with Kevin? You just disagree with him every time. You just want to disagree with him every fucking time.
Devil's advocate.
Exactly.
Yeah, apparently I'm I'm like the JJ Redick calling out Stephen A.
Oh yeah.
The JJ Redick. I love that. You're like the JJ
Love
Redick.
JJ Redick of Buffalo Fanatics.
I love it. That's so awesome.
Call it out JJ. So guys, we're still in the 5th round. The Cowboys are picking at 169. This is the brutal part of day freaking 3.
I know.
But if you are enjoying this stream and you guys are enjoying the conversation that we're having, do us a favor, smash that like if you guys are enjoying this topic and you guys have a topic that you guys would like to talk about right now and touch on that topic as we wait for the Bills to pick. Drop your topics, man, and we'll try to get in it and we can talk about it and then we can go like that. My man said he kind of looks like JJ Redick. Do you have a jump shot like JJ Redick though?
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Someone told me last night that I look like AJ Epinesa. I have never been told that before.
That's a new one. AJ Epinesa. Somebody said facts. Thanks for streaming day 3. Dude, I'll tell you right now, folks. I have to give credit to the guys like Colin Cowherd or Jim Rome or the guys that do it solo every single day just Stephen A. Smith is all these other guys that do this for 3 hours, 4 hours a day straight every day. Gotta give them credit for it. I mean, they do have commercial breaks and stuff like that, but golly, it's a while. But they have producers though. Here's a topic you're gonna touch on. Here's this, here's that. But golly, it is tough, guys, to go 3 days straight talk about draft. And we waiting for.
I gotta take a shot. That damn topic done pissed me off, man.
Damn. Pierre's feeling some type of way right now. He's feeling some type of way.
I gotta go to the bathroom.
Go on, man. Do your thing. Do your thing, man. My man D Tropman. What's up, Don? Don Tropman says, "Yo, they get paid a lot of money. They get paid a lot of money to get paid." Hold on a second. Oh, you're talking about the streamers? Yeah, they certainly do get a lot. They get paid a lot of money to be on TV. So yeah, man. You got to do what you got to do. Who the heck is calling me at this number? But yeah, man, Don Chopin, I get it. Did I read that correctly? They get paid a lot of money. The money they get paid, I would streak 24/7 too. Yeah, you're damn right. If they say, "Hey, Rico, Pierre, we're gonna give you $2 million we're gonna give you $2 million for the year. I need you to stream 6 hours a day, every day, nonstop." Yes, sir. What would you like to talk about? Barbies? Yes, we got it. Pierre, look up the stuff. Let's do it. Cooking, whatever you got it.
We ain't talking Barbies though, big fella. Ain't nobody.
Yeah. You know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Somebody say, "Yo, time for commercial break for Kevin." Kevin's like, "Yo, I gotta take a wee wee." My man said, who asked this question? Aaron Humphrey says, "Do you guys not even know why they are cousins?" I'm not sure who you're referring
to. Who's cousins? Yeah, who's cousins?
You gotta talk to me. Who you talking about, bro? Somebody said, "I'm telling you, this year Josh and Diggs taking the season over." Are they?
All right. So if that does happen, are we then giving Dorsey credit? All right. You know what? I'm gonna stop.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this though. I think some people forget where we are. When it comes to defensive backfield that's in Miami, the defensive backfield that's in New York, and the defensive backfield that's in New England because they just picked up the Gonzalez, which was a top 10 prospect. Mm-hmm. So this division is loaded at cornerback position because there's just so many damn weapons on Miami, weapons on the Jets, weapons on the. I mean, this is going to be a crazy freaking division. But it looks like somebody else wants to get in on this action. My guy Rev has been listening. He's like, you know what? Bump this mess. I need to get in this because I need to call some people out. And the way he's doing this, he's doing the Birdman rub.
I got to throw my head back for this one.
He's ready to call some people out. So you better tread softly. Tread softly because we warmed up today.
I don't know.
Yo.
What up, all right, guys?
If you have to handle a little bit, you can handle.
No, he good. He good for a second. Yeah. Where Kevin at, man? Where's Kevin?
What, you need
you want Kevin?
Tag team partner?
No, man. I need Kevin back up in here, man, real quick. Pop him in here. I don't know where he stepped off to.
He went to watch.
Look, I've been sitting here watching, man, patiently watching and listening to y'all knuckleheads, and I'm gonna tell you right now, man. My man Kev been holding it down by his doggone self. Kevin is doing it the right way. I love what he's been saying. Look. Everybody, as soon as the year was over with, was on Dorsey's you know what. And then all of a sudden we want to talk about, hey, well, you know what, let's give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's kind of get off of all that, you know what I'm saying? Let me tell you this right now. The offense and the success of the offense last year was 99% Josh Allen. I don't want to hear nothing about what Dorsey did. Dorsey got handed the keys to Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs. The first half of the year went well. Josh Allen was doing his thing. After that, we all saw it. As soon as that Green Bay game was done, what happened to the offense? It looked like a shell of his former self. Why? Did all of a sudden did he suck all of a sudden? No. Teams all of a sudden, they began to figure this team out, and the Bills did not adjust. That's on OC coaching. All right. Now, I'm not going to say that Allen did not have any fault, but what I am saying is that as the offensive coordinator, it is your job to make sure that you are steps ahead of other teams. You know the weakness of your offense, so you have to be prepared for teams to adjust and have a counter play at hand. He did not show that the second half of the season. In the second half of the season, it was all Josh Allen running, scrambling, trying to find somebody and making miracles happen. We know that was it. Let's not act like it wasn't the case that second half of the season. We know what it was, okay? And so now in this year, I'm not saying that Dorsey needs to get fired. What I am saying is this. It is a huge pressure year for him. And I agree with you, Zach. It is a huge pressure year because you cannot go into this year looking like you did last year and calling the same stuff, okay? Teams are going to figure you out. They already got you figured out. Now, what we saw was, and I agree with Kevin on this part too, he said that, look, you've got Josh Allen, who's an aggressive guy, and then you have an aggressive play caller. Ken Dorsey is an aggressive, all vertical, stretch the field play caller, which at times fits the skill set of Josh Allen, right? But you just can't be willing to throw bombs over Baghdad all day long. Okay, you can't do that. And as a quarterback, as a former quarterback, he has that mentality. What was the whole mantra that he said about Josh Allen this year? What did he say? Be aggressive, be smart.
Smart, not conservative.
Smart, not conservative, right? Smart, not conservative. So he's telling Josh, hey, we're going to be aggressive, but I want you to be smart in your aggressiveness. But he's calling aggressive plays, okay, which falls into Josh's skill set. And so you've got two guys that are kind of similar in how they view the game, and so you're going to get that type of response. So what I need Ken Dorsey to do this year is understand how to adjust and reel Josh Allen back when he needs to. This is a huge year for Ken Dorsey because, look, I've seen some people on Twitter talk about, questioning some of the picks that Brandon Beane selected. I'm like, look, what do you want him to do? You want him to skip on talent because Dorsey has been lacking? No, forget that. It's the GM's job to bring talent to the team. And it's the coach's job to coach them up. Now, if Ken Dorsey can't coach up the talent that Brandon Beane brought to the team, then he needs to go. You know what I'm saying? And so we're going to find out what happens this year. A lot of pressure is going to be on Ken Dorsey. A lot of pressure is even going to be on Sean McDermott for calling the defense. But we know Josh Allen ain't going nowhere. So it's all the coaching this year to really make a big difference. And I'm not looking at regular season. I don't care what they do in the regular season. To me, it's all about the postseason.
Yeah, so I guess the only question I have. I guess the only question I have.
No.
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah, you've been capping this whole time. You don't get a chance to interrupt, Rico. You ain't get a chance to interrupt. Hold on. You've been capping. Go ahead. Let Pierre get the field.
So you said 99.9% of the success in those.
I said 99, not 99.9.
I'm sorry. So 99%.
You're not 1%.
Of the
give me that 0.9%
in the first 6-7 weeks is Josh. You said right?
No, I said the season. The season was on Josh. Dorsey had his thing, right? But what I'm saying is after the first 6 weeks, after that Green Bay game, that's the key moment. After that Packers game, he did not adjust. And it was really all Josh Allen or nothing.
You said 99% of the success of the offense those first 6-7 weeks was Josh. That's what you said.
Yeah, I'll put it on Josh.
All right, fine. Yeah. So after that Packer game, how much of a percentage is still on Josh of the failure of the offense. We can't give him all the praise when it's good and then knock when it's bad. We have to give him the same 99% of the damn failure too, ain't it?
For what? If did he fail it? Did he fail the offense?
Tag me in.
He didn't. All right, tag.
How many games did we win last week? How many games did we win last year?
It, but he didn't.
No. Chill. Hold on. Tag.
How many games did we win last year?
14.
We went 13-3. Went 13-3 last year. How are you going to say, because that game that got canceled, 13-3 last year, and you're going to sit here and say the pressure's on Ken Dorsey and he should have been more creative to get things going.
God. Yeah.
Teams make adjustments. And the one thing you said is vertical, be smart. Keyword, be smart. So when you have your quarterback whipping the ball all over the place, the be smart means you don't have to take the vertical. You can take the underneath. That's wide effing open, but he doesn't because he wants to go for the gusto because he wants to be Josh Allen. He wants that MVP.
Who underneath was open?
The smart route is to take the McKenzie cross. It's to take the Singletary sitting there going, right here, baby, right here. Nope. McKenzie. Josh is like, nah, I ain't doing that. I'm going for the gusto.
I'm going for the gusto.
How much of that are you going to put on Dorsey? Dorsey's saying, be smart. Aggressive, yes, I'll call the aggressive plays, but it's for you to be smart and choose what you want. It comes on.
There ain't a whole lot of choosing though. There ain't a whole lot. There ain't a whole lot of. There's not a whole lot to choose from when you look at what he did. Like we're gonna talk about. We're gonna talk about throwing underneath to McKenzie.
Hold on,
McKenzie.
Hold on a second now.
Yeah,
what did McKenzie do?
To choose from.
That's not going now.
We got one of the best receivers in the game, Stephon Diggs, route running machine.
Yeah.
Everyone's praising Gabe Davis. We got Gabe Davis. We got $15 million man, Dawson Knox. Not much to choose from.
Dawson Knox spent most of his time helping out Spencer Brown because he can't do his own job.
I mean, that's a whole other ballgame now.
Right.
What I'm saying is,
don't throw
it's
Knox
not like
in
he
it.
has no weapons. We went 13-3 with a top 5 offense.
Say it again.
What from me?
Yes,
Josh Allen, dude. Like you saw what he did. You saw what he was doing, bro. Y'all can't sit here and act like you cannot sit here. All right, don't take my word for it. All right, I've said this numerous times, and I don't know why we got to keep going back to this. But even other guys, Greg Cosell watched more film than all of us multiplied infinity times. Right? He said during the end of the season was like, look, this offense is disjointed. It's Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, and a bunch of other guys, and it's like Josh Allen is trying to find somebody open, and he's just doing this thing. That's basically what he was saying. Look, the offense there's no cohesion in the offense. We saw that, guy. Why are we trying to act like it wasn't the case, man?
Yeah, but again,
come on, baby.
Yes. Were we perfect? No. But at the end of the day, we were still making it work. We were still making it work, even when teams were, figuring us out. We were still
making it work. Why were we making it work, Pierre? Why? Remember who we have, big fella.
I understand that.
100%. It's that for you, baby. It's that for you.
But again, we can't put.
No, remember who we have, big fella.
But again, we can't put all of the praise on the quarterback and then not want to put any of the blame on him either. We can't do that.
I said earlier, my point. I said Josh is not. I said Josh deserves some blame too.
He deserved 99.9.
He deserves some blame
he was
too.
getting the praise the 99.9.
You know I was exaggerating. Y'all know I was exaggerating. You know.
Tag me in.
Exaggerate. Come on, Kevin. Where we at? Here's Kev. Right here, Kev. Ready? Tagging it.
All right.
Boom.
That was a little bit off, but either way.
It was off, but it works.
I'm going to go back to that Vikings game because the point you made about being smart, not conservative, that interception that Josh Allen threw to end the game, that was on Josh, right? Yes.
It was on Josh.
But let's take it deeper. Who was the only guy open? Devin Singletary was open in the middle of the field. So Dorsey designed that play where Gabe Davis was going into the end zone. Isaiah McKenzie cleared out. Quentin Morris, your backup tight end, was running a post route to the back corner of the end zone. Why are there no more safe options for Josh? Because Patrick Peterson said on his podcast, I intercepted that because I knew where Gabe Davis was going. He runs a limited route tree. That is on Ken Dorsey. Patrick Peterson knew where to go.
How is Gabe Davis not being able to run on Ken Dorsey, big fella?
Hold on.
He only runs 3 routes.
It's
Singletary.
Josh, get in there.
Check.
Josh, get in there. Josh, I mean, Zach, get in there.
Zach, tag, Zach.
Ken Dorsey's fault that Josh Allen didn't take the wide open underneath on that play.
Yeah, but why is there only one guy underneath? Why is Quentin Morris
here we
running
go.
to
Now
the
we're
back
gonna
corner of the
nitpick
end
it
zone?
now.
Why
We're
is
gonna nitpick
everyone standing in the end zone? And you know what? It wasn't even 3rd and 10. I would have to double check. I think it was 1st or 2nd down. Why is everyone clearing out? Why is every single person other than Devin Singletary clearing out?
Yeah, but why did Josh make that throw? If there's a guy open.
Okay,
underneath?
yeah. Okay. But you can't say it's all Josh's fault. It's Dorsey's fault. Too.
No. It's
said it was all Josh's
50, big fella. It's 50-50. When there's failure with the offense, it's 50-50. And I put more on the quarterback because he's the one pulling the trigger, big fella.
Well, you guys are acting like you're the biggest Ken Dorsey fan. So
No. I hate the fact that people hating on Dorsey when he's actually, listen, at the end of the day, again, I'm gonna say it again. We averaged 30 points a game. And we were averaging 30 after the Packer game too. So it wasn't like we were figured out if we're still putting up 30. So again, I understand it, but it's 50-50, man. It's not Dorsey. It's not, man. It's 50-50, if anything.
So
okay, but I understand, but how can you justify the only guy open? I would love to check what down it was. Let's just say it was 2nd and 10. Why is the only guy remotely close to the chains Devin Singletary, and everyone else is going for the end zone? We didn't need to go for a game-winning touchdown.
It's not.
So
that was a questionable play design
for sure.
But the way it played out,
There you go.
even those types of questionable plays can be executed if the quarterback makes the right read. In that case, throwing it to Devin Singletary, living to fight another down.
But why are we trying to make it harder on Josh? Give him more options closer to the chains.
So sometimes you're limited on the personnel that you have. All right. So you mentioned something. They're like, well, Patrick Peterson knew what Gabe Davis was doing because he's limited on his route tree. So guess what? That becomes a problem the GM has to deal with. I didn't give you the tools, enough tools for you to do your job. So guess what? Kincaid in the 1st round. Let me get you protection.
About to pay
that O-line was not great. So let me get you Torrance to protect your ass. And now, 2nd year, let's run it back because now I'm giving you the tools for you to have success. Because a lot of times when someone can't do their job is because they're limited on the tools that they have to complete the job. So maybe he was limited in his tool belt. His tool belt had a hammer, had a screwdriver, but maybe no nails. You know what I'm saying? So there was a couple things missing. So can he be better in his route tree? Yes. Can Dawson Knox be better utilized? Absolutely. Is Ken Dorsey not at fault? Yes. Walter was like, I would respect this conversation more if we were to put a little more blame on Ken Dorsey rather than put all the blame on Josh Allen. But here's the problem, Walter. It's on both.
It's on both.
But the problem is a lot of folks go right to Ken Dorsey and put all the blame on Ken Dorsey and put little on Josh. That's why I'll speak for myself. That's why I'm like, hold on now. Let's put a little bit more on the offense and on the quarterback to even it out and say this is a team issue, but you're not going to scapegoat Ken Dorsey the way you scapegoated Leslie Frazier, because they scapegoated the heck out of Leslie Frazier. Leslie this and Leslie that. Look at the defense. Look at the. You're saying at the end of the day, we failed. We didn't get the job done, and we failed on a horrible stage. It was bad all around. We got out-coached, outplayed. There was just no. Don said it yesterday. That Bengals game, there was no energy. The energy was just sucked out of them.
You got out-executed for sure.
Oh, for sure. It was just what it is. And guess what? They did it the first game too. But there were many games this year that we maybe had no business winning. That Detroit game was close.
Mm-hmm.
That Detroit game was close. If
Hey,
not
can I
for
pull up a
Josh,
comment?
Yeah, go ahead, pull it up.
This is perfect here. Eric, thank you. Josh's mistakes are a manifestation of Dorsey's failures. It starts up top. Josh makes he wasn't putting him in position.
Right there. Come on.
Zach,
would you
those
agree?
boneheaded picks against the Jets. That's on Dorsey. No, yeah, all right, go ahead.
Zach, what you got?
Rev, do you agree?
I'm done with this
I
combo.
was going to say, on this comment, that's
I'll
not
let Zach-
accurate.
I'll let-
Because
I'll let
you
Zach.
could have a perfect play scripted up and Josh Allen still makes the wrong read. And I'm not saying it's not 100% on Josh. It's not 100% on Dorsey. It's in the middle. There's some blame to go around. There's plenty of blame to go around. But Josh Allen likes to go deep. Like, you could have a play with a drag route, a midfield crosser, and then a deep post, and Josh will still always opt number one to go for the deep post. So you can't blame Ken Dorsey for Josh Allen's tendencies.
Yeah, you can't. And that's why these two have to come together and say, okay, here's where I effed up. Here's where I effed up. Here's how we got to fix this. And we got to be focused. And listen, Josh said it himself, man. Maybe he wasn't focused as much as last year. There's a lot going on. I mean, we could chalk it up to anything that you guys want to chalk it up to. But at the end of the day, it's a tough one. And my man Bobby comes in and has to be a jackass and says, slow news day, eh, guys? Slow news day. Hey, how about you join the conversation, jackass? Instead of talking that mess. Nate says Zach trying to gain brownie points with Rico and Pierre.
Smart man. Smart man, Zach. Smart man, Zach.
You're a bugger.
I don't care. I'll be JJ Redick.
Nah, man.
So we got a comment from Joe Gibson. Says, yo, offensive coordinator builds the car and the QB drives it. The problem is Dorsey. Okay, build the car, but guess what? Do you know how many bad drivers there are on the road? So there are sometimes the road is a little bumpy. The road is a little swervy. There's a little bit of turbulence. There's a little bit of precipitation, and the driver can't handle the precipitation. You know what I'm saying? So like it's got to go both ways, man. You can have a car built like a damn rock, but you got a terrible driver. I mean, you could say that. I could say the opposite. You know what I'm saying?
But you don't build a Camry to have it drive in a snowy condition. You know what I'm saying? You know, like, hey, yeah, take this Camry and you up there driving on ice and be like, all right, driver, go ahead and do your thing, baby.
You know what it is? The car was built, but it's the accessories that we need on that car to be the proper accessories.
It's on the wrong terrain.
It comes back to Brandon Beane's gotta get the right winter tires. We didn't have the right winter tires. We were rocking with all weathers. You know what I'm saying? And as soon as the winter came through, we didn't slap the winters on. And we were a little sloppy on the road until we got to an icy road, and it was a wrap. And ironically, the last game we played had
real icy.
It was icy road.
Real icy. We were slipping and sliding the entire game, big fella.
Two-wheel drive, baby. Speaking of roads, I want to ask Kevin something.
What's that, Zach?
I want to ask Kevin something. Speaking of road analogies.
Tag.
I know, I pointed the wrong way with my hand. But whatever. Okay. Kevin. So, O'Cyrus Torrance.
Wait, real quick, before you say this point.
Road analogy.
Before you get to this, I want to say I looked it up. It was 2nd and 10 in that Minnesota game. 2nd and 10 on the 20.
That's what I thought. It was a second down because I knew there was another play where they could live to fight another down.
Live to fight another down.
Exactly. Thank you.
What's your point, Zach? What was your point?
Go ahead.
This was just more me because I had heard Kevin's spiel about the offensive line additions this offseason and his patchwork analogy of the road. What did you think of O'Cyrus Torrance? How does that fit in there?
I love the pick. I love the player, but I'll say it again. I don't care if I'm going to be in the minority. They already addressed the interior offensive line. Now, I understand best player available. You want to take O'Cyrus Torrance, but when you're giving money to Connor McGovern, and yeah, they're cheap deals to the other guys. Ryan Bates, 4 years, $17 million, and Ike Butker, Kevin Jarvis, and who's the other one? David Edwards. Yeah, those are cheap deals that you can move off from, but I'm going to have a hard time if O'Cyrus Torrance is on the bench because I think Ryan Bates is the odd man out now. That is the contract where you're going to move off from because if Connor McGovern loses his job, then what are we doing giving him $23 million just for him to be sitting on the bench?
We also know that Brandon Beane's no dummy. First and foremost, he's not blindly going to give $23 million guaranteed to a lineman that he's bringing in as like, okay, I don't know if you're even going to do well. The $23 million is cool, but we really know that if it doesn't pan out, I have an out. Don't disrespect Brandon Beane like that. Brandon Beane is the wizard, is what they call him, right? So he ain't going to construct a contract that he can't get out of. If you're not panning out the way I want you to pan out, at least have an out. Am I going to lose $6 million or $9 million, whatever the case is? I'll take my losses. But one thing about Brandon Beane, if Brandon Beane F's up, Brandon Beane will fix his mistakes. If I drafted a bum,
facts. Yep.
I gotta get rid of him. If I traded for someone that didn't work out for me, you gotta go.
Yep.
And it's like that. OJ Howard, we that deal that OJ Howard got, that was a deal that he's probably not gonna get cut. He's gonna stay on this team. You're out of here.
Yeah.
You're done. We'll take our
Twin
losses.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
It'll happen.
Yep.
I think the
No,
only red
Zach, let
flag
me-
at that point, though. Hold on, real quick. I think the only
Yeah, go
point to that thing, Rico, was the only player where you were like, "Come on, Bean." Was Trent Murphy? There was no need to keep a Trent Murphy.
I hated the fact
Yeah.
that Trent Murphy
But-
on the squad. I was like, what are we doing with Trent Murphy on the squad? What a waste. He's just picking up dust.
Yep.
Yo,
Juan
I agree
Castillo.
with Juan, man. I agree with Juan right here, dude. We're one play away from being down one of those interior linemen. That was a great pickup. Yo, how many people were sitting here talking about Osiris Torrance, man, going in the first round? They were like being there, like he's the dog of an offensive lineman. I don't care that we got McGovern and brought back Bates. Dude, you don't pass up on a guy like that just because you already supposedly address the position in free agency. Like anything can happen, right? I mean, like McGovern can go down, and then what? Then now you're reaching back to Butker or somebody else. You know what I'm saying?
Or Bobby Hart. Come on, man.
Oh man, come on now.
Bobby Hart, that guy?
Like,
No, get out of here.
So you got Osiris Torrance. You know what I'm saying? At best, dude, we got 4 years of this guy. You know what I'm saying? So we got him in 4 years, and I'm not overly concerned about, well, what about Bates? Is that push Bates? To me, I think we may need to be addressing the elephant in the room, bro, and that's Mitch Morse, who's one concussion away from probably chunking the deuces and being away and retiring. You know what I'm saying? And so he can step in and be your replacement center. And so I'm all right with it, man. Get the big fella in there, man. And we've all been wanting to get protection for Josh Allen by any means necessary. I'm okay with Torrance, and I don't care what it looks like, with Bates and Govern and all that kind of stuff. We got him. That's all that matters. We got him.
I'll give Kevin his credit, because I think what Kevin's trying to get to, and it's unfortunate because free agency comes before the draft, obviously.
Yeah.
But it's the amount of money that we gave McGovern that's not sitting well with him. If it was like a 2-year, $8 million deal, I don't think Kevin would feel the way he felt. He feels like this would be depth. So it's the amount that they gave McGovern that he's like, but also know this, Kevin, the amount of money that's given to a player means diddly squat. We had, I don't know, I mean, this might date some of you guys. So do you guys remember Derek Dockery? I know some of you guys remember Derek Dockery. Derek Dockery got paid a whole lot of money. 2 years later, he was out of Buffalo. Bum.
He was out the league.
You know what I'm saying? So like you can pay a bum a lot of money and they bust out. I remember we brought in Mark Anderson. I don't know if you guys remember who. I think it was Mark Anderson. Defensive end. He used to play for the Panthers. Then he went to the New England Patriots, had 10 sacks for the Patriots, and the Bills were like, I want that guy. We paid him a boatload of money. He was cut the year out, like mid-year or the year right out. It was just, you get these free agent guys, they could be a bum. So McGovern, although we paid him that type of money, nothing tells me that he's gonna be good. You know what I'm saying? So
Let me be clear. I like the draft pick, but I'm questioning more how we spent our money in free agency now.
So you should have said that to begin with, because the way you came off was, we have McGovern. We didn't necessarily need to get Torrance. Although I love the pick, we could have had others. So what you should have said was, we paid this bum way too much. Love the pick, but I'm not happy with the way we paid him. It would have been discussion done.
I'll still say though, I do, like, even though I like the pick, I'm not sure if I'm going to go as far as saying I love it based on what we already did in free agency. Like, I like it. I like the player. But what I'm saying is, if we didn't do anything in free agency and that was a glaring hole, it's like, oh my God, that is a steal. I mean, it still was a steal, but I would be like, oh my God, that is
it still was a steal
right there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying now, the Bills, I don't want to say they muddied the waters, but they took an interior offensive lineman after building the interior in free agency, and we still don't have another right tackle.
Hey, Kevin, I'm just asking you this because I thought I heard, didn't Brandon Beane say in his one of his press conferences recently that they viewed their day 2 picks as someone who may not necessarily start right away, but could contribute and it could eventually start like in a year or two or something?
Yeah,
like
and that's
that?
the point I already made. Like, you draft Osiris Torrance. We all love the guy. How are we going to feel if he's on the bench and say, well, wait your turn until 2024? So everyone's clamoring over the pick right now. Everyone's like, oh my God, this is the best player. But what if he's just on the bench
Well,
because of the money that they already spent?
A second round pick. I mean, when you look at our depth right now, right? I mean, and look at it last year and the depth that we thought we had that we really didn't really have, right? And so you bring in a guy, Osiris Torrance, who is, arguably starter material, right? But on this team right now, it could be a backup depth guy for this year. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm fine with it to get you because anything can happen throughout the season. We could lose a starting guard, and then do you want to go back to the well with the depth that we think that we have in Ike Bacher, or do you want to go with a guy who can come in and be a starter day one, like Osiris Torrance? I would rather have that, so I'm not concerned about it. And then we already know Brandon Beane's MO when it comes to free agency and the draft. He always wants to make sure that he fills as many holes as possible in free agency so that way he can go into the draft and not feel desperate, like, oh, dang, I got this glaring hole, I need to fill it. No, he takes care of that in free agency first. And so I kudos to Brandon Beane for what he did in free agency, because had he not have gotten anybody in free agency at the offensive line position, we would have been clamoring like, yo, what's going on, Brandon? How come you didn't go after this guy? How come you didn't go after that guy? And then we've been in the draft waiting for him to reach and stretch and get somebody because of glaring hole. Now, I'm cool with what he did. And like just like the cornerback position, you can never have too many corners. You can never have too many offensive linemen. I don't care how you get it. We've got the offensive lineman to protect Josh Allen. And think about it. Torrance is here. Rookie contract. We got 4 years of this guy. If he's a backup depth guy year one, that's fine. Next year, we know some things are going to switch. Mitch Morse could be off the team next year. And then you got Ryan Bates to go ahead and fill the position at center. You got McGovern, and then boom, you plug in Torrance. Second year pro, ready to go. You see what I'm saying?
Rev,
we're still fine.
Here's the thing, though. Now that they have a surplus of interior guards, because I agree, like we're trying to protect Josh Allen, right? That was the main thing. Where I said this right from the beginning, like finally draft a guard instead of signing a guy like Roger Saffold or Bobby Hart. And they did that. But now the problem is they have a surplus of interior offensive linemen. And what have they done to help Spencer Brown? Like, we still don't have anyone out there to help. Maybe they get that with one of their picks coming up. But if you're going to spend that money, if you're going to draft Osiris Torrance, then obviously you don't know that you're going to draft him. But if you're thinking about drafting him, what I'm saying is maybe instead of signing 4 guards, you could have signed 3 guards and 1 tackle.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I can see that, but didn't they sign a tackle and David Questenberry? I mean, he was free agency. He's a free agent.
Well, I mean,
they brought him back.
Real competition.
You know what I'm saying? But I mean, well, he kind of is. He kind of is to a degree. You know what I'm saying? But he may not be what we like and what we really want. You know, but we all know that Brandon Beane was not going to bring in a right tackle to take the job from Spencer Brown. He loves him. He talks to Spencer Brown like he does Gabe Davis. He's not moving off of Spencer Brown. He's going to give him every opportunity to prove himself. And he made every excuse in the book too, as far as like last year, he hadn't been injured and hurt and all that kind of stuff. And they come from a small school, so we can already expect him to kind of have this faux competition. But we already know that it's really his job to lose. Going in this year, so he's not gonna bring in a guy who can bona fide come in here and be your day one right tackle, and then what? Now you're questioning Brandon Beane's selection of Spencer Brown in the 3rd round in the first place. You see what I'm saying? So we'll see what happens. I think they might be okay with him and Questenberry, and they may add another guy in UDFA. I don't know, but I'm okay with it for now. We'll address it later.
What was did I miss the question?
No, it was really Kev was just talking about the allocation of resources and getting a guy like Osiris Torrance after already spending money and getting all of these guards when we could have, instead of maybe getting 4 guards, we could have gotten 3 and then signed a right tackle, you know what I'm saying, to compete. You know what I'm saying, which is valid and fair, you know what I'm saying? But I said, well, we did get one and bring in Questenberry back. So, and we still have Tommy Doyle.
There was a question.
Rev, let me say though, I've heard from multiple people Doyle is now a guard. So that thickens a plot where that's 1 less tackle and another guard.
That's a big guard.
It's a huge guard, which I don't think
guard
he's a guard.
Can play tackle.
8 guard. Yeah, I don't see it.
And I noticed Bobby had said somewhere like asking us like Torrance being a backup and asking Pierre to end the stream because of that assertion. But I think ultimately what it could end up doing, I think forgot who mentioned it, might have been Rev, that Bates ends up being the guy who loses out on the job. There's nothing wrong with having a swing offensive lineman
Yes.
Even at $4 million a year. Like
Right.
Ryan Bates has proven he's competent at all 5 offensive positions.
And I think
So
that's best
this
case
year-
scenario.
Well, yeah.
Best case scenario. And then you get Osiris Torrance, get him in there, mauling people, pass protecting for Josh Allen. Has anyone brought up the fact that he didn't allow a sack in
We
college?
didn't allow that 1 sack.
And he also allowed 1 quarterback hit in over 1,000 pass protection snaps.
But he
Like,
he
he's
has the
good.
ability to come in day 1 and start. He's moving somebody off the line. He's got that
100%.
kind of ability.
It'll probably be Ryan Bates.
Yeah,
That's
what I'm thinking, and I'm okay with having Bates as that backup interior offensive lineman. How many chances do you get to have a backup interior offensive lineman who's well versed in every single position, like you mentioned, Zach, but also has starting quality experience? Like the guy started for us last year in years previous, and then we still got Bacher in interior. So what I'm saying is, I mean, it's a very good situation. It's a much better situation than it was last year. And so I don't care, man, how it looks, money. Look, I'm fine with it. Let the best 5 win, and we'll see.
Let the best 5 win. Yep.
Let the best 5 win.
Yeah, and I agree. But the point that I'm trying to make that people apparently aren't getting here is that the Bills could look at this and say,
"Hold on, Kev. Hold on. Go ahead, Rico. You caught it, Tim. What you mean?
What you bozos are not understanding, you idiots. Here's what I'm trying to say.
All of y'all. Anyways, what I'm saying is the Bills could look at this and say, we gave the money to McGovern. We are paying Ryan Bates. We want that continuity. We gave the money here. So Torrance is going to have to wait his turn. And now I'm trying to paint that picture, because how would we feel if Torrance doesn't see the field for a while? Because then the conversation is going to be, oh my God, he was the best guard. Why is he not playing right now? No one wants to talk about that, though.
No, all right. So
I just gave you my reason.
Yeah. I'll ask this question right now, Kev.
Well, I'm saying more just in general and like the comments and everything.
Hey, Kev, if we were to go into next season with the roster that we had last season, will we be able to compete at a high level without any of the draft picks we just added?
Say it again. The roster from last year?
Yeah, if we had the same roster we had last year, we had no draft picks, and we went into this next season, will we still be one of the top teams in the league?
So we didn't lose anyone in free agency. You're saying like from the end of the Bengals game?
Yeah, for what we have, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we got better. We definitely got better with free agency and the draft.
Yep.
But again, you have to look at both sides.
That's it. So I guess the answer to your question is, if Osiris doesn't play, no big deal, big fella. We're still a top team regardless. We're still putting up 30, Ref. Regardless. You know what I'm saying?
on the golden arm of Josh Allen, mind you. Because remember who we have, big fella.
You damn right.
Don't forget, we have guard David Andrews that was a fringe starter for the Rams. That's a damn good guard. And then obviously Tommy Doyle, we have that in as depth. And then obviously McGovern. It comes down to best player available and best player plays. You can't consciously sit and say, I'm going to sit a guy that didn't allow a sack all year collegiately and has moved to the SEC when he's playing dogs upon dogs, and you're going to sit that for McGovern because you paid him. You know what I'm saying? And I know we got that point, so I don't want to rehash that. But nonetheless, this is going to be a fiery camp because everyone's got to compete. Everyone's got to compete. Competition is on.
O-line's gonna be a huge competition right there, man. I can't wait for that one.
And you want your quarterback to be protected. You want him to take less hits, and that's what Brandon Beane, essentially everybody in Buffalo wants. Do not let my quarterback get hit. And man, he might be like Zach just mentioned. He might be the next Larry Allen.
You never know.
You know what I'm saying? You just never know, right?
Or he could be the next Cody Ford. You never know. I'm just kidding.
You never know. And you know what? The one thing I do know is that Brandon Beane ain't gonna wait around to see if he's good or not. He's gonna say sayonara because and that's the tricky part. And this is the thing that's killing Brandon Beane. Brandon Beane drafted Wyatt Teller.
Yeah, man.
And moved on from Wyatt Teller. Teller has become a fantastic guard. So that he's like, you know what? At least I know talent. Let me get Cody Ford. Cody Ford busts out. So now he's in a place where he's like, I don't want to move on too soon because I lose Wyatt Teller. But if I hold on too long, I'm wasting time with Cody Ford, which he did, and he finally moved on from him. So it's a fine line as GM.
It really is. Yeah,
you wanna be able to give your team the best, but you want to feed your ego, because it's an ego thing. I think one of you guys said it earlier. He doesn't want to admit that he's wrong or admit that Spencer Brown's not that guy.
Mm-hmm.
You want Spencer Brown to be that guy, because if he isn't, that's another whiff.
Reflect on him, yeah.
It reflects on his pick. So it's like Zach Moss. You think he wanted to move on from Zach Moss? He's like, man, I thought I found the guy that I needed to take over once I move on from Devin Singletary. And golly, look at me. I'm running the football with James Cook, and I'm running the football with Devin Singletary at the time. So it's a whiff.
Good point, man. And then look what he did, because what he got, both of those running backs in the third round and said, you know what, screw it, both of them. And the following year, what did he do? He said, I'm gonna jump up in round 2 and get one who's better competition. And so
that's what it comes down to.
So now we got Torrance in round 2. We'll see what happens, man. I'm just glad we finally got somebody who can protect Josh Allen, dude. Like that guy is a mauler. I love it, and I love the way our offensive line is shaping up right now. But back to your point, Rico, real quick, just about Spencer Brown. He's not going to admit it, man. He's going to give Spencer Brown every single opportunity to prove that he's just not that guy. He's just not that guy. The third round pick, you know what I'm saying? And so I even would venture to say, like, he thinks last year was probably a wash for Spencer Brown because of his injury that he sustained.
I think he might be considering that, because he's got the ability. He's got all the. I mean, wasn't his RAS score something?
RAS was a 10, perfect 10.
So like, I think I had Scott Kennedy. Scott Kennedy came on the show, and he lives in Atlanta, but he covers the Atlanta Falcons, but lives in Denver. I can't remember what it was, but he lives in that region where he was following Spencer Brown. He goes, the Bills got to steal with Spencer Brown. He's going to be a right tackle for years to come. So there are some really good things with Spencer. We just he's got to put it together, because I have not seen anything that has me saying I'm encouraged to see his play. So it's like,
pass protection, it's just not looking too good. Now run game, he's better if you run him the right way. You know what I'm saying? But we'll see, man. We'll see what happens.
Definitely what happens. So
I'm still encouraged.
Going back to the draft, I'm trying to see where we're at right now.
I think we're at like 180s or the 190s or something like that.
Yeah, good Lord,
we still got a ways to go, man.
Oh my gosh, man! Yo, turn that shit down to like 60 seconds, man. Make a pick in 60 seconds.
We got a ways to go, man.
This is brutal.
Ways to go.
I think next year I ain't doing no third day. We're gonna have to check the ticker. We're gonna have to check the damn ticker.
So how do you guys
Mike
think about the draft so far?
Real quick, Mike asked when the Bills pick next. We're at 205 and 215.
Yeah.
Yeah, 205 and 215, man. So we got a ways to go. We're at 180.
Yeah, so we got a little ways to go, man.
40 more picks, 30 plus more picks to go, man.
I'm trying to see who's left available on the board, man. That's like, I guess like the best available right now. I'm trying to
on the board right now.
Yeah, like best available remaining prospects right now.
Kevin will be happy. A.T. Perry's still available.
I don't think we're taking him.
No, not at this point. Not anymore. I'm just saying.
Thomas Incoom. Remember the name.
Thomas Incoom?
Central Michigan defensive end. Jose Ramirez, too.
There you go. Listen, folks, if you guys want to call in and you guys have been in hearing or you guys want to actually you guys want to join us and join us on screen, this is your opportunity right now. I'm going to drop the link in the chat. If you guys want to bring up comments or you want to come for me, you want to come for Kevin's neck, you want to go for Rev's neck, or you want to praise Rev and say, you know what, Rev, you're everything that these Bills Mafia people need, baby. You have the opportunity to jump in right now. It's a special draft day extravaganza. I got my guy Kevin calling me right now. Give me a second here. I'm gonna actually answer the phone while Kevin, I'm actually online with everybody, so they can hear you. What's up, buddy? Unless you want to talk about something personal.
Oh, it's weird, man. I must be. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna turn this down.
You're hearing yourself, aren't you?
Yeah, you just answered the phone on air.
Oh, there you go.
What's
I did.
on?
What's up, buddy? How's everything? We're just we're having riveting conversation on Bills talk, and we were just talking about Josh Allen and who to blame. I wouldn't say who to blame. Where where our problems were. Was it Josh Allen or was it more on Ken Dorsey? And we're split down the middle. I mean, we're not really split down the middle. We're saying they both need the blame, but some are leaning towards you got to put the blame on Josh too because he can't go unscathed. But then we're also saying Ken Dorsey didn't help him either. He didn't get creative enough. So where do you stand on this? Is there one that needs the blame more?
You guys remember, you guys used to, it's funny because you used to hate on Dable every year
that was
until
me.
the second he left.
That's true.
Right? And then when he left, and then you hated on his replacement.
This is so true.
Funny.
I wanted Dable
out of here. Yeah, well, I called in because I was applauding the gimmick you guys are using, right? It's day 3, it's getting long, so you bring in a model, right, in that bottom left corner. And
what's up, baby?
Smooth skin, you know what I mean? Like, I can't tell, you know, is he 21? You know,
you'll never know.
I know. It's a smart move, you know what I mean? That keeps the ladies coming in, you know.
There you go.
I like it.
There you go. Archie, show your face pretty big.
What's the Zach's idea?
Are you still upset with your Dolphins pick, by the way?
Oh, I'm fighting all sorts of people. It's, I get all these homers, you know. I don't understand. I don't understand why they don't think it's a good pick. I was like, hey, I mean, it's the first time in 30 years at least that a sub 190 pound running back has gone in day 2, you know, but hey, maybe this guy's the one exception, right?
Yeah,
you know,
maybe.
You know, live up to the legend of Dre Archer. We can give him 2 end arounds a game.
Exactly. I mean, listen, everybody at this point we're it's scraps. You're picking scraps right now, so this is
I'm in the same boat as some of these guys in the chat. So I'm hoping Voorhees for my team. There's no chance they'll take him.
Yeah, Voorhees is still available. Nobody's grabbed him yet. So one team's gonna have to wait. I mean, it's probably gonna happen in the 6th, 7th. I can't see him going undrafted.
That was my draft and stash guy.
It's not too late. Because he was like, if he hadn't gotten hurt, he's like a third round pick. So if you don't mind waiting a bit, and it's not like I'm going to get any other help in the 6th round, might as well take this guy.
No, you're right about that, my man. Kev, we're about to embark. I mean, it's gonna take a while, but we got 2 more picks. So the Bills traded down, so we acquired another pick. We picked up a receiver, Justin Shorter.
Florida guy. Yeah.
Yep. And so we got 2 more picks. If you were to just position by position, where do you feel the Bills need to fill the role?
I got to make Kev happy. You got to grab the biggest, fattest dude that won't get pushed out of the middle, right? Get yourself a DT that can help back up. I don't care if he can rush the passer. I don't care if he can ever get to the quarterback. You just want a guy that can't be moved, right?
I like that.
Yeah, one of those guys. You probably could still use Shorter's. He's like a Gabe Davis deep guy, you know, not a blazing speed guy, but like that kind of guy. So maybe grab a wideout that at this point in the draft you're more looking for a return guy, right? If you can get yourself a nice return specialist who can double kind of what Marcus, I forget his first name, but whatever Stevenson there for you guys that used to, whatever his what he was supposed to be, right?
Yeah.
The return guy / speed outside guy, and then grab yourself a fat guy in the middle that won't get moved.
There you go, buddy. Side note, you need me to pick you up when you get to Scotia or what?
I don't think so, but I don't know. Who knows? By the time I get done talking to Jenna, I might.
Yeah, she'll convince you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it. I know
because I wanted to go check into the hotel first, you know, and then.
Kevin's staying. For those that are wondering, Kevin is coming to my city, and he's staying at the Taj Mahal of Nova Scotia. He's staying in one of the best hotels. I don't know how this guy does it, but he's gonna be balling and out of control for this wedding. Good for you, Kev. You did it. You made it, Kevin. You made it.
You made it, boy. You made it. I'm proud of you, big fella.
He said, "I'm proud of you." All right,
thanks, boys. Like I said, I wanted to call in and just pay my respects to the Rev.
Rev.
You got to. He was working hard the other day. He had the night vision goggles. I don't know what happened there. But it was pretty good.
Well, it was
You
like,
got it, buddy.
Appreciate
We'll
it,
talk to you,
Kevin.
buddy.
Appreciate it, man. Next time, show your pretty face, man.
You take care.
Yes, sir.
all right,
All right,
Kev.
Kev. Later, buddy.
So
My man,
just
Kev.
like that, we got another call coming in. Just like that, back to back. What's up?
What's up, brother?
Hey.
Building. What's up, Jeff?
What's going on, gentlemen? Third day
What's up,
still
Jeff
going
King?
strong, man. God bless you.
My
My
man,
goodness.
Kev.
Still
My
going
man,
strong,
Jeff.
gentlemen.
God bless you,
God
brother.
bless you, man.
We're hurting over here,
Hey,
brother.
Rev, good to see you on there finally, man. Good to see you, man.
Good to
Know
hear
you've
from you,
been out
brother.
there working hard, man. God bless you, man.
Appreciate that, man. Good to
God
hear from
bless
you.
you.
So what do you?
So, gentlemen, what do you think so far?
I feel pretty
I
good.
know
man.
me.
Of the first two, I'm not sure about the others.
So that linebacker, you didn't like the linebacker pick, Jeff?
I don't know, buddy, man. You know, he looks a little small to me. I mean, I watched some film on him. I mean, you know, he just, you know, he ain't hidden for me, but, you know, I've been wrong before. I've had numerous wives, so, you know, that's how it fucking works out. But,
what?
You know, I always thought they were the one. So my bank account fucking dwindled, and that's, you know.
And they're
then
not
you
the
find
one.
out the reality of the situation.
You find out that you just have a whole bunch of ones, and that's it.
That's it, brother. That's it. But in all honesty, what'd you guys think, man?
Yeah,
So
I like it,
far-
man.
So far, thus far.
I'll speak. I'll say quick. Love what we did with the first pick. I mean, at first you're like, okay, we took a tight end, but then you realize what kind of weapon he is, and it's going to be a dual threat. So you're like, you're in. It's a weapon for Josh Allen. There's nothing more to be said. I'm in. The fact that we were
Absolutely,
for sure. The fact that we were able to take the best player available which is the O line, and we replace. We actually replace. I mean, we fill in where the left guard with maybe Ryan Bates for now, who knows, and then right guard goes to Torrance, and now you kind of have you feel better about your line, you feel better about protecting your asset. Linebacker Dorian Williams, you're pretty much looking at quick lateral, can tackle, no missed tackles. He's not going to miss any tackles. He's not on the bigger side, but I mean, for what we're going to do with his defense, I think it's going to work out just fine. And then you bring in Justin Shorter. To me, is just another receiver. Just another guy is where I look at it. To me, if you don't,
yeah,
you're
right, but you never know, man. Sometimes they pan out.
It's true.
You don't know until they get on the field. But
that is the facts.
But my question is to Kevin. Is it Syracuse? Am I pronouncing it right?
Yeah.
Kevin.
Yeah, he said yeah.
Listen,
He said,
buddy,
yeah.
I love you. Love your content. Love your knowledge of the game. But brother, throughout this whole draft, you looked like a guy who just smoked the best cheap in his life and walked into a Chinese buffet and couldn't find anything you like, man. You gotta lighten up, brother. Lighten up, man. Lighten up, man.
You know what though? He has been on our ass all day today, and I love it.
I know. I've been watching him. I did the whole fucking draft. I'm like, dude, lighten up, man. Have a fucking drink.
Jeff, you know what's
Go
funny?
get
I know
laid,
you don't
do
know me,
something, man.
but I am like one of the least confrontational people. Like my friends all think like I'm so chill, like I'm always smiling, happy-go-lucky. I don't argue.
I know, but you're
like,
not smiling at all, buddy. I'm not saying anything against you. I haven't seen you fucking smile.
There it is.
Fucking draft is like,
Bust that cheese, baby. Bust that cheese.
I used to get in trouble in high
You
school.
fucking smile. Is
I
when
used to get in
dropped
trouble in
that
high school for
podcast
smiling
the
too
other
much.
night. I'm like, what the fuck?
I used to get in trouble for smiling and laughing.
Brighter days ahead, man.
Brighter days ahead.
Oh man, I love
Hey
it.
Jeff, I love you, Jeff. Golly, I love you on that one, man.
You're the man, Jeff.
Oh, man.
Hold on, Jeff. Listen, are you making? You cooking steak today, or what's on the menu today, buddy?
No, I'm chilling, bro. I got to go over and take care of the old man, so I'm chilling, man. I'm
There
just,
you go.
I'm probably going to order out for a pizza, but that's about it,
There
man.
you go.
Nothing extravagant today.
Just make sure it's.
But
meat
listen,
lovers.
man, guys, thank you for everything you do. I appreciate it, man. It's got to be a long, drooling freaking 3 days for you, but God bless you for what you do. You guys are the best. Kevin, go get you. I got this Puerto Rican midget hooker, brother. I can hook you up. She'll rock your world, bro. She'll rock your world, man.
Oh my!
Hey Jeff, I'm all set there.
Gentlemen, be good. On that note, I love you, man.
All right,
Jeff. Love you too, man.
Oh man,
God bless, brother.
that was beautiful.
Why she gotta be a midget though?
Is a piece of work. And the funny thing is, you're the opposite. What do you say? He's like, loosen up. You're like, yo, I'm the super chill guy. And we're like edging. You're like, get in there, man. Get in there.
I came for bodies.
I think
You came for bodies. I love it.
I think the draft.
And you know what?
is taking a toll on Kev, man.
Z-Man said it. He's like, you need a Kevin Syracuse.
You do.
That's what's up, man.
100%.
You do.
100%.
That's why I hopped up in here, man. I had to defend my brother. I'm like, yo,
You know what, though? I'll take Kevin was like, yo, I don't give a damn.
He was taking it.
Every
He
one
was
of y'all.
with it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pause. I mean, he was definitely taking it though.
And really, I was like 1 against like a million with my Osiris Torrance take.
Oh yeah.
So
It's about to get lit.
Now
but
you
to
still wrong
answer-
about that one though.
But to answer Jeff's question though, as far as the picks, I'll say that when we came into the draft, we had needs, right? We needed a playmaker on offense. We got that. We needed to adjust the offensive line. We got that. We needed a linebacker. Yes, we're probably hating on the guy, but we got that as well, right?
Yep.
And, to Kevin's point, we needed to have an outside, bigger type wide receiver, and we got that. So again, who knows if they hit or not? But it's the fact that we hit on every need that we had. I'm perfectly fine with the damn draft.
No doubt. But what people are not perfectly fine with is how sus you're acting right now.
Pause.
So right now we are at pick 187 for crying out loud. Weren't we just at 183?
Yeah, no, man, they're going slow.
So it's moving slowly. So I've opened up the link. So if you guys want to join the stream, you are able to join the stream. If you listen, man, this is your opportunity. If you want to bring up a topic, you may even bring the topic up and say, "Here's my question," and I'll jump offline and go from there, and then we can discuss it. So you have an opportunity right now. While there are going to be thousands of people watching this afterwards on the playback, so this is your opportunity, folks. Jump on in, but I'll take the opportunity to reintroduce who. If you guys are tuning in for the first time, I got my guy Kevin right next to me, right over our editor-in-chief. He is the guy that is in charge of our guys that just get the articles pumping out. And by the way, tell my girl Trish, I reached out to Trish. I was like, yo, Trish, how you doing? Hope everything's well. And if she keeps dodging me, I'm saying we're gonna have some problems. Trish, we're gonna have some problems. So tell Trish I said what's up when you guys have a chance to talk to her. I got my guy Rev on the bottom right now. And yo, Rev, no chip truck today? You took a day off or what? Or are you done?
No, we picking up tonight.
Oh, you picking up tonight? Okay,
yeah,
cool.
tonight.
Nice.
So business is better during the evening time.
Evening time, yeah, it's good for us. I
figured that.
Yeah. We do Saturday. Yeah, we don't do Saturday afternoons, man. No, this is too much. No, I got to rest.
It's too much. I got to. Yo, how hard is it to purchase the right amount of ingredients and all the things that you need?
That's a good question. Yeah.
Because starting a restaurant, I always thought like, yo, that's gotta be the toughest thing to do, man.
Man, it's just hit or miss, dude. Like you just got to go out there and do it, and then the more you're out there, and then you get your business, and you kind of have a better idea of what you sell. You know what I'm saying? But so because like in the beginning, dude, we're over purchasing, over buying stuff, and we have to freeze this and throw this out.
Yeah,
you just gonna have to figure it out, man. It just takes time.
Because you don't want to be like a Jamaican restaurant when you go to Jamaica and you ask for a yummy recipe. We don't have that. We not have that. We not have that. Yo, you ran out of everything. Like, what do you got?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You don't want to be that restaurant. You do not want to be that restaurant. You want to be able to have.
Now you want to sell out, but you don't want to have nothing. Like you don't want to be like, yeah. Well, we don't have this or that. Nah. So it just takes time, man. It takes time. But we kind of found our little mojo.
No, for sure. So we got our first guest that wants to come on and join the conversation. Goes by the name of Marcus. So I'm going to bring Marcus in. Marcus, are you there? Can you hear us?
I'm here, man. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear
What's
you, Marcus.
What's going on, Marcus?
What up, though? What up, man? Good to see you, brother. I just got a quick question for y'all. Just a little topic. How many primetime games y'all think we're going to have this year?
Ooh, I mean, according to these guys who think that, we're some trash, I'm going to go ahead and say about 5.
Five?
That sounds about right.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
I think we're about to have. How many did we have last year?
I think it was around that.
Was it?
I think it was 6.
6 last year?
I think we're about
I think
to have.
we were flexed into one.
Yeah. I think we're going to have the same amount. It's not going to dwindle. I think we're going to have the same amount because right now the Bills are must-see TV, and it's been a long time where you can want to watch the Bills. I mean, we were watching the Bills with J.P. Lossman. The last time they were actually decent enough to watch is when we had Mario Williams on the squad, and Jim Schwartz was running that defense. We were
2014.
We were like, okay, we got something here, and then we just went to shit after that. So
best D line we've ever had.
Marcus, I think I think we stick to the same amount. I don't think we go any lower.
So what do you guys think about this? Week 1, Sunday night, Bills Jets, MetLife.
Sunday night. That would be something. Do you want to have it early like that? Early.
I mean, I don't, but with the Rodgers trade and Josh, you know how the NFL go, man. That's
of course.
That's must-see TV.
It is must-see TV. It's like because sometimes you want to save your must-see TV games for like those really good prime time. So, but like an early Jets Bills game, that would be legit.
It could be Monday night too. You know they do the double headers Monday night.
That's true. That's true.
That'd be dirty. So right now they're trying to
figure
figure
out. It
out.
has to be Jets though. If you think about it, it has to be the Jets week 1, right? If anything,
season opener. Yeah,
right. It has to be. It makes
it's more than likely a divisional game week 1.
100%. Yeah.
Who would you guys put to face the Chiefs?
Yo, what is that, Rico? Hold on a second. What are you
This
holding
right
on to, bro?
Oh, this is a tripod. Give me the tripod.
Hey, Pierre, you gotta clip that, man. Clip that,
Listen,
bro.
Back in the day,
he was
when we didn't have StreamYard, it was like I need to go live here, live here, phone in here, 3 things going at once, and then I got this thing over here, putting up this and moving this all over. Yo, there's a whole bunch of like, listen, man, StreamYard, has been great. StreamYard has been great.
Talking about Pierre looking sus. I was like, what? Looking a little sus.
Boy got in his hand right there. What are you doing with that? Marcus, here's a question for you, brother. I don't know how long you've been listening to us today. Have you been listening the whole time, or did you just tune in just now?
I've been listening for probably about before. It was definitely before we picked round 5.
Oh snap! So you've been listening for a while.
I've been on for a while now.
Shout out to Marcus. You've been listening for a while, so that means you've been around for this whole conversation on the Dorsey and the Josh Allen. At least you caught a little bit of that.
You better complete
all of that.
What were your thoughts on that conversation?
So I agree with Pierre and I agree with Kevin. You know, look, here it is. So you have to think like it's not just all Josh and it's not just all Dorsey. It's both of them. Dorsey is calling plays and Josh has to make the reads. So to go back to the Minnesota game that Kevin brought up, where he said the play was designed for everyone to be in the end zone and Singletary was wide open underneath. Josh threw the ball to Davis. Singletary's wide open. Why not go there? That's not a Dorsey issue. That's a Josh issue. You said it was 2nd and 10.
Yep.
Why are you going for the touchdown on 2nd and 10? And all we needed was 3.
It's those little things that make the difference. Those little things that can change a season. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So like, and obviously it didn't change ours, but like that moment right there, that changes everything, man. Like, golly, man. So
we win that game. We're the number 1 seed. We went in the 3 games we lost with the number 1 seed, and all 3 of our games came down within 8 points total.
It hurts.
So, in all them games, you could point to Dorsey, and you could point to Josh in those games where it was on both of them.
Yeah.
Decision making and play calling.
That's a good point.
Josh didn't go underneath a lot when it was running backs open, standing there waving hands open. Hey, I'm open, and he's going deep. 3rd and 2. I think you brought it up. 3rd and 2. You going deep? Why you going deep?
Wow,
And I could see if there was nobody open and you're going deep, like I just got to go with what I just got to throw the ball. There's people open.
Yo, Marcus, where you from?
I'm from Buffalo. I live in Charlotte though.
Oh, you're from Buffalo, but live in Charlotte. You like living in Charlotte?
I like it. I love it. I've been here 14 years now, so
that's home.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's home, but
you know what?
But I'm home every home opener. I travel to games. I've been to 18 stadiums. I go every year. Yeah, I go every year. I try and hit 2 away games a year.
Oh, that's that's on my bucket list to try to
Me too.
hit. You know what I'm saying? That would be dope to hit every freaking stadium there is to see.
Yeah.
All I know is the Buffalo Stadium. That's all I know, and I need to travel more and go to these other stadiums. So it's got to be weird to go to an away game, and when the Bills are waxing the other team, and you sitting here going, they must be.
Nah, it's not weird. It's lovely. I went to the season opener last year for the LA game. Man, that was beautiful. Beautiful. Ass whooping. They couldn't talk shit. All they could point to was they banner. We got a banner. Like, man, look, we talking about tonight.
Right now.
Right now.
Yo, you were in line though. You know what? That's actually dope. So now here's my last question for you. This is a fun question before you get out of here. If based on your height and weight, what position would you be able to play on the Bills right now?
I like that. I like that.
Height and weight.
Yeah,
I'm like
your height and weight. What position would you be able to play on the Bills right now?
I play receiver.
A receiver?
I play receiver. I'm like the same size as McKenzie, a little taller though.
Okay, so you in the slot.
Yeah.
You in the slot. All right.
I played wide receiver in high school, so
there you go. There you go. So we're gonna put him in the slot. I like that. Well, listen, man, I appreciate you. And listen, man, anytime that we have an opportunity to chop it up, yo, hit me up and we'll get you on here because you got good vibes, man. I like that.
Yes, sir. Hey, I got one more question before I head out.
Go ahead, man. We got
so
time.
Kincaid.
Yeah.
I was a little surprised, not gonna lie. I don't hate it. You know, I'm doing my research, trying to, get a feel for him. I see where they're kind of going with it. How much do y'all think he's going to be on the field percentage-wise throughout the season? Now, I've seen and heard things of the Chiefs, of course. Kelsey, he plays 80% of the snaps, and then their other tight end plays like 50% of the snaps. Do you think it's going to be more like that, or do you think it's going to be less?
Okay, so let me put it this way to you. So I'm looking up at the snap count of certain players. So I'm gonna use he gives you per week. I don't want the per week. Anyway, I use Dawson Knox. So Dawson Knox, I mean, there's usually about, Zach, would you say there's about 70 plays a game?
Yeah,
Give
probably.
70, 75, if anything, but 70 is usually the base mark of it. So there was 51 plays week one. Dawson Knox played 86%. Then played 69, 71, 75. And I'm looking at it, and he's playing about 80% of the games he's in. So now that Kincaid is coming in, you got to split it a little bit. So
you think it's 60-40?
That's a tough
I like that. I like the 60-40 right there, Marcus, for sure.
You think 60-40?
I personally think that Kincaid is the better prospect of the two. So again, we need to have these guys out there. And yeah, I mean, I like Kincaid right now, to get at least about 60-40 for sure.
60-40. So then I'm like, okay, but he's going to be split out. It's a slot. He's going to be all over the place. So
they're going to use him for sure.
They're going to use him. You got to use him. So then I'm like, our next guy up would have been Isaiah McKenzie-ish. So what was McKenzie getting? McKenzie was getting 40, 46, 51, 48. So around, and I'm looking at 66, 69. So about 50. We'll call it 50% on there. So 60-40 sounds about right. Maybe 60-40 sounds about right, man. That's a great question. That's a great question because you don't draft a first rounder, you know what I'm saying, and move up for him and not play him. Now, and it sounds crazy because the exact same action the Bills did with Kyer last year, and you moved up for him and you were messing with him.
Right.
This is different. This is offensive side of ball. You affect us putting points on the board. So to me, 60-40 sounds about right, man. I like that. I don't know about you guys at the panel. Are you guys in that 60-40 split, or do you feel he plays less and they give Dawson Knox lion's share of the snaps?
Well, I think a better question is, are we going to see more 12 personnel?
And that's another thing too. Yeah, it changes everything.
Yeah.
But he could also be lined up in a slot. So I mean, just because he's not lined up as a tight end, he still can be on the field as a slot.
That's true.
Or lined up outside with Dawson Knox lined up as a tight end, as a traditional tight end.
Yeah. So this is where, and this is actually, I have to say this is where we're going to find out what Dorsey is made of.
Yep.
We've now given you a weapon. Do what you will with him because you don't have to pigeonhole him and put him at tight end. You can move him around. So now I'm watching you now. Let me see what you are able to do with Kincaid. And like
It'll be interesting for sure.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting, man.
The man had 35 touchdowns in 2 seasons. I mean, that's a lot.
People keep talking about the Pac-12 having a horrible defense. They're like, did you see the defense he's playing? He's playing teams like Colorado, and they got no defense. So of course he's scoring those touchdowns. So then you have that aspect. You have that part that people want to talk about. So I guess we'll find out. We'll soon find out. Does it translate? Does it translate to that, or is he just a fraud and we overdrafted? Because the last Utah product that we drafted that was supposed to be legit is now on the Colts and shipped his ass away. So he better not bring those Juju vibes over to the Bills and you modeling yourself after Zach Moss. But I doubt it. I think he's gonna be much better than that. But yeah, man, that's a great damn question, man. Good shit.
Oh, yeah, no doubt, man.
No doubt about
All
it,
right,
man.
Marcus. Take care, brother.
Good one, boss.
Hey, man, I appreciate you having me on, man.
Yes, sir.
All right, man.
Just like that, Marcus is gone. Yo, that was a great guest coming in and showing some big things. So if anybody wants to jump in, come on in. The link is in the chat. And if you have any questions, concerns, come on in. Is there anybody else in the chat? Who's that?
You got Anthony?
Is that Anthony? Let me bring Anthony in. Tap it? I didn't even tap it in. There we go. Anthony, are you there?
What's up, Rico? How y'all doing, man?
What up, Anthony?
We are chilling right now. You're here with my man Zach. We got Kevin Syracuse in here, and we got Pierre, man. You might want to turn your volume down a little bit in the background. Oh, there you go. What's on your mind, bro?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, I said, what's on your mind? Because you turned the volume down, which is great. So what's on your mind, man? What topics you want to hit or what questions you got?
I wanted to hit on the topic of drafting Justin Shooter. I think that was a great pick, along with Kincaid, because if both of them pan out, like
big dudes, man.
Yeah, big dudes.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, not only is Shooter tall, but he's also fast. He ran a 4.5. You know what I'm saying? And we brought in Sutfield, who's a speedy slot guy, and we brought in Deontay Hardy. So hopefully, my hope is that we can find a way to take some pressure off Stephon Diggs, because I was happy with those moves, because when Stephon Diggs is getting doubled, you know, then we had to rely on Gabriel Davis stepping up, McKenzie stepping up, and against Cincinnati, that really didn't work out.
Yep.
But now that they brought those guys in, I'm excited to see what Dorsey can dial up for our offense.
And Anthony makes a good point too, man, because at the end of the day, what we needed to do was to get pressure off of Diggs. It didn't matter who you brought in. We needed to get pressure off of Diggs. So yeah, man, I mean, make a good point, Anthony.
That is a good point. And Justin Shorter, I mean, he's a big back. I mean, a big receiver. But like when you look at what he does, he doesn't flash. So, but I mean, you got to get chemistry with your guy, and once they kind of get a good idea of how they can use him,
right?
6'4" it's a good size. He's not a small guy; he's a good size.
Yeah.
And once we can find a way to use him properly, then it can be troublesome for some teams, man.
Absolutely.
And Josh is a lot more accurate than he was back in the day. Because what we tried to surround Josh with was big, tall guys. We had Andre Holmes, we had Kellen Biscuit, and we needed catch readers because we knew that our guy was not accurate. So it's probably going to be outside the box. So you got to really get out there. So once he started to rain down his wild throws and got more accurate, fix his mechanics, and then we started to get the shorter guys to get separation. So now maybe he's put his game all together, and now you can have a bit of both. You can catch the guys and then the short area guys.
It's the contested catch guys as well.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, no doubt.
Guys who can actually, win those 50-50 matchups, that it's clear that Josh, wants to do a lot more often.
No doubt about it.
You know why else I like this pick and the position that they took him in?
Yeah,
because when you draft a receiver like Justin Shorter in the 5th round here, there is no pressure on him to come take Gabe Davis's spot. Because if you took one in the 1st round,
that's true.
It's like, wow, Jackson Smith and Jigba, see ya, Gabe. But now this is an open competition for the Bills to say, Gabe, you're still our guy, but we also have someone here to push you along the way.
It's gonna be interesting because the guy that was pushing, I mean, that should have been pushing Gabe was
Hodgins.
Isaiah Hodgins. But like Gabe took off sooner. And then Hodgins was one that needed to be marinated and obviously, nurse his injuries. And then, but he was leading the way though. This is the crazy part. Hodgins was leading the way to start, and then got his shoulder injury. Then he got put on IR.
That's
and
true.
Davis came in and kind of flourished. So the Bills were like, but we like Hodgins, and Hodgins was the better prospect. And then here we are. Hodgins is lighting it up. Got a second contract with the Giants.
I totally forgot about that, Rico. That was a good point because as far as Hodgins, it was just
Hodgins was leading the way.
He was getting injured every year.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God, stay healthy one time so I can see.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. So it was tough, man. By the way, we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 picks away from the Bills, for crying out loud. I don't know how we were able to do this, but we're doing it. We're doing it. So yeah, man, that's a great conversation, Anthony. I appreciate that phone call, brother. But before you go, based on your height and weight, what position would you be playing on the Bills?
Either running back or receiver. I'm 5'9".
Weight?
I'm about 180.
Oh, you a slot. I'm gonna put you in the slot. You ain't run the rock. we gonna put you in the slot, buddy.
Hold on. Is that Dre Archer right there? We're still looking for his ass.
We gonna put him in the slot. You might do some punt return, kick return, maybe, but yeah, you ain't run the rock. we got to be over 200 pounds to run that rock, baby. Let's go. All right, man. Well, listen, man, have a good one, and listen, if you continue to keep supporting BF, we appreciate you, Doc, and appreciate you tuning in with us, man. Appreciate that a lot.
All right, Anthony, take care, brother. Man.
All right, brother. And that's Mr. Anthony came through. Hey, it was a good conversation with everybody, man. We got a super chat coming in from the Brew Crew. Hey, Brew Kevin, Crew. You want to do the honors, Kevin, reading that one?
Shout out to my guys, BF squad, holding it down for the 23 draft. Love y'all and super happy with our picks so far, especially our first two. Cheers, brothers. # one more shots.
One more shot. It's shot time. Okay, go ahead, Brew.
Shots.
Hey, Brew, I got you, big fella. I got you, man.
Yeah, you better put that in there. Yeah, gots to. Let me encourage you a little bit. Because you got to get those shots in there. We gotta get them shots in there, boy. You better. Hey, you better get on there, boy.
Shot time.
Shot time. You better put that on there, boy.
Yes, sir. Hey, Brew, shout out to you, big fella.
Yeah, we had to do that for him. Thank you for that. Listen, man, we are here for years. We've been doing this for years now, and we've learned how to somewhat entertain ourselves. And with chatting with you guys, we have an idea of like the vibe that we got. You know that we aren't super analytical and we ain't breaking film down because a lot of guys do great things. We just, we're like you.
We do what we do.
But here's the thing, though. How we started this thing was like we were like we try to bring football closer to you guys because like the interviews that we have with some of the players and like conversations we have, and we actually, we genuinely are like you. We just happen to, Pierre started this thing way back when, and then we've refined it to what it is today. So salute to every one of y'all that have been rocking with us for a while, man. And
yeah, salute to y'all.
I guess that's the song we got to play for anybody that wants to get.
10-year anniversary just last month. So
yeah, man.
Shout out to everyone who's been sticking with us for. I mean, and especially the OGs. I heard someone say, "Hey, man, shout out to the Bills Fanatics." I was like, "Bills Fanatics? Oh, you're an OG."
We haven't been Bills Fanatics for a long time until they tried to sue our asses.
Yeah, they try to
sue us. Came at our ass. We're like, "Hey, y'all need to cease and desist using Bills." We're like, "What, man? Get out of here!" Incoming letter. You guys will not use Bills Fanatics anymore. We're like, "Come on, knock it off. We're bringing you great attention." You know what I'm saying? Like, we're bringing you more folks to come in, and you guys can't use that. So we're like, shoot, what are we going to change? What options do we have that we were going to change it to?
Oh man, it was so. You listen, it was so hard for me to switch that name. I did not want to do it.
All caps. I had Bills Fanatics. I can't wear that no more.
Golly.
Yeah, it was rough. It was rough. So we changed it to Buffalo Fanatics, and actually, that's been a great transition. No doubt about it. So, folks, the pick is in for the Saints. Up next is Tampa Bay. We got, I think we're at 8 more picks to go, and the Bills are picking. Now the Bucks are rolling. So now the things are rolling right now. So we're getting close. Oh, AT Perry's gone.
Oh,
he's gone. You got Kevo.
Saints.
AT Perry gone. So now the pick is in for the Bucks, and the way we go. Who had the worst draft? And this goes to the chat. Everybody in the chat right now.
That's an interesting question.
Who had the worst draft in this year's NFL draft? Like what team was just? What are you guys doing?
Patriots took a punter and a kicker.
What's that?
I said the Patriots took a punter and a kicker.
They did not.
Yeah.
Wait, for real?
Yeah.
No, you're joking me.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, I'll have to double check, but I'm pretty sure they just took a punter. Yeah, I know. I had to like double. I was like, wait, what? Because didn't they take a kicker earlier, either today or yesterday? Was it last night?
No, I don't think it was them. It was Michigan's kicker Moody. It was San Francisco. San Fran took Moody, the kicker.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way the Patriots grab the punter and kicker. No.
Yes, someone in the chat help us out here.
Unreal. But yeah, so some people are saying Eric. Let me get this super chat in there. Eric comes in and says, "Hey, let's have a 2-minute chat on our Super Bowl window. So anything is possible with Josh Allen. Well, listen, anything is possible with Josh Allen. Number one, the window will remain open with 17. The window remains even wider with 14 on the squad, and he's not doing it by himself. So that's the good thing. And we always talk about the window being open with Josh Allen, but like what keeps the window wide and open is the weapons they've placed around him, and the window just got wider with Kincaid. So this is a huge move for the Bills bringing in Kincaid, and it's one of those weapons where you better utilize his skill set.
Yo, Rico, real quick,
and go from
Patriots
there.
drafted Michigan State punter Bryce Behringer in round 6 and Maryland kicker Chad Ryland in round 4, becoming the first team since the 2000 Raiders to do that.
It's like Bill Belichick is asking Kraft to fire him. Fire me.
Wow.
Because if you don't fire me, I'm gonna keep fucking you over by picking terrible picks, man.
Yeah, but Eric,
fire him from GM. You're no longer my GM. You're sticking to head coach. Honest to goodness.
Yeah, facts. But as far as this question though, Eric, I think we have a 2-year window right now. If I'm being honest,
really,
it's only 2 years, and it's because again, I mean, a lot of our premier talent on the roster right now is leaving either this next year or the year after. So it's like I think we need to go as much all in as possible in these next 2 years. You know, knowing that we might have to rebuild after that, but I think it's 2 years, big fella.
2 years. I mean, you have to extend it to 3 with Diggs because he's here at least for 3. But that's a long time. 3 years is a long time.
It is. That's
a long time, man.
I would side with Pierre because let's take 2 years from now. Von Miller will probably be gone. He can opt out of his contract. Poyer and Hyde are most likely gone. Gabe Davis might be gone. Josh Allen will be 29 years old.
Milano might be gone.
Diggs will be on the wrong side of 30.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's always open with Josh Allen. But, like, I think the window right now is like a clear summer day. Like, you put that thing wide open, the breeze is coming in, you're chilling. But in a couple of years, you're saying, oh, we're starting to get some colder weather here. Let's close the blinds a little bit.
Yeah, Kevin.
I like that, Kevin.
Well done, boy. And you're not wrong at all, man. So this is why this was a crucial draft. And this is why next year will be a crucial draft. And free agency is going to be just as important. But we didn't have, and this is the thing too, right? We would have been, this is the year. Oh, shoot. Mayan says, Mayan says, Linda. Linda
what
says,
up, Linda?
What's up, Linda? What's happening, girl? Linda says, this is the year, right here. This is the year. I mean, shoot, isn't it every year the year? I guess we could say. But this year's draft was important, and next year's draft is important.
Yeah.
But free agency played a big part because we had no money to play with. No money to play with. So we were very careful on where we spent our money. Because Bean, when he does have money, he spends. He will. So next year, hopefully things they play out the way they do, and we were somewhat respectable in the numbers. And hopefully we can splurge a little bit in free agency, but we had to hold on to the purse strings a little bit and not overspend. So, but I can understand people's concerns. This year is the year, maybe next year, but we'll go from there. We'll go from there for sure.
Hey, so we're up in 6 picks. What are we doing here? D-line?
Woo. Defensive tackle for sure. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Yeah, it's either that. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed for us, doubling up at any one of these positions. I mean, maybe not tight end, but I mean, I'll be fine with another O-line, another linebacker, or the wide receiver. So I wouldn't be opposed to any of it.
I'm looking at defensive tackle or corner. Defensive tackle or corner. That's what I'm looking at right now.
I'm looking at D-line. Like Moro Ajomo's still there from Texas. Now he's listed as a defensive end. He's 6'3", 292. But I believe I saw that they said that he can play inside. So they might want to go with that flexibility there. Jared Clark is a big nose tackle out of Coastal Carolina. And then straight up edge rushers, I've mentioned Incoom and Jose Ramirez. I like those guys too.
This is where it's the dog days, man. You gotta start making the picks here and seeing what's available.
All right, so Bobby says, they don't give a about the damn D line. I mean,
you don't think so, Bobby? You don't think they want to do something on the interior defensive line?
Let's talk about D line for a quick second.
And that's what okay. So they brought back Shaq Lawson.
Yep.
You got Jordan Phillips is back.
Yep.
And I'm doing this for myself too because I'm like, wait a minute, do we really do? Okay, so Phillips, Lawson, Russo, Boogie Basham, AJ Epinesa, Tim Settle, DaQuan Jones,
and Von Miller.
If they consider him a D line or linebacker, whichever, semantics. So that's 7 linemen right there. Am I missing anybody? Zach, am I missing anybody? I'm going on the top of my head here.
So you said
I'm not missing anybody.
Let's see. Vaughn, Lawson,
We'll call Vaughn 1. There's 8. We usually run with what, 9?
Yeah, usually. I think it's more so like 5 edge rushers.
Right now, the Bills have 6 edge rushers.
Ed Oliver. Shit. I forgot about Ed Oliver. Thank you, Steve. Steve Franchise is like, what? You forgot about Ed Oliver?
But I think the question is more so, are we good there though? We have the bodies, but are we good on the D line? Because it seems like Bean's been trying to figure this thing out for 5-6 years now. And you can make an argument he still hasn't figured out that D line. He put all the money there, but we're still trying to find ways to get that pass rush. We're still, at times we still, struggle against the run. So I guess the question is more so, out of all that, 8-9 players that we have, who are we really all in? We have to keep this guy no matter what.
Well, you look at the defensive tackles, none of them are under contract past this season. And then defensive end, you have Shaq Lawson and AJ Epinesa who are going to be free agents. Von Miller just turned 34 years old.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to build for the future, you definitely got to take a lineman here with your final 2 picks.
And this is why I was mentioning the lineman part, because I'm like, there's going to be some expiring contracts. I mean, we brought back guys on a 1-year deal, so there's going to be some expiring contracts. DaQuan Jones is getting older. He's not a young spring chicken, so it might be. But is there enough value to grab somebody here in the 6th? That's the question. Corner, I'm looking at. Who did you say? What other positions did you say? I think Kevin, you mentioned another position.
I said edge rusher, defensive tackle, and I would still take a right tackle.
Okay, so you're sticking in the trenches. Zach, do you have anything that stands out to you that you would like? Yeah, that's where we got to go.
I would say, I mean, I know we already talked at length about the offensive line and the interior and how we already got loaded up, but I do see there are a couple interior offensive line prospects still available. Andrew Voorhees, who would be a great stash and snatch
That
a
would be interesting if they did that.
I also think Jarrett Patterson from Notre Dame would be worth a look because he has the center guard flexibility. So he could be in the potential long-term developmental guy for the center position. I would
Who did you
also
say?
say
What was
edge
the name?
rusher too. Jarrett Patterson. Jarrett
Jared
with two
Patterson.
Ts.
Yep.
Yeah, I would also say edge rusher would be a nice one to possibly take a flyer on someone. Defensive tackle. Yeah, I mean, having nobody under contract past this year is kind of sticking out like a sore thumb right now. But
isn't it ever, huh?
It is, man. I mean, it was interesting when Bean, because I'm like, normally, when guys are asked questions, especially GMs, they normally give you the PC answer. And when they asked him, hey, is there any position group that you might think you have to upgrade? I'm thinking he'll give you the PC answer. Hey, you'll be upgraded everywhere. He was like, nope, it's D line. I was like, oh, okay, okay. So he even knows. I mean, we have a problem there for sure.
No, you said it, man. You definitely said it. So right now, the Texans, we've officially reached 6th round for Crown Out, and we're close to our pick. We are 4 picks until the Bills pick, and they better not trade down. Trade down. They better not.
Hey, so what it's worth, I'm looking at the ESPN best players available. Moro Ajomo is the 3rd best player available. Above is Corey Trice, cornerback from Purdue, and then Antoine Green, a wide receiver from North Carolina. So I really like Ojomo here.
Ojomo, huh? I'm trying to look him up right now and see what's
Yo, so I'm gonna bring it up now because we're about to pick. You guys are probably still tired of me, saying this person's name, but I'm gonna say it again. I don't give a damn. Ivan Pace, inside linebacker. I'll take another. I'll take him. I'll take him right here. It's a flyer, 6th round. Who cares, right?
It is a flyer.
It's a flyer, right?
That would be
take a guy who, in my opinion, is the best linebacker in this draft, best inside guy. I'm saying it. When you're talking about a guy who's an impact player, who does everything we wanted.
Yep.
What?
You in line?
What Edmonds to do? He can actually do. The only thing is his height. He's super short.
What is he, like 5'9"?
He's like 5'9", 5'10", but he plays like he's like 6'3". Like he's a guy. The comp to him, and it's kind of crazy because of how great he was, but he kind of plays like Micah Parsons, where he's used in that way. He's the pass rusher. He's the guy who he's able to get home extremely well. So I'm a big fan.
Well, Linda's not a big fan because she's like, I don't want any tiny little man. Don't want no short man. She doesn't want that, man. She is not wanting anything to do with no tiny man. So she's out. Abby, on the other hand, Abby's letting us know that safety could be a sneaky pick with one of these picks to Anthony Johnson still there. There's no way Anthony Johnson's still there.
All right. We got to start talking about this now. Why is he dropping? There has to be.
Jared Patterson just got taken, by the way.
Okay. There has to be some type of, off the field type thing, like a health concern or something.
I think he got chosen already.
Because if he hasn't been chosen, it's extremely weird that he hasn't.
Sometimes it's usually just
he's gone. Okay, yeah. I'm about to say.
I think he's gone. He was gone because we were like, oh, there he goes.
Gotcha.
So he's definitely gone for sure. But safety might be the pick here as well because we got some. I mean, the youthful guy that we have is Taylor, and then we've got DeMar Hamlin. So we don't know how he will return, and will he return to form? And obviously we got the 2 veteran guys that'll be gone in the next 2 to 3 years. So we got to start looking at the future of the safety position. That's what it's going to come down to. So Jacksonville has picked. Their pick is in.
Corner.
So we got the Vegas Jets and then the Buffalo Bills. Where are we going to hit?
Hey, chat. talk to us, chat. He says, okay, so Big Mike says, I like Clark. Yeah, I mean, it's
E.T. Clark.
That'll be big right there.
I
Who
think
knows?
I'm going Clark or Ojomo here.
Where does Ojomo play?
Edge. Again, he's listed as an edge, but I've also
Sorry,
seen
sorry,
when
what
he
school? What
plays.
school? What school?
Oh, Texas.
Oh, Texas. Okay.
So we got Texas and Coastal Carolina.
All right, so hold on. So Bobby's like, wait a minute. I think we're getting the wrong Anthony Johnson. He's talking about no. It's Antonio Johnson who's still out there. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting knowing that he is still out there though.
But Anthony Johnson was the one that I think we were talking about at the safety position, I believe. Unless I'm wrong, unless they play both, they both play the same position. Let me see what's up. So, do you think this is shorten the time for these guys to pick from 5 minutes to like 3?
Yo, Rico wants to go. He's like, look, I'm ready to go right now.
Yo, it's just that you don't realize how much they have and how much time. So no, Anthony Johnson is still available. Oh, Anthony Johnson is still available. Oh shoot, okay. Golly. that is odd. So yeah, the question is, why the hell is he dropping? Why is he dropping?
Hans CV says, yo, what's up, fellas? I just got here real quick. What are your thoughts on this Florida receiver we picked up? I like his size. You can't coach height, strength, and speed. You're right, man. I mean, listen, it's one of those needs that we kind of needed. An outside, bigger type guy who
can run.
Looks to be, yeah, right. So I think it's a solid pick. Of again, you never truly know if any of these picks will pan out, but it's the fact that we actually got the attributes. I'm all for it.
Listen, here's what it comes down to at the end of the day when it comes to these late picks. You want somebody that's going to push for depth. This is special teams territory.
Yep.
So I'm not that Matakevich is one of the best in the game doing at his job, but this is special teams. To forget about is this guy going to contribute unless something happens. Question is where, if this person's got to fit into a position, where is the greatest need? If you guys are fulfilled with your linebacker position, then let's avoid it. But I'm not quite fulfilled with the linebacker position. That's number one. Corner, I'm not quite fulfilled with a corner position, and I'm always gonna look for the next running back. But we can always wait for free agency for that. Undrafted free agents, we can definitely do it because there's nobody that's still on the clock that I like.
Raiders just took a linebacker from Florida.
Which one?
Amari Burney.
Yeah.
Amari Burney. All right.
So we're almost up.
Bills are next. James, what up, James? James, obviously Canadian. What's up? What's happening, bro?
What up, James?
Great job, guys. I'm pissed we didn't take Ika in the 3rd round. Oh, he was your guy. We need a big boy on the D line. If we don't draft one, pick one, whoever Eagles cut. That's for sure. Whoever the Eagles cut, man, just pick them up. Well, I'm gonna say this, man. What the kind of fun part about free agency, and it's sad but fun at the same time when the draft is all said and done. These guys got to start cutting to get down to 90. There's gonna be that one player that got cut is not gonna garner a huge deal because he just got cut. So he needs to be brought onto a team for like a small vet minimum contract. So hopefully one of these guys it's the roster bubble cut and you're able to pick them up if you can't get your draft.
And they just changed the rule where there's no cut down days. You have 1 day, right? So everyone's able to stay until end of preseason
the whole time. How do you feel about that rule change?
I like it. I mean, I kind of like it. It gives guys
all these get down to 60 or get down to 80, get down to 75 and get down.
It gives the guys enough, of a chance to really try to stick.
Yes, they do.
I respect
valuable. That's actually really valuable. The Jets are up right now. They're about to pick, so I wonder what they're going to do. If they take Ivan Pace, that would be something. Yeah, and we'll go from there. More competition time. You damn right. Listen, competition, it brings the best out of anybody, no matter what.
Unless you get paid, and then I don't want competition, huh, Kevin? Huh? If you get, if you pay your guys,
what?
I don't want
Sorry,
to compete. Right?
I wasn't
So-
listening. What did you say?
No. You're good.
He's just
Never
teasing.
mind.
I'm looking at some Moro Ojomo stuff here. Trying to see if we're gonna be getting that guy or
Moro
what
Ojomo's
could be the pick here at 205 for the Bills.
We're on the clock right now. That's for sure. So, I mean, hopefully we trade back, huh, Rico?
Wilson, we don't want that. Rev says, "Yo, holy moly, time for me." What do you say?
Hog Molly.
Oh, hog molly.
Holy moly.
Clearly, I can't read. He said, "Hog molly time for me." Jared Clark, defensive tackle, Coastal Carolina. Or you got to go to PJ Mustafer or whatever that guy's name is, DT from Penn State. Hey, Zach, if you were to play ball, what college? See, I was going to say university because that's what we call it out here. You guys call it college. What college would you go to? Like, that's the college I'm going to.
We're on the clock.
We're talking about like
you're picking. This is the school I'm going to. I want to put my talents to this school.
You got the pick of the litter too, Zach.
Yep. Every team gave you a scholarship. Like, pick me, Zach. Pick me.
It would be all too easy to say Alabama or Georgia, but
are you gonna go to Georgia? Georgia would be good.
Yeah, I mean,
and Zach's a big boy too.
Yeah, Zach's tall. That's
yeah.
He's like 6'7".
Eat a couple Popeyes biscuits, feel Jalen Carter's role on the defensive line.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
He's committed
Go
to
ahead,
Georgia,
Zach.
baby.
Yes,
Kev, where would you go?
Georgia then.
Kev looks like a guy that would kind of stay local, stay close. You go to Syracuse. Go to Syracuse?
I would.
Would you go
to Notre Dame?
Syracuse or Notre
to
Dame?
Notre Dame. When I was a little kid, my dream was that Jim Boeheim was going to recruit me because of my name, but that never happened.
There you go. You're like, oh, shit, it didn't work out.
Well, listen,
trade. Another trade for the Bills.
We traded back again. Yeah,
The Bills have
traded
acquired
back
draft
again.
pick 230 in round 7 and a 6th-round pick in 2024 from Houston in exchange for pick 205.
Like, why? Like, why? Why? You don't need to trade. Just pick your player. You can't decide? Are you kidding me? You're in the 6th-round pick. Pick a freaking player. Trade back. Trade back to, like, you know what I mean? Acquire pick. Knock it off.
Yo, Rico, you all right over there? Man, listen,
off,
we
Bean.
on all night, big fella. We on all night.
Knock it off, Bean. Jeez. Exactly. Ethan Hill. Why?
Wow.
How are we trading out? Everyone's
Now,
like,
you know why? You know why, Rico?
What's
Other
up?
than they want you to be mad because we have to stay on longer now. Because now, let's see, what do we have? Okay, well, we got a 6th-round pick next year. But still, yeah, that's tough. I mean, they're valuing that pick next year because I was going to say if they did get an extra pick this year, you could go get another offensive lineman, an edge rusher, and a defensive tackle. But they must value that 6th-round pick next year.
Nah,
They don't value it. I'll tell you why they have that 6th-round pick. The 6th-round pick is to package it to move up next year.
Or they just didn't like how the board was falling at 205.
That too.
Wait, so
They'd be
we
like, "Yo, this is a
traded?
bunch of trash."
We traded for an extra pick in this year's draft or next year's draft?
Next year.
Next year's draft. I got you.
Yeah. So we're picking 215 and then 230. Jackasses.
Got you.
Brandon B's like, you know what? Buffalo Fanatics is streaming this shit. Nah, we trading back. We trading back, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Yo, Pierre, if you're going to go to school, where would you go?
I'm going wherever. You saw that?
Snickers bar. You're getting motherfucking grumpy.
Yo, I'm going wherever Deion Sanders is coaching. We coming, big fella. We coming regardless. So
I
yeah,
know, man. They don't seem too happy with Dion right now. They don't
Oh,
seem
man.
too happy leaving Boulder, Colorado. I saw them doing like we're in the month of freaking April going into May, and these guys had a spring game and there was still snow outside. I said, "What the?" I was like, "Come on now, we're almost in May. Get rid of the snow."
Yo,
So that could be
how about
something
you,
up
Rick?
in
How about
Colorado.
you? I know you're from Canada. You know,
Where would I go?
You in
You know,
Canada.
if I were to
Yeah, where
choose
would you
the
go, man?
university to go to,
Yeah.
that grooms like running back university. That's like, you know what? If I go there, I'm guaranteed to get drafted. That's what I'm looking at. I need them to have big linemen. So it's got to be somewhere down south because I don't know what the hell y'all what you guys are eating down there, but everybody's big down there. Where would I go? I would probably go to.
You said running back U, so that's very interesting. What school out there is running back?
That's the thing. So I'm thinking of like where I've seen a lot of running backs go out of Memphis. Memphis just creates running backs left, right, center. But you want a big program too. You do want a big program, so you got to go. Maybe Georgia. Georgia would be legit. Me, you know what? I'm going to Georgia, baby. Me and Zach, we're going to Georgia. We're going to Georgia. Sign me up. We're going to Georgia, baby. I don't care. We're taking on everybody.
You want to get drafted by the Eagles?
Go to Philly?
I mean,
Eagles? Ooh, I don't know, man. I don't know.
You guys see what the Texans just got?
E-S Eagles. Yeah, I have a buddy of mine that's an Eagles fan, and this guy is obsessed with these guys, man.
He might be Mafia for sure.
Yo, peace out, Mr. Erland.
At this point. That's funny.
Listen, that Mr. Erland gets money, man. They get I think it's like $60,000 and they get a guaranteed contract, allegedly.
Yo, Rev says Texans are low-key killing this draft. Yo, I mean, it's true.
Who did they pick there?
Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah.
And the Bengals just got Andre. Zach, how do you say it? I know that's your guy.
Who's that?
Andre Isavas from Princeton, the wide receiver.
Oh.
Iosivas.
Cincinnati taking him. Ooh.
It's definitely not Iosivas, Kevin. I mean, like you butchered. I mean, I don't even know what it is, but that sounds like you butchered. Iosivas.
Yeah, coming from the guy who's been ripping shots.
I forgot
I'm still sharp. I'm still sharp, big fella.
He's ripping them.
Still sharp. It ain't no Iosivas though. Come on.
It might be Iosivas, man, from Princeton.
Forgot how to pronounce it.
I want to know now. Hold on, let me turn the TV up, bro.
All I know is that could be a good developmental guy for Cincy. Like,
yo, can I say Sorry, say that again, Zach?
He has the athleticism. He has the build. He's 6'3", 205.
It's a good size.
Ran really fast.
That's a good size. I gotta give a shout out to the chat. We have 480 people watching right now, and shout out to y'all, man. We're trying to keep it as entertaining as possible. And if you are
struggling, but we're trying.
If you're entertained, and I know you're answering this question, give me the double thumbs up. Ooh, you know what? Let me tell you something. Somebody said I'm going to go to Nebraska. Listen,
Nebraska. That's a good pick.
When I was young, when I was watching college football, Nebraska was a team that I loved watching. Scott Frost was on that team when at the time, and they had Tommy. What was it? They had two guys out there. They had Leonard. What was his name? Running back Leonard. That's when I fell in love. I was like, oh, who is that guy? He went to the Rams, and then there was a quarterback that never panned out in the NFL. I don't know why. If you guys are historians of the game, what was his name? Tommy something. Anyway, this guy was unreal. But Nebraska, that might be me a Cornhusker. And that uniform was nice, man. The white and red, take that. But I ain't going to Nebraska. Nebraska, come on now. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know. Frazier, yes, Tommy Frazier. Tommy Frazier was legit. If you want to talk about a freaking Mike Vick when there was no Mike Vick yet, Tommy Frazier was that dude, man. He was that dude. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, go back to YouTube and watch Tommy Frazier. He was that guy.
Is it black and white or is it color?
He's a black and white. I mean, I can go to the U too. The U would be legit.
Hold on. I mean,
it's like running back U. That would be running back U. Running back university, the U.
I'm
no doubt about it.
Now. Hold on, let me see right here.
So double thumbs up. Double thumbs up if you guys are entertained, if you guys are loving what we're doing. Or give us one of these in your emojis, one of these things. A-okay, or double thumbs up. And if you guys are loving it, give it to us. Let's go. Pierre asking me if it was black and white.
I mean, look, hold on. It damn near is black and white. Look at this damn. Hold on. Hold on. Let's pull this up.
Yeah.
Look at this shit. This is black and white, big fella. I mean, you might as well.
Listen, this is what I'm talking about, man. Tommy Frazier, you do not mess with Tommy Frazier. That boy was nice. Man, and it just never worked out for him. It never worked out for him. I don't know what it was, man.
Is that Anthony Richardson? Hold on, that's 15. Oh,
Look
shit.
at this, man. Telling you, stop playing with this guy. If you know, yo, the graphics are horrible though, man. God, look at those helmets, bro.
That's
like
funny.
Rydell helmets.
That's funny.
Sheesh.
Sheesh.
You play ball, you had the Rydell helmets. Yo, I don't know if when you guys play football. When I first started playing football, I was a soccer player. So I had a friend of mine that introduced me to football. He's like, yo, you should play football. You'd love it, blah, blah, blah. So they gave me my uniform first day, and there was the girdle. They give you the girdle, but I had no idea what the heck this thing is. So I'm like, you got to put the underwear on. Boom. Yep. You put the girdle on. I'm like, there's pads. Like, I guess you just slide them in, and that's it. So I get to the field, everything's staying put. I'm running all over the place. My knee pads this way, thigh pads sliding down. I was like, what is happening? Where am I supposed to put this stuff? Until they told me, dude, there's pockets. There's pockets
inside
in the
of it.
You got to slide them things inside the pants. I was like, there you go.
Hey,
there's
man.
the rookie. No pads, running all over the place, man. But I appreciate you guys. We appreciate you guys, man.
For sure.
We're at pick 208. We've been dragging this thing along. Wifey's
hey, Mike said, yo, it's 7 picks away. Are you sure, Big Fo?
Yeah, from our next trade down.
From our next trade down, for sure. Right? Golly.
7 picks away from our next trade down. We'll see how it goes, man. The Giants are picking. So we don't need a punter. We don't need a kicker. This might be a place that we get a running back, or we'll stick to it. We'll get a safety.
Oh, Jomo's still there.
Still there. He might.
still there, right?
Yo, somebody check on Bobby real quick, man. I don't know what the hell's going on here with Bobby. Hey, Bobby, you all right over there?
Bobby's that's a distress signal. He's like, yo, help. That's his help. Something's going on over there, man. Let me go back to look at the visiting. Who visited? Hey, so are we in it that the Bills? I won this one. I'm the winner of the mock draft.
All right, hold on.
Mock draft winner.
Let's see. Hold on.
I think so, guys.
So you actually picked the player. Yeah, man. I mean,
did I pick the player in the right?
Voorhees? No. You picked him in the 5th, but still.
I picked him in the 5th, but yeah.
Doesn't really matter.
And,
now, I mean,
it's over, bro.
Voorhees and Cam Jones. You never know. Hey, but yeah, man.
Listen, you never know, for real. It's
still open. You finally got it, man.
Hey, we might still win, but I told you guys it was my turn. It was my day.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations, man. Congratulations.
So looking at, offensively, I don't think we're going to choose anybody offensively. So if it's defense, Byron Young, defensive end out of Tennessee. I don't know if he's still available. That's someone that we visited with. That was a top 30 visit. Safety, Jordan Battle. But cleaning sauce off my laptop. Oh, you spilled sauce on the laptop. That's the worst.
That's the worst. I know.
That's the worst thing to spill in the laptop. Is the salsa. You almost have to put your mouth on it, Bobby. You have to put your mouth on it to get out. You have to. You got to, man. Put your mouth on the keyboard. And
how do you do it? How do you do it? Like what? You grab it like
Zach. Remember, Zach was telling me that he spilled stuff on his laptop. How did you do it, Zach?
Yeah, Zach.
To get the stuff off your laptop.
How'd you put your mouth on it? Eh?
This is when we know it's been too long. We've been at this for a minute now. How you put your mouth on that, boy? Oh snap!
Wait, what?
Oh my god!
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh, is right.
Oh.
Yo, if you're Will Levis, mouth and suck, baby, mouth and suck. You gotta put it out there, boy. If you're Will Levis, are you going for day 2 and going through the process, or you're like, screw it, I did the first round, I'm embarrassed, I'm going home.
Oh, great question.
I'll be with friends and family. Thank you guys for your time. I'm out of here.
Yo, it's an amazing question, and I think that Ryan Leaf on Good Morning Football explained it perfectly, right? They asked, hey, who was the winner of round 1? And he was like, Will Levis. The pressure any player, especially at quarterback, has if you're drafted in the first round is enormous. So the fact that he was able to go in the second, it's still okay. I think that was big for him, man. So, but answer the question, Rico.
Are you going?
I'm out. I'm out. No, I'm out. For
you're
sure.
Gone. You're not staying.
I'm not about to stay there. No, I'm out.
What about you, Kev?
I think a better question is, do you put mayonnaise in your coffee?
I don't know who puts mayonnaise in the coffee, but
Will
we're going to
Levis.
talk about that because we have time to kill. I know someone that puts butter in their coffee, and it's a thing.
Really?
Butter in coffee. Oh yeah, butter in the coffee. And there's probably someone in this chat that does butter in the coffee. I think it's a strange thing to do, but apparently butter in the coffee is great. Not for me. But yeah, man. Are you staying, Will Levis, or are you going home second day? Kevin, what you got?
I'm staying. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity, so you know you're going to get picked eventually. You're just going to have to suck it up because Will Levis is the same Will Levis, no matter if he gets picked first, 31st, or 101st. So you got to clear out all the outside noise and just focus on yourself. I'm there.
You're there?
Oh yeah.
What about you, Kev? I mean, Zach, what you doing?
I mean, I feel like I think it really is just more a matter of like, it's a once in a lifetime experience to get your name called. So if you're invited there, you may want to just hang around because, you still get the handshake. You still get to go up on the podium on day 2. It just may not be as big a fanfare with the commissioner and whatever.
Exactly.
Are you flipping the table first before you get on the damn screen? This is bullshit.
And now, then you already rocked your best outfit for day. And now,
what are you going in sweats the next day? Like
jeans and a polo shirt. No,
a tank top. Like what's going on? What's going on?
It's one of those things. Now back to the food conversation because the food conversation. By the way, I just got a text from my wife, and she goes, "You've been down there 6 hours," and I was like, "Mm-hmm." She goes, "So here's what's gonna happen." It's like she's like, "You've been down there uninterrupted for 6 hours. Must be nice." LOL. when your wife says "must be nice,"
it's not nice. It's
right?
not
It
nice.
is. It's not nice. She's not really meaning that it's nice. So she's like,
For
"You're
sure.
the one that's getting the kids ready for bed, and I'm done." Is what she says. I'm done for the night. If you guys are married and you have kids, and the wife comes in and says, "I'm done. Your turn."
Yep.
That's pretty much what's gonna happen to me. So I gotta go put them to bed once this is done. So what she doesn't know is that the bill's traded down. And I gotta keep going. Sorry, babe. So anyway, butter and coffee. I know someone that does that. I don't know what that's about, but butter and coffee apparently is great. It suppresses, what I'm saying, for you to be hungry later on. Very strange. I'm a eggs with I put ketchup on my eggs. I don't know about you guys. You guys do that?
I have before.
I have, or you do?
I don't do anymore, but I have. It's not that bad.
Yeah.
So Kim's
bad.
like, "Tell her you're working, Rico." She's like, "Working my ass. Get your ass up here and get these kids." What? Yeah, that ain't gonna rock. That ain't gonna rock. But yeah, man.
I say what I will say though. The weird thing that I do, and I don't think it's weird because I love it. It's absolutely amazing. But it's whipped cream on cornbread. If you haven't tried it, it's amazing. You put whipped cream on cornbread, a warm cornbread, and just, man, love it.
Look at this mess. In Colombia, they do cheese and hot chocolate. See, that's an odd one. That's an odd one, but it's probably a delicacy over there. Actually, Bobby, did you actually eat that though? Did you eat it? Did you try it? That's the real question. I'll tell you this. So, Granny, I don't know. You guys know what it is, man. Granny Mom and Pops used to drop you off at Granny's place. All the cousins used to be at the crib and all that good stuff. And Granny's like, "Shit, I gotta feed 6 grandchildren. Everyone's getting coffee." So she'd give us coffee. And to this day, I peanut butter toast and dip in my coffee. It is the shit.
Good. It's good.
Oh, you do that?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Everyone's
Yeah,
like,
it is.
"What? You
It
dip
is.
your peanut butter?" Now my kids are like, "Dad, can I have peanut butter and coffee?" Don't be saying that out loud to other people thinking that you're drinking coffee. You know what I'm saying? Come here for a second. Let me pour you a little something. All right. We are 3 picks away.
It's pretty good, Ronald, for sure.
Three picks away. If you guys have any weird ketchup and scrambled eggs, love it. Yes. Has to be hollandaise. Hollandaise cheese in the coffee.
Hey.
So it is a thing. So if you guys have any weird food things that you do, let me know. You know what's really actually good? Dipping your pizza in ranch. Legit. Banana.
How about wings?
He's not from Buffalo.
You putting wings in ranch or no?
It's a trap.
Listen, believe it or not, I have had both, and both of them are great. Here's the deal: the blue cheese that I had in Buffalo was amazing. The blue cheese that I've had elsewhere,
It's
garbage.
not exactly.
And I prefer the ranch. So I don't know what it is that Buffalo 5'5". What is that? 5'5", $1.79? He better be nice. Who is this? Deuce Vaughn.
Your guy.
Many are comping him to Darren Sproles.
OMG.
And I like Darren Sproles.
Mm-hmm.
When used correctly, Darren Sproles was a monster.
Was Darren Sproles 5'5"? I think wasn't he like 5'7"?
I mean, 5'5", 5'7", same thing. Big fella.
Yes, I guess 5'10", 6', same thing.
It's the same thing.
Yes. It's the craziness though, right? If you're 5'11", oh, it's 5'11". 6 feet?
Yeah.
Oh, he's 6
Oh
feet.
my God, this guy's
6 feet. Watch out. Get out of here.
Hey, the Bills are up in 2. Cardinals pick is already in at 213, and then we got New England and then Buffalo.
Let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go for a trade down, baby. Trade down.
Yo, shout out to Deuce Vaughn though. Being 5'5", $180, like it's already tough enough to make it collegiately, and you make it to the NFL, get drafted. You're not even undrafted. You're drafted. Shout out to him.
He's the one that they made a commercial for, if I'm not mistaken?
Shortest players in the NFL history, 5'1". No, that don't count. 1923. That don't count.
It's not him. Okay, look at
Reggie Smith, 5'4", from 80 to 87. There hasn't been anybody. Oh my gosh, 5'5". First of all, are you a man at 5'1"? God, leave 5'1" playing football. What you doing?
He said, "Are you a man at 5'1"? Hold on.
Play ball?
Come on, big fella. Come on.
Nah, I mean, come on now. That's a little child playing. That's a little child. They must have let everybody. They must have let everybody in there. He wasn't fully developed. Shortest RB selected, 5'5", Deuce Vaughn. Jacquizz Rodgers was 5'5", 7'8". Darren Sproles 5'6". Tariq Cohen. So Tariq Cohen?
Let's get ready. I'm telling you, it's coming. A trade down is coming, big fella.
Another one? No.
I mean, if they trade down at this point,
yeah,
then
we're turning the same off.
Packaging.
Who give a damn who the hell?
The packaging back.
I'm trading out.
Yeah.
D-line is my pick here. What
Deuce
about you
Vaughn
guys?
Equals Danny Woodhead.
I like that. Yeah, I like that.
I'm gonna say D-line too, Kev.
Yo, I am
Ojomo.
Running back got chosen before the 15 picks. Bijan to Atlanta. That guy's gonna be nice. I'm telling you right now, you guys are gonna be like, yo, Rico, you did it again. Bijan, you called it. He's nice. Brees Hall, nice. Man, they're excited to call Deuce. I bet you they're gonna make this a big thing. Deuce, Jerry Jones here, brother. How are you?
All right, so the pick is in for the Cardinals. They got Dante Stills, D tackle. So it might be the run right here. It might be the run.
I have no freaking clue who they're going with. You better get your Google out so you can find out who we picking. Maybe it's Byron Young, defensive end, Tennessee.
Jared Clark, still there. I'm talking about him.
See, these are one of these picks that you can kind of pick that has no bearings on whether you're going to work for a roster spot. This is one of those picks you pick where this guy's a special football player, and let's see what happens. So it might be like an unorthodox pick. Might be safety, might be corner. You never know. We'll see how this is going to be interesting. How this plays out. Dante Still's got great. He's got good height though. 6'3". Solid.
Now this will be really interesting if they take Andrew Voorhees here.
That would be very.
Is that cutting out? You guys got me?
Yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. Because for everything that I just mentioned about what they've already done to their interior, and if they take another guard over a right tackle, man, that's going to be a great talking point.
They're good picks, Greg. Good picks. Voorhees.
We are next. The Patriots pick is in. Interesting, man. God, we finally about to pick.
Keon, wait.
Yeesh.
Traded again.
Could
you imagine?
Serious? Oh, I was about to say, oh, no. We're not playing this game, Bean.
Yeah, we can't.
You trade one more time, we out.
This time I'm calling Brandon Bean. Hey, man.
You trade one more time, we're out, big fella. Like, nah, okay, you know what? They all getting cut anyways, you know what I mean?
That's real talk.
So true. Unless they get my guy, which I doubt, but who knows?
It could be coming this way, man. Ryan O'Halloran? Who the heck is that?
Are the Patriots going to take a fullback here?
You're the Patriots, man.
If they pick your punter, listen, they might even.
Yo, not having Tom Brady has Bill not knowing what the hell to do. He like, look, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. This ain't working.
How does Mac Jones go from like one of the better rookies that came out, and then now they're like, oh, we're gonna shop him, we're gonna move him, and this is like, what the heck happened? Billy Zapp. Apparently the locker room was split between guys that wanted Billy Zapp or Zappy, whatever his name is, and freaking Macaroni Jones, and they just could not. They could not decide. They're torn. I was like, really? You go from being that dude to like now you split in time. Crazy.
And Scott says it's Patricia. That's how you go from being
you know what?
a bum to
Patricia.
A bum for sure.
Patricia just went to the Eagles as an assistant. They like him for some reason. I mean, this is a league that regurgitates coaches anyway.
Oh, wow. The Patriots got another corner, 6'3.5" guy, too. They got two big corners in this draft.
You have
Chris
to draft,
Gonzalez, and now you got a big guy here.
You somewhat have to draft for your division because you want to win your division. If you don't draft accordingly, you're going to be left behind.
Yeah.
So you got to, man. That's
true.
The chance you get.
That's true. And they needed to get a big guy to kind of, match up with our, big guys as well. So, yeah, man.
Oh, yeah, no question about it.
But, we traded again. And it's not even a damn lie either. Come on, big fella.
Are you serious?
Or am I wrong? It says trade right here, and the Rams.
Wow. We got 252 now.
Oh, shit.
Wow. The Bills have acquired draft pick 252 in round 7 and a 6th-round pick in 2024 from the LA Rams in exchange for pick 215.
It's shot time.
So here's the deal. Here's what's happening, and I called it earlier.
Good grief.
Good grief is right. Good grief is right. Go fuck yourself, Bean. Number one. Number two. These are picks to package to move up next year's draft. So
Rico, you know what's crazy though? Is like we're hating Bean only because we don't want to be on stream for that much longer, but he's making the right moves here though.
He is making the right moves.
Yeah.
He's making the right moves.
Yeah.
He's making the right moves. And I don't know if as a husband if I'm making the right moves by continuing to do these streams. So I'm gonna stay. What do we at? We got pick 52.
Yeah, we got 230 and 252 now.
Okay.
230.
So we'll be on for another hour.
Interesting.
Nah, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Hold on. We have 250. So we gave up 215. So we got the pick 230. Who said yesterday that we're gonna be on for? Was it you, Zach? That you're like, yeah, you guys are on for 7 hours, man. No, that was Bryce.
That was Bryce.
Yeah, you guys are gonna be doing for 7 hours. We're at 4 hours and 35 minutes, and we started late, purposely. And here comes Bean. Man,
so what do we think about Ken Dorsey?
Boy, I'm gonna tell you.
Hey, Kevin, if you don't shut your ass up right now, Kevin, listen. No, we're not doing that again. We're not doing that again.
I feel good. It's just my back hurts. I got to figure out how to get my. I got to get something behind me here.
Well, listen. Pause. I'm gonna tell you this right now, and let's be real. I'm gonna be 100% real. I like you guys in the chat. I really do. We do. I don't know if ESPN did ESPN call me? Nope. Nope. Fox didn't call me either. Sports Center. Nope. None of those guys called me. And ain't no millions coming to our way. You know what I'm saying? We love doing the streaming, but another hour, I got family duties that I gotta handle. So you guys understand this.
You
Are
know,
you guys trying to rock for the rest of the hour? Because I actually will have to depart.
I'll say this. We got to have at least 500 likes for us to even consider this shit. Yeah, right. Go ahead and smash that like.
Anyway? Yo, that's a real question.
What's up?
How many likes are we at anyway? Let me go.
We're at 256.
No, you lie. You lie like a cheap rock.
Yeah, nah, you know what, man? We
got to
you
do
guys
that.
don't want us to stream, man. It's
you guys are tripping right now.
Yeah, it's over. Let's go ahead and log this thing off, man. Ain't nobody got time for this, man. You know.
That's what I'm saying. But in all reality though, this Rico, be a man and stay. You can
stand up, Rico, man up, talk.
Be a man and stay. Yo, you know what Bean is doing? Bean doesn't see the value in his draft. He says this draft, this is, you know what? That's not even a lie, man. He's looking at this draft as like, yo, there's not enough for me to be like, I'm giving up a fifth, I'm giving up a this. So I don't like anybody in this draft. The rest of you guys can get undrafted for all I care.
Yeah.
So he might, and Rev is right. He might trade all the way the heck out of this thing.
Yeah.
I'm just so surprised that Ojomo has been falling because I saw that he could be a 3rd or 4th round guy. And now we're going into, round 6, round 7 here. And he's still there.
Yeah. I'll say as far as right now, though, I am happy with the draft as is. Right. So, like, if we weren't to pick any more and Bean says, you know what, fuck this draft, I'm out. Right. So I'm fine with this. I'm fine with what, we hit on we targeted some key pieces in this draft. And I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
So I say that the two positions that we definitely filled, tight end, wide receiver, offensive line, yes, but I was thinking right tackle. So, you still addressed it. Same with linebacker. We want a middle linebacker. We got a weak side linebacker. So they've done stuff, but I just want some D line now.
Yeah.
I think that is a good cherry on top to finish off this draft.
Don't forget who we had that came in and did really good things. What was it? Jonathan. We had some depth guys that we brought up from the practice squad that really did well for us.
But last year?
Yeah, last year, man. So one of them obviously was the Canadian boy from Ottawa. From my home. He's from my city. Hold on, let me just take a look. So we had some really good. I'm gonna look at the practice squad that we had last year.
Hey Kev, real quick, you mind looking this up real quick? I got Andy says. So how many picks do we have next year?
I will confirm this, but
picks.
I believe
9 picks.
Yeah, because we did have a pick in every round, and now we have 3 6-rounders.
Yeah, so we got 9 picks right now.
9 picks. That's solid. That's very
moving
solid.
up next year.
Plus the projected comp pick for Edmonds.
Right.
10 picks. Hey, Zach Vaughn, you got it, Zach Vaughn.
Now, how about Singletary? Are we getting anything for him as far as comp picks, or no?
I'm not sure.
I don't think we did get anything for Singletary.
No?
Okay, so here's who we had, if you guys remember, and they played well. So, Brandon Bryant. Well, we brought up Brandon Bryant. Eli Onku. Brandon Bryant. I just said Brandon Bryant, right? Eli Onku played well.
He did
as the nose, and then Brandon Bryant.
Yeah, you're
right. Not even the guy there's 2 guys that played well. So we're not in a terrible pressing need to go and bring some guys here, right? There's one more name that we're missing, and his name was Jonathan something.
Kingsley Jonathan.
Kingsley Jonathan, and played extremely well. He came in and was killing it for us. We're like, yo, who is that guy? So I'm perfectly fine where we're at on the defensive line. Like I said, I was asking you guys where we feel the need is. I'm at linebacker corner. D line, I feel just fine, man. These guys are nice already where they're at.
Yeah, I think in the 6 and we're in round 7 now. We're in bum territory here, right? So this is where a lot of the bums be at. So that's why Bean's like, look, you're all bums at the end of the day. I might as well get as many bums as possible to see if one of y'all hit this thing.
Developmental players is what we call them. We got the Gary Godchild. What up, Gary? Gary says, yo, I'm wondering if this board is empty. and he trades these for 2024. You're gonna have up to 3 comp picks already, 3rd rounders for tight end. Yo, you in line, man. He's like, we got nobody else in the board.
The board is empty. This shit should look at it like, yo, ain't nobody up there, big fella. I'm not about to sit here and just
Let me tell you something. Listen, Nick Smitty just posted on Twitter. He goes, Rico BF when he realizes the Bills traded back again. He's gonna
let me see.
Yo, that is funny.
That was perfect.
That is funny,
perfect
man.
right there.
I ain't gonna lie. That is funny.
God.
Good shit. Good shit, Nick.
That was nice. That was nice, Nick.
You ain't lying, bro. I'm looking at this, man. My father-in-law just came back to me like, you guys must be picking a lot. We're not. We're not picking shit.
So let's take a look at what Bean has done in this 7th round in history. So in 2017, he wasn't the GM. They didn't have a 7th round pick. 2018, they took Austin Prowl. 2019, Tommy Sweeney. 2020, Dane Jackson. 2021, Jack Anderson. And then last year, Balin Spector.
Golly, he got
not too many household
not
names
looking
there.
good. Yes, sir.
Can I tell you guys something right now?
Yes, sir.
Underdog. This is the underdog that I'm rooting for. Balin Spector is going to make some noise this camp, and I think he's going to be the linebacker. The middle.
Yo, Rico, say it one more time.
Listen,
say it one more time. I need you to say
Balin Spector. I'm not going to say you heard it from me here first. I'm not going to say that because I'm sure people share the same sentiments. I'm gonna double up on that. I think Balin Spector will be the middle linebacker, the third middle linebacker that we wanted. Because if you watched him last offseason,
he was making play after play
everywhere.
after play.
He was by the ball. He was everywhere. He was by the ball, on the ball, beside it. He was everywhere on the field for the little time that he got on there. To the point where, like, yo, Balin Spector again? Yo,
I know. Who is this guy?
Balin Spector, maybe they didn't draft a middle thud linebacker for a reason. They got him last year. And they have value in Balin Spector.
I like that right there, man.
Consider me team Balin Spector.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you, man.
Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm definitely right there with you.
Team Balin Spector?
Yeah.
I'm in on team Balin Spector.
Ready?
No disrespect to Tyrell Dotson, no disrespect. But you're going to have to beat out Balin Spector. You know what I'm saying?
I think as far as Dotson, we kind of, somewhat know who he is because, he had a ton of playing time. But as far as Milano and Edmonds being there for 5 years, we really don't know who we have at linebacker, right? We could have some guys, Bernard and Spector and but as far as it's making plays whenever your number is called, I like Balin Spector because he put a lot of good things on tape last preseason, and we shall see, man.
He certainly did. And Balin Spector's not a big boy either, right? And I'm like, he's a big thud linebacker. He's 6 foot 230. He probably got up to.
Oh no, he's too small. Never mind.
Yeah, exactly. Right? No. He's too little. What's he doing over there? No. He's just fine. 6 feet 230, and that's probably why he dropped to the 7th round. Funny enough, that you mentioned that.
Yeah.
6 feet 230. He graded at a 5.8.
Hey, Reese, 100%.
Yo, you guys are stupid, man. So, listen, Balin Spector is gonna be that guy. You know what? Team Balin Spector, we're doing it. We're doing it. Right
Shit! Now. There it is.
Follow the trend. Let's make it work. Hello, Mila.
There it is.
Let's make it work. So, what are they saying about Balin Spector?
Ooh, just got Kuntz.
Jake Kuntz? Is it Kuntz or Kuntz?
It definitely ain't Kuntz, big fella.
Zach Kuntz. I think Kuntz from Kuntz.
Shit.
Yes, so the strength that they had for Balin Spector, instinctive and in position most of the time. Facts. That's exactly what I saw on film. Plays with excellent fundamentals, rapid fire diagnosis and reaction to play movement. Leverages his scrape with speed, alterations, and slides. Quickness to flow and contain the outside run. Comes to balance and tackles with double leg wrap-ups. Former safety with smooth drops and weaves in the zone. I like it. His target awareness allows for tighter squeeze of the routes. Those are strengths.
Okay.
target awareness.
Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
We're talking about Balen Spector.
Gotcha.
Team Balen Spector in this bitch. And you know what? I'm with it. If he's the next Nate Peterman, guess what? When I called it, I said Nate Peterman is going to beat out Josh Allen's starting spot.
Let's not do that.
Mark it. You're an idiot. What are you talking about? I said, you watch.
No. Hey, Rico, I'm not about to give you that one, right?
But the facts are the facts.
That wasn't your argument. That was not your argument. That was not your argument.
We're not talking feelings.
No. Your argument was that he should win out. That was your argument, that he should
win out.
No, it was should.
That was the argument. And he did. It didn't last long, but I saw something. That said he was going to win out.
Another pick? That's what you saw? Go on, Rico.
Weaknesses for Balen Spector. He's lean through his lower half. We can work on that. We can work out. We can hit the squat rack. Let's get them glutes up. Let's get them thighs up, them hammies up. Let's get strong, right? He won't be disruptive. He won't be a disruptive defender. I didn't see that in the film. Gets jostled around by box traffic. We'll see about that. Lacks ideal length, strength to stack and shed blocks. All right. Needs to become more comfortable playing downhill. Below average tackler when it's not in front of him. Range and coverage is very. Come here for a second. No, come here. Come here. Lacks twitch and burst and disrupt. Come here for a second. No, come here for real. Come here for a second. I know. Come here. I know. Yes, come here. As I was telling them that you give me shit.
Well, you've been down here for 6 hours all day unbothered.
I love you, Jenna. He's working hard. He's trying.
Must be nice, he said.
I know. It's my fault. It's my fault that he's still here, Jenna.
Well,
Please.
I don't like you right now.
Okay, I'm sorry. I do apologize.
Now you have all the girls here. What you need?
A father. No, I'm not kidding.
This girl is your wittiness is gonna get you.
Oh, that's hilarious!
That's the one thing I love and hate about this girl. She's quick-witted.
She's
what do you
super
need?
quick.
They need a father.
Yeah, right there. Damn, I'm telling you. Oh my god.
Yeah, they need a father.
That's funny. That's funny.
What are you guys eating?
But as far as that Balen Spector thing for a quick second, I saw someone bring up the fact that he's not really good in pass coverage, which again, I don't know. But he had an interception in preseason where he timed it, he read it, he reacted. It wasn't a tip pass. It was, oh, I see it. Boom, and I got it.
But here's the thing.
He's solid.
He's not good in coverage, but it says he's a former safety with smooth drops and weaves in zone, by the way. So, like, this is why these comps are kind of weird because like they give you the strength of something and then they contradict it by giving you the weakness that he's terrible in coverage. But I saw good thing. Yeah, man, let's pull up the film. Do we have any highlights of Balen Spector with the Bills? I mean, we got the film. Vaughn, are you with me? Zach Vaughn, are you with me with this?
We're not drafting tonight, so fucking this is
Balen Spector is the dark horse for the middle linebacker competition. I mean, I could see him getting an opportunity. I think they would probably go with whoever has the more experience. So Dodson may have the pole position right now, but it depends on whether or not they sign a veteran in free agency as well. But
well, I'll tell you, man.
Hold on. I'm about to bring it up right now. Let me see what we got right here, man. We got something good right here. Yo, and huge shout out to Cover One as well. They got a nice little clip right here. Hold on. All right. You guys see it?
Cover One's got something for Balen Spector? What is that, a reel?
Yeah, hold on. Let me hit that refresh.
Open that thing up, bro.
Hold on. It's small? All right, hold on.
Yeah, it's a skinny.
Nah, it's a reel. Yo, but
yeah, I see it. I don't want no reel.
Look, you saw that?
No, I missed it. It's too skinny. We can't see it.
All right, chill.
Don't disrespect us like that.
You guys over here acting for too damn much. I'm out.
You're showing us a real little skinny little thing like this. What you want us to do with that?
That's all we have. That's all we have out there.
That's for Balen, man. Ain't that right, Zach Kuntz?
I'll try to find something. Go ahead, man. I'll try to find something.
Yeah, man. But anyway, so I'm team Balen Spector. Zach Vaughn's probably team Balen Spector with me. Are you with me, Zach Vaughn? Zach's like, nah, you on your own, son.
I just don't know. I mean, I would love it if he could, because, like you said, he's that dark horse guy. So if he could just skip over and end up getting the starting job, it'd be a great story, and I would totally get behind it. I just think that Dodson right now is the next man up, either him or AJ Klein.
AJ Klein is like, listen, man, he's in the right place, right time. I remember when AJ Klein first got brought to the Bills, the first 5 weeks he was absolutely dog shit. We're like, get rid of this guy. And after that, he was on fire. He was like, I think he was like tied for the team leading sacks with 5.5 sacks, or at least he was second. And he was just in the right place, right time. He just turned it on. So it was just a matter of him like, okay, I've been in this defense before. Let me just remember.
I know what I'm doing now. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man. He was legit. He was absolutely legit. Yeah, but I'm Team Balin Spector, man. Team Balin Spector. So we are at pick 222. We were supposed to pick at, what was the pick we were supposed to at? At one something? 189?
205 and then 215. I can't
No,
even keep track anymore.
We traded down to 205. We were supposed to pick prior to that.
A long time ago. Galaxy far away.
We were supposed to pick at like a 190 or something like that. Then we got dropped to 205. And then from 205, we got down to 215. Down to 230. If Brandon Bean wants to get rid of all his picks, just say so. Find a way to get rid of all your picks in one shot.
Hey, but you know what? As much as we're talking about these guys being bums, let's not forget a team that we often look at for comparison is Kansas City, and they drafted 2 starters last year. And 2 guys who they didn't expect to be starters, but they earned their way to being starters in Jalen Watson and Isaiah Pacheco. So this draft is not over for the Bills. These are 2 crucial picks.
They listen. When someone trades out of these picks, it's crazy. It is pretty crazy. So it's like you're like, okay, so do you see value in these last waning moments of this draft? You know what I'm saying? So we'll see. We'll see how this is gonna play out. And what they drafted a punter? I mean, this is where you draft their punters. You know what I'm saying? 6 and 7.
Yeah, I think one went already. Yeah, for sure.
Special teams is what you're looking at this point. So we'll see. It might change. But yeah, Ronald Wrigley says, you know what? This is a great point. You can get those guys in the 6th and 7th, but you got some excellent coaching that can coach these guys up and get them in position. I mean, Isaiah Pacheco, for crying out loud. And look at my man. My man is doing big things right now. So shout out to Isaiah Pacheco. Hey, you think the Commanders are going to be nice when it comes down to it with new offensive coordinator in Bieniemy? Because I'm rooting for Bieniemy. I want him because he hasn't had a head coaching gig. He's been just turned down left, right, center. He had to move away from a Super Bowl champs to get his opportunity, which really blows. Because every other freaking OC that's been with the Chiefs have gotten opportunities like this. Him just can't get a job, so he has to move somewhere else. I'm actually rooting for the Commanders to really be good. And then they're going to start wondering, why are the Commanders good? Ron Rivera must have turned things around, or he got himself a damn offensive coordinator that can call plays, and y'all been playing with this guy and dicking him around for too damn long.
Yeah, I think it's come down to that quarterback, right? Is a quarterback able to make plays? Because I think they're going with a young guy. I forget his name. You guys probably know him, but
quarterback.
Is that who it is? So
quarterback.
Yeah. Yep.
Sam
so,
Howell, yeah.
So it's like, okay, if Sam Howell, listen, if Eric Bieniemy is able to turn a Sam Howell into a somebody, then listen, he needs to own a team.
Yeah, you know what? Listen, you're right about that, man. And he gets to mold him from the start, so that's a good thing as well.
Mm-hmm.
And he's athletic. Sam Howell is not he's no slouch. He's athletic, man. He can do big things. So look forward to it. Bobby was mentioning putting some Dorian Williams tape.
Oh, okay.
After Balin Spector, unless you don't want to put Balin Spector on.
I mean,
but Dorian Williams tape would be crucial, so people can see what we get in Dorian Williams. You don't have eyes. What's that?
While you're doing that,
highlights.
What's up, Zach?
While you're doing that, I'll just say one thing about Washington, and that's
talk to us.
Like, last year they were in a good position when they had Taylor Heineke starting, and then they flubbed that up. And then in that last game of the season, Ron Rivera wanted to split between him and Howell, and then Heineke selflessly stepped aside, let them put Howell in. He showed some really good things. And I'm happy that they got Eric Bieniemy. It would be a good prove it year for Bieniemy to see whether or not he can continue to run a good tight ship on offense without Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid breathing right over his shoulder. And they have some good weapons there. They got Antonio Gibson, Brian Robinson, got Terry McLaurin, and Jahan Dotson. I think they could be a dark horse wild card team this year. And with that, I think I'm about to head out.
Well, you're heading out? Oh, you're bailing.
Yeah, being traded me for a conditional 2024.
Nice one. Nice for Zach.
All right, man.
All right, Zach. Take care, buddy.
And thanks for having me on, guys. Real
Hey,
fun.
no doubt, man.
Yeah, but I want to say something real quick about Dorian Williams. Now, as far as Dorian Williams, man, I know Bean says that he's an outside guy, but from all the tape that I've seen, except for this play right here, he's been an inside guy. So he knows how to play the inside if need be.
And some people just play bigger, man. Like,
yeah.
Don't look at me my size, man, because like I mean, these guys.
Look at that. Sheesh.
Stick them.
Wake your ass up, big fella. Hey. Yes, sir. Okay. Say something. You see? He's inside. Hey.
Yo, this is funny. Zach's mom is pissed. It's been ready for hours. Zach, your dinner's ready. Sorry, guys. My mom's pissing me off. Yeah, I have to do that. I have to crack that. No, Andy, that's Andy's fault, man. Andy put that shit out there. I have to read that.
It's the accents that Rico puts that it takes it over the top. Right?
No, Mom.
Come on, Mom. Shit, come on, damn. Oh my God, that's hilarious, man.
Turn off the air conditioner. Cold. The fence above my head, Mom. I'm done.
All right. Oh man, yo, this guy's a baller, man.
Sean Tucker,
He's a
Syracuse
baller.
RB. Sean Tucker. Really? You guys were mentioning Sean Tucker earlier. Wait a minute, hold on a second. Gary, why Sean Tucker? I'm curious as to why you want Sean Tucker. This is something, man. I'm cleaning my room.
He put up some crazy rushing numbers.
Did he? I mean, so did Jared Patterson. I mean,
Yeah.
Jared at UB. I mean, he did get drafted still, though.
Yeah, true. I want to pull up the stats because I think he set some records at Syracuse.
Sean Tucker, huh?
Yo, look how he read that screen right there, big fella. Look, hold on. On this next play, watch how he reads the screen. It's the read and react thing, right? Oh, I see it. Got it. He cleared two guys. Come on, man.
He got through the mud.
Again, is he going to be a guy? Who knows? But his tape shows he can play. He can play, so we can't knock that.
Captain on the team, so they trust him to make decisions.
Yeah.
There he is in the middle of the field, dropping back.
Nope, I got him. It's that 4-4 speed for you.
Yeah, you got to close in.
And it's
Randy
old highlights
says, what is Randy saying? Randy says some character flaws can't be repaired. If I did this, if I did things EB did, I would have forever lost my medical license. Behavior has consequences, and you only have one reputation a lifetime. Business life fact. Oh, you think that he has a bad reputation? Is that what it is?
I mean, it makes sense. It
That-
definitely.
I never read anything about him having a bad reputation.
Well, no, I don't think he said that he did, but I mean, it's something. Like, because
It's
again,
got to be something for sure.
you can't go to as many interviews and not get an opportunity.
Oh, listen, here's what I like. Did you see that play right now?
It has to be something.
What's up? Got in the mold,
Hold on.
stacked, shed, mid
Hold on.
tackle. It was
Hold
right
on, hold
there.
on. All right, hold on. Let's see.
Before is after this.
All right, let's see.
He's not afraid to get in the mess, in the weeds. Watch this. Boom.
Got it. Move.
Off.
Oh my God, big fella.
Went in, Jack. Look,
Got him.
shed, and get in there, man. Oh, I like that.
Yo, again, this
Rico.
is old highlights. Right?
What's up, man?
So Sean Tucker,
Yep.
in his 3 years at Syracuse, 9 games as a freshman, 137 rushes for 626 yards and 4 touchdowns. 2021, 246 carries for just about 1,500 yards and 12 touchdowns. And then
That's
last year, he had 1,060 yards and 11 touchdowns. And I think he was battling through some injuries too. But I mean, he is a really, really tough runner.
That's if he's a downhill runner.
Yes,
you got my attention.
That's why I said it.
Let me see.
But hey, the Bills are up in 4 more picks here, unless they trade back again.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you sure they're up? Because
no.
So I'm going to give you guys the heads up. Once these Bills make this pick, this will be the last of the stream, folks, and then we'll see. We'll be catching on the ticker to see who they pick in the 7th, and because I'm sure they're picking late in the 7th.
Well, Rico, are you leaving and me and Pierre are staying on, or are we all leaving?
It's really up to you guys.
Listen, I'm leaving, Big Phil. I've been wanting to leave for a long time.
Are you holding this, Kevin? Are you going to hold this down?
I mean, hold it down, Kevin.
I mean, if you want me to, like, put in the comments. You guys want me to do this, or
yo, if you guys want to roll
all
the
the
Kevin and hold it down this whole way, go, Kevin. That's huge. That would be massive. But I'm looking at this Sean Tucker.
Inside, you see, inside. So he's able to play in the inside for those that say, "Oh, we need it." Okay.
And he said he can put on 20 pounds.
Exactly. Bean said outside, but if he shows us that he can, then he will. Right? So it's the key word that Bean says that we got. Look at that, big fella. Move out the way. Hold on. This next play. Beautiful, man. Move. Love it.
Kevin, you're getting a vote of confidence, baby. Kevin's going to hold it down for the squad.
Hold it down.
Let's just hope my internet holds it down while you guys are away, because right now we're good. If you guys have been paying attention, I have been through the ringer with my internet issues. So I got this thing upgraded and everything, but like, man, I have the worst luck. So if I buffer, I am apologizing in advance.
Well, here's the thing. Done. I already told the people that's what's happening.
Uh-oh.
Yo.
He might have to leave now, huh?
No. She goes, I'm getting a full-blown body massage. I don't care.
Yeah.
And you're putting the kids to bed.
She's smart. She's definitely smart.
I was like,
okay,
she
baby.
doesn't realize.
Okay,
like,
baby.
Yeah, but don't they realize when we give them massages, it never really ends in a massage? It's a win for me. Your name. Yeah,
It never ends. Especially
First 10 minutes on the
the
show.
lower you get to, it's over.
It's a wrap, girl.
It's over.
It's a wrap. It's over with.
Now, but you know what? It's like I tend to focus on a certain area for longer than a lot of the other areas. So yeah, man. I mean, I'm right there with you, man. I understand it.
Get right to it. Yo, put on that Sean Tucker film, if you will.
You said Sean Tucker? All right, let's see.
Yeah, Sean Tucker.
Oh, yo, the Bills are next.
Yep. That's what I want to see. What's going on? They go RB. I think they go safety. I think they go in the defensive backfield, man. Safety or corner. And we go from. You're kidding me.
What happened? We traded again?
Wait, who did they trade with?
Wait, did they actually?
No. The Ravens traded to 29. So the Ravens took 229. I saw trade.
Oh, wow. So the Ravens traded above Buffalo.
Above Buffalo.
Interesting. Yo, so what? It's Sean. Okay. He's a running back, Kevin?
Yeah,
you said?
back.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Sean Tucker, running back.
All right, let's see what we got, man. Let's see what we got.
Oh, the Ravens got Andrew Voorhees.
Wow.
They probably thought the Bills were going to take him.
Yeah.
The Bills are going to grab Andrew Voorhees. Not today, folks.
Wow.
They jumped in on that early.
I should ask Brandon Bean that. I saw someone say in the comments way earlier. I mean, probably hours ago, but they were saying that BF and other outlets like this should get credentials. I'm actually going to Brandon Beane's town hall tomorrow. So if you guys have any questions that you want me to ask, let me know, and I'll have to raise my hand and say, yo, BBB, over here, man.
Triple B.
Yo.
And here's the thing. He knows his name, Triple B. So if
Yes,
you go
sir.
Big Baller Bean, he'll be like, yo, what up?
Yo, Bargain Bin Bean.
Yeah, Bargain Bin Bean. What's good?
I like that. I like that. I like that.
So the Ravens grab Voorhees.
All right, so we're on the clock.
I don't know. There's something about the Ravens that I've never seen them have a bad draft. Never. Even when they pick, they're always picking late. They rarely do they pick early. I've never seen them with a bad draft. I just don't get it. But you know what? Edward gets it. He says, fantastic job, all of you. 11 picks in 2024. Let's go. That draft show is going to be absolutely monstrous. But I can tell you we're going to trade up. So I'm going to pre-warn my wife that, listen, I'm out. The whole weekend, I'm gone. I'm going to take all my shit. I'm going to stream in a hotel room. Under the Let's go. Yo, Voorhees is huge, man. 6'6", 310. Golly, that's
And
a big
he
boy.
was probably going to be a second-round pick before that ACL tear.
That is a
The
big
pick is
fella.
in. Finally. Yes, Bills.
Yo,
The
that
pick
sucks, though,
is
man.
in. Let's go.
Ojomo?
We're about to find
I'm
out right
saying
now,
really
man.
sucks, man. You go from a second round draft pick and then you get a blown knee and then you drop to the 6th. That blows.
Let's see who we got. The pick is in.
You going defense or offense, fellas?
Defense
I'm
or
going
offense?
D-line.
Backup quarterback? What are we going to do here? We're going to go. Here we go.
Thomas Incoom, Jose Ramirez, Ojomo. Give me one of those guys.
Let's see. I'm seeing 13-3, first in the AFC, offensive
I don't see
rank
anything yet.
second. Go ahead, Dorsey.
I got
Offensive rank second. Love it, man. Love it, Dorsey. Love it.
Love it. Love it.
Love it.
Who do we got?
All right, let's go.
This is like special teams area. So,
Yo, we're over here hyped for a round 7 draft pick. You gotta love it, man.
look at us. Look at us. This pick should have been done sooner.
Oh, did I say Jared Clark? Yeah, Jared Clark's still there too, right?
Yeah, Clark is still there.
Clark, Ojomo.
You might want to hit that chiming game, Pierre. Ding, ding, ding.
All right, here we go.
Do we know who's announcing these picks now? Or do they not even get announced?
They
Nah,
don't.
it's
Second round. Once you're done with
it just pops up on screen.
After the third round, they were done?
you're on the ticker. You're on the old ticker. See, the Bills right now they're unsure. They're like, shit, I don't want.
Yeah, they're like, listen, we made a mistake. We want to trade back again.
Yeah. Hold on. Let's see if that phone call's that ring. Is it gonna ring? Shit, we gotta hand it in now. They gotta hand that card in.
All right, let's see.
It might be Vontae Mack. Maybe we got Vontae Mack.
Man, I want my guy.
Suspense.
I want my guy right here, man. Golly, I want my
Yo,
guy.
second in points a game.
Guard.
We
Nick
struggled at the end.
Broker, guard, Ole Miss. Interesting. Kevin, talk to us, man. 6'4",
Another guard.
305.
So somebody's getting moved. Somebody's getting moved. Somebody's getting shipped.
See, okay,
That's
now
simple as
it's
that.
all coming full circle with the point that I've been making. What do you do with all these guards? They still haven't
Somebody's
gotten a
moving.
tackle.
Or they okay, so here's the thing, and here's sometimes what they'll do. They'll draft somebody that they know they can probably groom to move over to right tackle or left tackle or backup. So one of these guys is going to be moving to the right side of the line. We just don't know who yet. Or somebody's getting traded. Or somebody's getting moved.
See, something isn't adding up here. And that goes back to what I was saying with how they attacked free agency. The only guy they got to play tackle was David Questenberry, and he's a liability himself. So people in the comments are saying that Broker has center guard flexibility. Someone else said that he can play tackle. Let's look what the Bills PR just tweeted about him.
Jeez, 0 sacks allowed, 435 pass snaps in 2022.
That's
He
pretty
started
good.
36 of 48 games.
That's pretty good.
No
In
sack allowed.
2021, he started all 13 games at left tackle. Let's see. 2022 started all 13 games at left guard.
So he's on the left side of the line.
Interesting.
So he is on the left side of the line. So either he's just going to be, well, who? Okay, so put it this way: who's backup to Deion Dawkins? Do we have a legitimate left tackle backup to Deion Dawkins?
I think it's Doyle, right? Is it Doyle? I think
he's kicking inside.
He's kicking inside.
I mean, regardless, the fact is we went O-line again.
Yeah.
Whether you
And
want to
still
look at a
no
guard,
D-line.
center, tackle. I told you they're fine with the D-line. They're not going to go D-line. I can
That's
promise you.
crazy to me though, because they always tried to
good about
build. They always try to win now and in the future, and they didn't do anything to help win in the future with defensive line.
And sometimes if the value's not there for you to grab someone in the draft, I ain't going to just do it. I'd rather go with guys that have experience. I'd rather go with a guy that has a year or two under this very system that can play fast. So I understand why they won't go defense, but still somewhat, I don't want to call it puzzling, but interesting that they went guard.
Yeah, I think it's Terry Pagula that put the pressure on Bean. He says, "Listen, if you miss on another D lineman, big fella, you're fired."
So he's like, all right, I ain't go defense.
He's like, all right, no, I ain't gonna draft the D line.
But it is interesting nonetheless. So either someone's going to transition to tackle position to kind of spread out, or someone's getting moved or cut. It's as simple as that. Because if I'm a guard and I just got there, I'm somewhat safe. If I'm a guard that's on the squad that I'm looking at this situation, I'm like, oof, what message are they trying to send my way? So
hey, Randy, I like this. Go ahead.
Like them, it's like they're them trying to get young in the future on the O-line, realizing must keep Josh healthy, give him time to read progressions. So you stash this guy. So maybe Voorhees was the pick, actually.
I bet it was.
And the Ravens came in and were like, nah, not today, bruh.
Yo, imagine that would suck.
That would have been a Bean move.
That would have been a Bean move.
Stash you on the side. I know you have value. Stash you until you're ready. And we're good. And the Ravens are like, nah, we got word. We know what you're trying to do here. And boom, Ravens jump ahead of the Bills for that reason. So guess what? And ironically, they go guard.
They go guard too. Yep. Damn.
That is something. Huh. Well,
Man.
how about that?
See, and I am just very, very shocked that they have not done anything at right tackle or defensive tackle because, again, not only are these guys not under contract, they're not getting any younger. Daquan Jones is a one tech. If he goes down again, like against the Bengals, I don't want to say the Bills are screwed, but man, Derek was sitting there. They could have had Ika last night. They had Ojomo sitting there, and they go guard again.
No,
This is going to be a great talking point throughout the whole offseason and training camp.
It's going to be interesting, and it's protect your asset, man.
Bean tried to tell us though. He tried to tell us the entire offseason.
Message, man.
I like Spencer Brown. I like Spencer Brown. Right? He made every excuse in the book for him. He's like, look, I know what y'all saying. I like Spencer Brown. Right? So, hey, I mean, it's an endorsement, to Brown for sure.
But it's also a message too. I see my quarterback running for his life too often. And I like him. What's that?
Uh-oh. I think his internet said,
the way I look at it. I see them wanting to protect Josh Allen and keep him upright. So I'm investing in the now, and I'm also investing in the future because he's going to be around for a while. And that contract, he ain't making 13 mil. He's making 40. I got to protect that. So I need these guys young so they can work together. So by the time that they're ready to take over, there'll be some kind of chemistry between the two. But that's quite a bit of lineman, man. So decisions are going to have to be made. It's as simple as that. Decisions will have to be made, whether someone's moved, traded, cut, something's got to go. Something's got to go.
What was the name of the guy that we just drafted? What was his name again?
Nick Broker.
See, I damn near
guard from Ole Miss. But here's another point. I tried making a point, but it might have gotten cut out a little bit. Let's say Spencer Brown absolutely balls out, but then he tears his knee or something week 9. Are we really comfortable with David Questenberry holding the fort down for the thick of it and going into the playoffs?
We're not gonna have a choice, brother.
That's what I'm saying.
But are we comfortable with it?
He's the left guard. I think he's what, 64?
64.
Yep.
He's supposed to be 64.
All right, let's go.
Torrance just got that number with the Bills.
Well, he's gonna have to give this up to this guy. Simple as that.
Oh, he's playing left tackle right there, was he? Or not?
It'd be nice if these guys would put a freaking circle around the guy I'm looking for.
I know, right? He's 64 right there. No. Is he 64 or 56? Hold on. I'm tripping.
Left guard.
No.
He's 64. He got a little nasty to him. Left guard.
Yeah, this damn, it's them damn Tito's done kicked in. This shit is looking kind of crazy. I don't know who the hell is who. Listen, no. Ain't nobody got time for that. I'm over here struggling. Like, well, who the heck?
We got one more pick. As Bobby, listen, my man Rev said, as Bobby mentioned earlier, there are a few veteran OTs out there. There's so many routes you can take. They just don't see the value. They don't see the value in any more guys. Right? So this pick is going to be a toss-up. But listen, gentlemen.
Okay.
Good day to you. And I got to say to the chat, hey, first of all, before we part our ways, Kev, you holding it down?
Yeah, I'm good.
My guy, you know what? I'll even leave the stream running because I don't know if you have your own do you have your own login and everything's cool that you can run it and end it?
Yeah, Pierre got me that back today.
You're straight. You're straight. So I thought I would have had to leave it on and then go from there. So, folks, it's been great. We learned some things in this draft. Day 3, we learned some things. We learned some things on day 2, but overall, a solid draft. I'm sure we're going to hear more from Brandon Beane later tonight. So keep your eyes peeled, tuned in to hear what he's got to say. Z-Mad, what does Z-Mad say? I like them putting in work on the O-line, though. Good work, boys. Have a good night, Rico. No doubt. But it's a message. The message is we got to work the trenches because we were getting worked by the Bengals. The Bengals were if you guys don't remember, Hendrickson, Sam, I think Sam, I forgot what his last name was. These guys were working us, man. They had our number. We just could not. So we're going to protect what we got. You know what I'm saying? We're going to protect what we got. We learned a lot. Go Bills. We definitely did, man. So wait till things start to come out. Right? We got one more pick. Kevin, you're going to hold it down for us. I appreciate that, bro. And
you guys want me to do it for the whole draft or just until the Bills are done?
That is entirely up to you, sir.
We got dinner reservations at 7, so I think we should be good right around that area.
Listen, that is entirely up to you. You're the guy. Listen, what's up with you, man? Pierre, what do you got to say to the folks that have been rocking with us for 5 hours and 20 minutes? Golly, we appreciate it for real. I
always appreciate it, man. I always appreciate it. You know, it's the constant support that you can never get enough of, right? True. So, I'll always, have an appreciation for those who sit here with us for, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours every single year, every single stream. Shout out to y'all, man. Huge respect.
Big time respect. And listen, it's only gonna get better from here because this team is gonna be good for a long time. It sucks when you're doing all this draft and your team blows. And year after year we suck. Right? It's exciting when we're picking early, but it's nice to pick late. Have some value picks, and then see how this team is going to, progress during the year. So, draft is almost done, and we're gonna let our guy handle the business. And you held your own today, man. We attacked your ass heavy, but you held your own. You freaking took the gloves off. You're like, nah, I ain't doing no gloves, man.
For sure.
Doing no gloves. You put your freaking brass knuckles on. You said, "Let's go." You gave us a couple cheap shots.
He did. He did.
I went to the rip a little bit. I was like, "Okay, I got you. You got me."
I felt a couple of them too. I felt it, but I said, I'm a big boy, big fella. I took them shit.
And then Zach came in, was like, yo, shut your ass up. He gave him a rib shot. Zach was on the West too today. So
I think Rev came in and fucking threw in the towel. That's what it was, Rev. You ain't coming in doing nothing, Rev.
He had people going, yeah, Rev, get him, Rev. Preach, Rev. And Rev was feeling it. Rev said, let me tell you something. You dog little right. And He's letting us all have it. Anyway.
Oh man, yo,
for real. But it's much appreciated. Yeah. Look at Rev. Rev's like, y'all are hot lie. So other than that, folks, listen, Kev's gonna hold it down. And we've had our guest. We had Don Trotman. Salute to Don Trotman was rocking us for the first 2 days. And we also had Kev that came on today. So much appreciated. Who am I missing? Did we missing anybody?
Yeah, Zach. Huge shout out to Zach who came on today too.
Yeah, my man Zach. And we had
Rev Z-Bot, of course.
So yeah, man, good shit. And we go from there, man. That's it for us. I gotta go do some chores and then my massage. I gotta go massage, which is for me. But the thing is, the problem is this girl doesn't realize that's how she stayed pregnant, and she keeps messing with me, and that's what's gonna happen to you.
Okay, hey,
you know what I'm saying? Anyway,
don't threaten me with a good time, huh, Rico? Huh?
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Don't threaten me with a good time, Rico.
These bills never finish. I'll finish. You better watch out.
In 13 seconds. Oh, wait.
There you go. Ain't no 30 seconds over here. So we hope that we get a good pick, a value pick at the end, and that's it for me. Happy endings for me, always. Always a happy ending for me. So I'm gonna sign off, and then I'm gonna let Pierre sign off, and then listen, Kev, hold it down, and let us know how exciting the rest of the day goes. You guys be nice to Kev, man. He's been holding down. He did a great job. Keep up the great work, Kev. Bills Mafia. I will catch you later. Peace.
Yo, Kev, amazing job. Hold this thing down. I'm out. Listen, I gotta go ahead and sign off. Everyone knows what the hell's about to come through. It's the Kingpin, and I'm out.
And just like that, there was one. All right, so it is just me and you guys now. And what are we on right now? Packers, the pick is in at 235. The Bills are what, 252? We got some time. And we've talked for 5.5 hours. So I'm running out of content. I mean, I can still talk. I can talk about the Bills whenever. But we got 330 people in here. I want to hear from you guys. Start throwing some questions at me. Let's get some more conversations going because, I mean, we can go through and see who's available and who's going where and what team has done what. But, yeah, I want to hear from you guys. So even if you want to come on, I know we had some guests come on. I suppose I could drop the link if anyone wants to come on. But yeah, drop some comments in here. Tell me what you think. If you want to go back to any of our previous comments from 5 hours ago, 4 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Yeah, I'm here for anything pretty much because we are just riding shotgun now until Brandon Beane makes his final pick. And I guess, until we hear from someone here. Okay, you know what? We got a question here. I was going to dive in on the offensive line again. Does Justin Shorter put the Hopkins trade out the window? I'm going to say yes right now because the Cardinals GM pretty much shut that down last night anyways. And I just don't see it happening now. Like, if you were going to do that, you were going to do it before or during the draft. Maybe they still do, but the Cardinals GM pretty much said no. And Beane has pretty much shot it down, saying it's pretty unlikely at this point. I just don't see it happening. Can you make room for DeAndre Hopkins? Of course, he's DeAndre Hopkins. But I think the Bills' wide receiver room is set now. When you have Diggs and Davis as your 1 and 2, I'm rocking with Khalil Shakir in the slot. He's my number 3. And then it's a toss-up between the bottom 3. Do you want to put Justin Shorter as wide receiver 4? You have Deontay Hardy. You have Trent Sherfield. So there's some flexibility there. I think they're set, though. Those are your 6. You draft Dalton, Kincaid, and there you go. Those are your pass catchers, more weapons for Josh. So that's how I see it. I think Shorter can be that wide receiver 4 where he's the first backup to come in off the bench. And like I said earlier, he can push Gabe Davis. And because he was a 5th-round pick, he's not expected to say, well, he has to get X amount of snaps because he was picked in the 1st round, or he has to do this because he was a 2nd-round pick. And now we don't have to re-sign Gabe Davis. You can still re-sign Gabe Davis, or you don't have to. That's what I love about this pick, where he gives you so much flexibility. All right, let's get some other questions in here. Thank you, Kev. It was all over the banner. It broke my heart. I so wanted D-Hop. Yeah, I did too, but Brandon Beane is very smart. And, some points that people have been making, DeAndre Hopkins is on the wrong side of 30 now. He's coming off of a suspension. And you're not totally sure how it's going to work. Is he on the down part of his career? Probably. Can he still be a top 5, top 10 receiver? Yeah, especially with Josh Allen. But again, they are very smart and calculated, and they are going with the approach of saying, we like Justin Shorter, we like Deontay Hardy, we like Trent Sherfield, and we're going to make it work. And again, we like Dalton Kincaid. Okay, next one. Where do you see the Bills in a year? Paint a picture. A year from right now, let's see. It's hard to say because this is where I'm at with our draft. I think these can turn into home run picks where you say, oh my God, Dalton Kincaid is the next Travis Kelce, and Osiris Torrance is one of the top guards in the draft, and Dorian Williams, what a steal for a third-round linebacker. Justin Shorter, oh my God, look at this. Nick Broker now on the offensive line. But a lot of this comes down to coaching and development, because if they don't know how to use these guys, Brandon Beane is going to look very, very bad. And we're going to say, why did you trade up for another tight end if you didn't use him? Why did you draft another third-round linebacker who is undersized? Why did you spend $23 million on McGovern just to draft 2 more guards in the draft? So I think, again, this is kind of a make or break year. I don't want to say for Brandon Beane. I said that with Ken Dorsey, but this year was so crucial. And some questions are getting answered right now, especially with this remaining pick, around 237 now with Seattle. But we're going to have to wait and see some of these questions get answered as the offseason and the season unfolds. Okay, what picks do we have left? We just have one left, round 7, 252. And again, this is a huge pick. And maybe I shouldn't say huge, but it's more important than people give it credit for. Because if you're just tuning in or if you missed what I said earlier, the Kansas City Chiefs had 2 7-round picks last year, and they used them on Jalen Watson and Isaiah Pacheco. And those guys were crucial in their Super Bowl run. So this is nothing to scoff at here and say, oh, these guys are bums. They're just going to get cut anyways. They might, but again, this comes down to coaching and development, because if you draft and develop the right way, look what Kansas City did. Okay, Kev, see how Matt Arcia had the charges dropped because there's... Okay, I should have read that fully first. No, that is not happening anymore. The Bills re-signed Sam Martin. There are a lot of punters and kickers that were drafted this year. I have to go back and look, but what are the Patriots doing? Man, Bill Belichick, that's going to be a hard selling point to the fan base when you draft a punter and a kicker. Man. Okay, roll on with the comments here. Okay, the best free agent still available that the Bills could target. I do not know off the top of my head. Who is that one from Miami? There was that right tackle. His name slips my mind. I remember Ryan Talbot said that the Bills were interested in him. Oh, Brandon Shell, I think. I'm not sure if he was claimed or signed, but that could be an option. I mean, linebacker, there's Miles Jack, Kyle Van Noy. I mean, this is far and few between. I think defensive line could be an area where they could say, all right, we're going to patch it up here. We're going to go get some veterans because we didn't draft anyone. But yeah, I would have to look at Spot Track again. And those are kind of hard too, because sometimes those don't even update the right way. All right. Do you think we will address defense in free agency? Yeah, that's off my last point. I think, if anything, I see Brandon Beane trying to sign some cheap veterans on the defense, because I am just so shocked that they did not do anything to their defensive line. And I could be wrong. They still might be doing that coming up. I haven't checked who were the last few picks here. Is Ojomo still there? Because if Ojomo is still there and they don't take him, I have some serious questions as to why this guy is dropping so much. All right, I'm going to just keep scrolling through the comments here, trying to answer your questions. I agree. Thank you. I'm not sure what point that was, but thank you for agreeing. I don't know how many comments I'm behind. Thank you for all these. You guys are coming at me with these questions. I love it. I love it. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Okay, still there. Ojomo, I think she's talking about, right? Yeah. Okay, I got a commercial on my end. Okay, here we go. This is a good one. Possibility they move Bates to right tackle. This is where I want to talk about because I think this could be a great talking point for not only the next 10, 20 minutes up to our last pick, but also we're going to talk about this a lot for the rest of the offseason and over the summer because it just got spicy. It got very, very spicy. So, okay, I'm gonna pull up the Bills depth chart here, and let's see what we think about what this is looking at. So we know the starters: Deion Dawkins. Actually, I shouldn't say that. We don't know the starters now after the draft, but at least what I'm looking at our lights here. So before the draft, we had left tackle Deion Dawkins, left guard Connor McGovern, center Mitch Morse, right guard Ryan Bates, right tackle Spencer Brown. Questenberry is behind him at right tackle. And you have Greg Mance, David Edwards, Kevin Jarvis, Ike Butker, Alec Anderson, Ryan Vandemark, Tommy Doyle. So there were a lot of guys already. And now you throw in Osiris Torrance, and now you throw in Nick Broker. That is very, very interesting. Like, what do we think about that? Because, again, I think those two guys are great picks. But when you look at it from the free agency standpoint, from the business standpoint, what was the Bills' plan here? Because they threw money at Connor McGovern. This is a guy that really wasn't that proven. You think that he has that upside, but you gave him $23 million with some term. This wasn't just a cheap one-year deal. You're saying you're our starting left guard for the next 3 years because he is getting top 20 money right now. So again, I think Ryan Bates is the odd man out. Does he move to right tackle? Maybe, but you have Spencer Brown there and they're very high on him. So I think the fact that they didn't draft a right tackle here, or at least they haven't yet, I think that shows that Spencer Brown is a guy. So Ryan Bates is staying where he is. Now, I think Bates could be that swingman where he can be the backup guard, center, or tackle. I think that is the best possibility for Ryan Bates. But man, this is a crowded room right now, especially when you throw in Broker there and all the other guys that they've signed. We're going to have some good talks about this. All right, I'm going to keep going on here. No way they trade Bates. He plays, yeah, so he's not going to get traded. I think Mitch Morse could be very interesting to talk about too, because people are talking about how we need to find a Mitch Morse replacement. He's only 31, 32 years old. I think we think that Mitch Morse is a lot older just because he's so wise and he's a veteran and he's been around for a while. But just because he has all those concussions doesn't mean that he is, one play away. Well, I guess anyone can be one play away from calling it a career. But I think Mitch Morse still has some gas left in the tank. And this is a guy that's well respected in the locker room. And they love Mitch Morse. Josh Allen loves him. That's his center. So I see Mitch Morse being here for at least another year. I would say another 2 years. I think he's under contract for the next 2 years. So it's just really, really interesting when they have so many guys on this offensive line now. And I get it. You want to protect Josh Allen at all costs. But when you look at it from the other point of view, this is what I've been trying to stress all weekend. They put the money on the interior. They didn't do anything on the outside at right tackle, and they haven't done anything on their defensive line. So that is a one stipulation that I'm getting caught up with because, again, we agree. You have to protect Josh Allen, but you have to be smart about it too. Because did they really improve their defense here? And yeah, they got the linebacker, but I saw a tweet. The Bills' only additions were Dorian Williams and Taylor Rapp. Is that right? Were those the only two players that they added on defense? Because that could be a whole other conversation, how you lose Tremaine Edmonds and Von Miller. We don't know when he's coming back. Jordan Poyer comes back, luckily, but him and Hyde are getting up there in age. They've been battling some injuries, and he really didn't do anything to the defense. And McDermott has taken over that defense. So you can say, well, maybe he's very confident in the guys that he has. He can coach them up. But I don't know. I mean, I thought he would have wanted to get some new guys in here and say, that's my guy. Let's go get Jack Campbell. And obviously the Lions said no to that. But yeah, it's just very, very interesting here. And yeah, we did re-sign a lot of players on defense. So there's that. Like the Terrell Dodson thing. This guy tweeted on January 29th that he was leaving. He said, "Peace, Buffalo. It's been a great 4 years." And now he's back. And he could be the starting middle linebacker. So the way the Bills have attacked this offseason, it's very puzzling to me. Because as many questions are getting answered, there are still a lot that remain to be seen here. All right, I'm going to keep going through these comments. I think we have a lot more here. What up, man? Happy to have you on. We got 303 people here. We are rolling on hour number 6, and we still have over 300 people in here. If you haven't already, smash that like button, subscribe, follow me on Twitter, follow Buffalo Fanatics. That is my @ right there, @Kevin_Syracuse. Oh, Rev. They took Corey Trice. Okay, I need to get caught up on the draft here because I've been going off about the way the Bills have constructed their team here. So, making sure I didn't miss anything else here. James, I am with you, brother. I am still pissed we didn't pick Ika at the 3rd. Yep, I really wanted him last night because you take another 3rd-round linebacker who has a lot of questions, and you have that big one-tech nose tackle sitting right there, and you pass up on him. All right, I'm going to try to multitask here. Look at the comments and the draft results here. Sean Tucker still there? Not that I am a big running back guy, but I know we've been talking about him, so I just want to see. Who's this right here? Is that my man Alton? No problem. Oh, I didn't read it. I thought you shout out for me staying with you, but yeah, standing my ground. Yeah, they were coming after me hard. And some people in the comments were too. But you know what? Some things need to be said because I try to be real. I don't want to just blow sunshine and rainbows up your you-know-what. Because let's not be fooled. The Bills haven't won a Super Bowl yet. And I am not going to stop attacking this hard and trying to figure out the best way to put this team in the best position until we get there. So I don't want us to just sit there and say, "Oh my God, Brandon Beane is the best. This is such a great pick. A+, A+, A+." No, Brandon Beane deserves criticism. He's not perfect. We all deserve criticism. So I'll say it like it is. And sometimes people might not like that. But again, you need that. You need someone to be able to offset it because you can't just have everyone agreeing. And like we talked about earlier, JJ Redick going after Stephen A. That's what we got here. So I guess I had to do that. Okay. Bill should throw Syracuse a bone. Hey, sign me up. Put me in that put me in the office. I'll be the assistant GM. 100% Ika would have been a way better pick. Honestly, not sure what the hell they were thinking. Yeah, I mean, I hope we don't look back at this draft and say, "Oh my God, you passed up on Ika. You passed up on Drew Sanders. You passed up on Cedric Tillman. You passed up on Moro Ojomo. You passed up on Jared Clark." There are just so many what ifs here. And again, I'll go back to the point about how they're building this team and the plan that they put in place, because this was a draft where we really didn't know what to expect. Like last year, all the Bills needed was a cornerback. And then after that, it's just, okay, however the board falls, best player available. But this year, this team actually had needs to fill. And I understand you're still trying to take the best player available, but we have 1 pick left, and I still have needs that haven't been filled. Okay, I keep saying I'm going to get caught up on the draft here. Where are we at? Jason, appreciate it, my man. And I appreciate you guys for sticking with me here. We got 290 people in here. 5 hours and 48 minutes. Let's go. We about to set a record? I think I'm going to set a personal record. Okay, NFL draft. Giants pick is in at 243. I think they've had a pretty good draft, right? I've been so deep in just these Bills conversations that I haven't really been able to focus on what's been going on with these other teams. Like, obviously, yeah, like you see players go and certain teams do certain things, but it hasn't really sunk in yet because we've been going so hard for 6 hours here. All right, so we got, where did we leave off when Pierre left? All right, let's just pick up from 2:30. So the Bills took Nick Broker at 2:30. We got Nesta, Jade Silvera, the Raiders. Packers took a cornerback. Commanders took an outside linebacker. Rams took a safety. Packers took a running back. The Colts took an offensive tackle at 2:36. We got a running back to Seattle. Okay, Miami got Ryan Hayes. That was a tackle. I was wondering if the Bills could potentially get him. Max Duggan went to the Chargers at 2:39. Giants just got Jordan Riley, a defensive tackle. Who else am I missing on here? Derek Parrish, a fullback to Jacksonville. Corey Trice. Yeah, that's what Rev was saying. He went to the Steelers. The Steelers have knocked this draft out of the park. They got Broderick Jones. They got Keanu Benton. They got, I'm blanking now on the other guys that they got. Oh, Joey Porter. There was some other guy that I was like, man, they're having a great draft here. And I hate to say it, but Cleveland had a really solid draft too. Okay. Yeah, what are the Bills doing here? 244. The pick is in for Dallas. Bills will be coming up shortly. If Jared Clark is still there, you have to take him. Same with Ojomo. I've been saying this all day, so I'm going to say it again because they're still there. If Moro Ojomo is there, and if Jared Clark is there, you got to take one of those two guys. I was also high on Thomas Incoom, Central Michigan defensive end, Jose Ramirez, Eastern Michigan. We got to just get someone on that defensive line. Can you imagine if they take another guard, another interior lineman? I don't even. Oh, yes. Thank you. Darnell Washington. That was the other one to Pittsburgh. So I really, really like the Steelers draft. Thank you for reminding me of that here. Okay. Cowboys pick is in. And that was a team that we traded. We moved up to get Dalton Kincaid. And that was great, too. Seeing Skip Bayless react like that. That felt pretty good. All right. Yeah, what else do you guys have for me here? What other questions do we have that we want to talk about? Because you guys are my co-host right now. I'm gonna sift through these, make sure I didn't miss anything else. Some other people told me that the Steelers got Darnell Washington, so I appreciate that. Williams is starting to grow on me. Yeah, I mean, we could talk about the linebackers too, because to me, I am more confused about what the Bills are doing at linebacker than I was before the draft. Because I figured, okay, you get Jack Campbell, plug and play, you're set. But now you get another smaller, maybe I shouldn't say undersized. Well, no, he is undersized. It's just, how are the Bills going to use him? Are they going to run a 4-3 defense? Are they going to run nickel? Are they going to have Terrell Dodson man the middle of the field? Is it going to be Balen Spector? Is it going to be Terrell Bernard? Like, there are just so many options. And I'm just not totally understanding why they wanted to go with Dorian Williams, who just seems like an exact same prototypical player as Terrell Bernard last year. And just another guy that I feel like the Bills have a lot of in their linebacker room. So I'm not sure to expect out of the linebackers. You know, I want to go back to a previous comment. Someone said to get Ethernet, as I'm looking at my internet connection here. I am like, I had everything hardwired. So that was supposed to be like the thing to fix everything for me. But yet it's still lagging. And I don't get it, because there was a speed test that I was running and I have the download speed, not to the point where I want it. But then they were saying that I have to fix the upload, because we are uploading content. We are streaming. So I really don't know what's going on, but I think we've been pretty clear here. Okay. Why not an edge to challenge Epinesa? I am all for it, because aside from the contracts about what the Bills have next year, let's take a look at this year. You have Von Miller, who we don't know when he's coming back. You have Greg Rousseau, who a first-round pick, but has he really lived up to the hype? He's been solid, but I think there's still room to grow there. Boogie Basham and AJ Epinesa had pretty much been busts up to this point. And then you re-sign Shaq Lawson. Nice. Kingsley Jonathan, he was solid. But I'm still not happy there. Because again, Kingsley Jonathan fluctuates. So there's one down right there. Shaq Lawson, 1-year deal. AJ Epinesa, free agent. Von Miller, he should be back next year, but he's going to be older. So those are at least 3 guys that might not be on this team next year. And with the current state of the defensive ends, again, I'll just keep going back to saying how I am stunned that the Bills have not done anything on their defensive line when Brandon Beane said at his press conference last week, if there was a position that you want to poke around at, I think you would have to say defensive tackle is one where we're definitely going to keep our eyes on it. Okay, well, where was that? You had multiple opportunities to get that stud nose tackle, and maybe they still do. But I think it was James who said it, that they didn't get Ika. And could that be the pick that comes back to bite the Bills, where they drafted Dorian Williams, a backup special teams linebacker, over Ika right now? And I understand Ika probably wouldn't have been a day one starter. He's probably more of a backup too, but you have to look into the future and try to look at different angles about how they're building this team. Ivan Pace is still on the board. Man, Pierre would totally love Ivan Pace. I do not want another linebacker. Like I said, we have so many linebackers right now, and we still don't have an answer. So maybe Ivan Pace is that middle linebacker, but then why do you have all those extra linebackers when you only use 2 to begin with? So if this is a 4-3 defense or a 3-4, I understand a little bit more. But if you're running nickel with only 2 linebackers, one of them is set in place, Matt Milano, one of the best ones, I don't know. I just can't get behind drafting another linebacker. I am all in on the defensive line here. Okay, where are we at here? Bengals pick is in at 246. We're getting close to the Bills. Best defensive tackle available. That's what Jason says. I agree. That's what you got to do. Don't tell me this is true. The Bills traded back again. You got to be messing with me. They couldn't have done it again. Unless they really just want to stockpile on 2024 picks. Dylan says, we need another one tech in case Daquan or Jordan go down. Just don't have the depth there. Yeah, that's the drum that I've been banging here all day, because what happened to the Bills in the playoffs against Cincinnati when Daquan Jones was out? They got gashed. Joe Mixon and the Bengals gashed them for 172 yards. And Jones is 32 years old, I believe, maybe 31, 32. So again, he's getting up there in age. He's going to be a free agent following this year. I really would like someone in the pipeline. I think Jared Clark is still there, right? I got to get caught up again. And yeah, as far as I know, we still have 252. Someone saying that we traded back. I think that was just a joke. I really hope it's a joke. But yeah. Yo, what are we going to do with Bernhard? That's a great question. That is a gold question right now, because for all the reasons that I just laid out, there are so many linebackers, but yet still so many questions. Yeah, someone said I froze. Apologize about that. How about a trade for Devin White? That's interesting. That is interesting. I heard a couple of knocks on him. I can't remember exactly what they were saying. Well, Devin Bush was the underperforming linebacker. Devin White's been better than Devin Bush. Oh, you know what it was with Devin White is that his contract is up at the end of this year. So you're going to be in the same exact situation as Tremaine Edmonds, where he's going to want money. And then you have all these linebackers that you just either re-signed, signed, or drafted. And now you're going to put more capital into that room. I think the Bills are set at linebacker. Now it's just a matter of how do they want to situate everything. Rev coming in with the Jalen Redmond from, I believe, Oklahoma, right? Could be a good choice. Yeah, I've seen some stuff on him. I think I missed the Bengals pick. Let me get caught up again. They got a corner, DJ Ivy. And the Patriots got another corner too, Isaiah Bolden. Man, what do we think about the Patriots draft? Are the Patriots like pretty much, I don't want to say locked in, but if there were the season projections coming out right now, can we all agree that the Patriots are going to be in fourth? I mean, maybe they they had some solid pickups, but I think their run's over for sure. Like, they're not even a threat in my mind anymore. I am way more concerned with the Dolphins and Jets than I am the Patriots. Okay. Carter says Clark, Ojomo, Carter, Redmond, solid defensive line options for this pick. I agree. That is where my money is right now. Okay. Ibrahim, still available. Iowa State, correct? We talked about him a little bit last week during our... No, that was on the BF Writers Club. We talked about him for a bit. Okay, yeah, best player available if he's on your board there, but again, I just don't see it happening. Like, give me that one tech. Give me a defensive lineman. Give me an edge rusher before you think about going with a running back, because you could probably get one of those running backs in undrafted free agency right now. You might not be able to get one of those defensive tackles. Don't sleep on the Patriots. Who says that? What's that name? I apologize if I'm reading this wrong here. Yarditov? Yeah, you can never underestimate the Patriots after how they ruined most of our childhoods. But I just don't see it anymore. I think their run is definitely over. And yeah, I would agree with that too. Mac Jones is a decent QB, but only if he has a talent around him. He's not good enough to elevate bad players. That is exactly where I'm at. And have they really done enough to surround him with the correct talent? They signed Juju. They got Mike Gesicki. And who was a running back? They obviously lost Damian Harris. Did they draft that running back? I don't know. Either way, I just don't think that they really built up that team, specifically that offense, enough for Mac Jones, especially when they're drafting a punter and a kicker. They spent 2 draft picks on special teamers. So, I don't know. I'm glad I'm not a Patriots fan. Eagles, pick is in at 249. The Bills are coming up. All right, so back to pick 252 here. I know we've been sprinkling in here. We've been talking about the defensive tackle, but hit me up in the comments right now. Who does everyone want? Drop a comment right now. Who is your pick at 252 if you're Brandon Bean? Are you taking that defensive tackle? Are you double dipping, actually triple dipping here? Offensive line, running back, another wide receiver, a defensive back? Are you trading back one more time? Who do you guys want? Tell me what you want here. Got Stevenson, Jared Clark. Another vote for Clark. Oh, unless you're talking about Ramondre Stevenson. Yeah, but don't the Patriots have another running back? I got to double check their depth chart here. Got to vote for Sean Tucker. A lot of people saying defensive tackle. I'm going to try to get all these up on the screen here. I'm torn. I want a defensive tackle, but I like Tucker. Okay, this is a good talking point because this is another point that I've been trying to stress. It's easy to say take the best player available, but you have to do that within reason. It's best player available within team needs. Do the Bills really need a running back right now? It'd be nice. It's a nice luxury, but I guess you could also say, do they really need a defensive tackle? Because Damian Harris is a free agent next year and all of your defensive tackles. But you still have 2 running backs under contract in James Cook and Nyheim Hines. You don't have any defensive tackles under contract past this season. So, again, best player available. Maybe Sean Tucker is the BPA on your board, but you have to do it within reason. And that's why I take the best player available at defensive tackle. Oh, Jomo. Of course the Eagles took him. That is such a Philadelphia pick. Man. Jomo is gone. Jomo. Golly. Career 122 tackles, 18 tackles for loss, and 5 sacks. Okay, so it's not Ojomo. Who do we want now? Jared Clark? Thomas Incoom? Jose Ramirez? Who was the other one that Rev said? Rev, hit me up again. Who was that one you wanted? Redmond, I think his name was. And yeah, the Eagles are killing this draft. They got so many defensive linemen now. Holy cow. Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Moro Ojomo. Man. Chiefs pick is in at 250. We got the Steelers coming up at 251, and then your Buffalo Bills at 252. All right. Clark or Redmond? Yeah, here's a good point, too. Anku, Bryant, and the others aren't good enough. I like those guys, but is that an improvement from last year? Because those guys didn't help in the playoff run, did they? No one really stepped up enough to say, wow, these guys deserve a big contract. This guy deserves to potentially take over for Jordan Phillips or Tim Settle. Like, they're solid role players, but they're not anything too there's no significance here with those guys. I could be wrong, but I'm just not seeing it. Andy says Jose Ramirez is gone. He thinks. Can we double check on that? Did Jose Ramirez get scooped up? I have not seen that yet. Maybe he did in the 6th round. I'm not sure. All right, let's keep it coming with the comments here. Over 300 people here, and we are past 6 hours. 6 hours with you live here on Buffalo Fanatics. I think I only took one bathroom break and a couple of stretch breaks just to, get my back straight a little bit here. But, whew, here we go, baby. Let's make 252 the best pick yet. Let's go all out here. I'm not sure how to pronounce his name. Is it Ali Gay? But yeah, him or Mustafa, those guys still available. And I agree, Anku can play, but are we really comfortable rolling him out as one of our top defensive tackles? And you can make the point and say, are you really going to find a 7th rounder that is that good to take over for Anku? And that's a valid point, but I would at least like to try. 252 Clark, end of story. I agree. I think that's my pick right now. Him or Incoom, if he's there. Hey, appreciate you, man. Appreciate all of you guys for sticking in and keeping the comments coming here. From defense. We're on here. Did I get that up? Okay, yeah, there it is. He thinks that the Eagles are going to be cutting some defensive linemen, so that's a good point. Tampa took Ramirez. Really? Okay. And corner right. Nick Jones, okay, from Ball State, went to Kansas City. Okay, people are talking about Andre Carter. Am I an idiot to say I've heard of Andre Carter, but I can't remember what position he plays? Like, tell me about Andre Carter here. What do you guys like about Andre Carter? I'm doing a quick little search of him myself. Oh, outside linebacker from Army? That guy? Okay. If that's the guy, I don't see another outside linebacker here. Steelers pick is in at 251. Bills coming up, baby. Bills next. Yes, sir. 2 thumbs up. Stevie, my man, appreciate you. Oh, the edge from Army. Yep. Is he more of an edge, like a defensive end, or an outside linebacker? Like, what's the size on this guy? Because if he is a defensive end, okay, but I think my money is on Jared Clark right now. Bill's pick is in. A cornerback, Alex Austin from Oregon State. So the Bills pass on Jared Clark. They do not take any defensive linemen, and instead they get a cornerback to round out the draft here. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Why? Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I understand it. You want to get more depth and competition in there. But for everything that we've been talking about for 6 hours here, the fact that they did not do one thing to their defensive line, oh boy, that is going to be something that we're going to have to dive into here. And you know what? We have months to do it. So I don't think we need to go on for 7 hours to talk about that. We can probably save it for May, June, July, and August. But okay, what do we know about Alex Austin? Because I will be honest, I haven't scouted too many cornerbacks because I just didn't think it made too much sense, especially these round 7 guys. Does anyone know about Alex Austin? I'm going to do a Google search myself here. But wow, no defensive lineman. Holy cow. It's over. Fire Bean. Okay, we're not there yet. Dumb pick. We know the Bills love their corners. Woof. Womp. Boo-boo. Thumbs down. That emoji. This is crazy. Waste of a pick in rounds 3 and 7. Don't we have like 6 DBs? Yeah, so okay, let's take a look at the Bills cornerback room right now. So you have Trey White, you have Kyer Elam, you re-signed Dane Jackson, and you have Christian Benford. Am I forgetting anyone in there? Is there another guy like Cam Lewis who has that flexibility as that 5th guy? You have Taron Johnson who's in the slot. You have Saran Neal. I don't know. If the Bills really valued him and he was the best player available on their board, okay. But again, how do you pass up a defensive lineman? How do you not do anything to help when you just got gashed in the playoffs against Cincinnati? The only pick I don't like. You know, this is interesting because this is a 7th round pick, but this could be one of those grades. Like you want to finish on top, right? Like it's not about how you start, it's how you finish. You get the recency bias. If they went out with Jared Clark, I feel like a lot of us would be like, oh man, Brandon Beane hit this draft out of the park. Let's go. But now it just leaves a weird taste in our mouth where it's just like, huh? We got another corner? You didn't do anything to your defensive line? You passed up on all these guys? What? So, yeah. Undrafted free agency it is. Free agency. Get the scraps. I guess that's what we got to do here. Nick says, Alex Austin, great pick. I'm catching up on the comments here, so maybe I missed it, but yeah, if anyone knows anything about Austin, please fill me in. I'm going to do a quick search of him myself. Okay. Dilly Dale. 6'1", 195, good zone instincts. I think he's going to be a safety, honestly. Bills love that flexibility and versatility, but did you really need it more than a defensive lineman? I don't know. He also says could have gone way higher. Great size. I'll give him that. 6'1", good size here. Honestly, who cares? We drafted literally like 7 defensive ends in the last 2 years, and they've all not really panned out. That's a good point because we have been on Brandon Beane because he has hit and missed. Maybe I shouldn't say he didn't really hit. He just missed on a bunch of defensive linemen. And maybe he heard that noise coming from the fan base saying, no more defensive ends, no more defensive tackles. You don't know how to draft. And he's like, all right, I'll stay away from them. I'm sure that's not his actual process. But I think this is a spot where you could have done it because we're not saying to draft another one in round 1 or round 2 again, where they went heavy over the last few years. We're just saying draft one while you have someone like Jared Clark or Ojomo or Thomas Incoom sitting there, or even Ika in round 3. So, yeah, I think this is a spot where they definitely could have gotten away with it, because if he doesn't pan out, it's like, whatever. But if you were to spend another high draft pick on it, then it's like, really, Bean, you took another one that high? All right, so where are we at in the draft? 254 for the Giants. What do we got? 259 picks this year after the Dolphins forfeit. You know what? We might as well just stay on to the rest of the draft, right? Rev says he's out. Got to get ready to cook. God bless and go Bills. Rev, what you cooking? I'm hungry. I haven't eaten in 6 hours and 14 minutes, and probably a little bit before that too. You're in Texas. I mean, I can come there tonight, I guess. I can just get in my truck and drive down. What you cooking? Okay. Nick also says we're crazy because McBean has shown that they've been able to develop late round defensive backs. And that's true. But again, now that the draft is over, they did not do anything to their defensive line, and they did not do anything to their right tackle position. So I guess that's how we'll end. How do we feel about that? Are we content with how the Bills built their trenches, or maybe lack thereof? They built it up on the interior offensive line, but not on the outside. They didn't do anything to the tackle position. And I guess you can say that, what's the guy's name? Broker could be a tackle, but that's more of a left tackle. Maybe they try him as a right tackle. But yeah, that's the last question that I want to ask you guys here. What do we think about the Bills draft? We might as well just round it out with that. Okay, now it's comment time. Alton says, I liked all the picks, honestly. We had a great draft. John says 10 corners now. Surplus, yeah. Pierre, watch the Bills stack up on interior defensive linemen with undrafted free agents just to make Kev happier. Hey, maybe Brandon Bean is watching this show. If Jared Clark goes undrafted, I'm after him right away. Mike says good draft. Okay. 6 hours and 16 minutes and 16 seconds. Look at that. All those sixes. Are they looking for some free agent vets for filling the defensive line? Yeah, I think that's where we're at now. Undrafted free agency and then free agency, where I guess the Bills just didn't value those guys the way we did. And maybe they're going to go get, I'm just throwing a name out there. He might have been signed. I know he was a free agent at one point, but like Ndamukong Suh, someone like that. So maybe there's something like that, like Akeem Hicks. Are these guys even available? I stopped paying attention to all that because I thought this would have been taken care of already. Okay. Trying to get some final comments here. Few picks left. Packers just got a wide receiver from Charlotte, Grant Dubois. Dubois had almost 800 yards and 9 touchdowns last year. Food truck, baby. Burgers and wind. Oh, Puna Ford. That's a good one. Is he still available? Last I knew, he was. Rev also says wings. Blue cheese or ranch, Rev? Better say blue cheese. Yeah, is Puna Ford still out there? But do the Bills have enough money to go get Puna Ford? Kev would actually drive out there too. Hey, that's dedication. Like 6 hours and 17 minutes worth of dedication. I think I can make the drive down to Texas, right? All right, good draft. I would give it an A-, B+. Brown is there in pen. Yes, it looks like you can ink Spencer Brown in right now. Before he was penciled in, now with this draft, ink him in. Put it in a Sharpie. Do whatever you got to do. Spencer Brown is a Buffalo Bills starting right tackle going into the 2023 season. Okay, I think this is a message to McDermott that you have to step up. I think this is a message that we're trying to get better on offense. Laura, could you explain yourself a little bit more? Because I want to answer this a little bit more. Because, McDermott has his faults. I would also counter that by saying the Bills really didn't do anything on defense. So are they content with the way McDermott is? Are they confident that he can right the ship and say, I got this. These are my guys. We're going to work with what we have. Instead, we need to focus more on the offense and Ken Dorsey. Dylan says, O-line is great, but still concerned about the D-line. Right on. Again, I will say right tackle, still a bit of a concern there. Mike says he likes the draft. The GOAT says, I like everyone we grabbed, if you ask me. Make or break season. That's what I've been saying right along. I really think the window is wide open for 2 years, but I think this draft was, I shouldn't say make or break for Brandon Beane, but I think we can all agree on how crucial this draft was for Brandon Beane, because you have to look into the future and say, what do we have once Von Miller's gone? What do we have once Jordan Poyer and Micah Hyde are gone? What do we have if we can't re-sign Gabe Davis or Ed Oliver? And oddly enough, the Bills didn't do anything to address those 5 players other than Justin Shorter. So you didn't get a potential Ed Oliver replacement. You didn't get any edge rushers, and you didn't get any safeties. You didn't get any defensive tackles. So how do we feel about that? Yeah, is Ivan Pace still out there? Could this guy go undrafted? And by the way, we have 2 picks left, so you better believe we're staying on here for the full 259 picks, however long it takes, 6.5 hours. Dinner starts in 6 minutes. I guess I'll go a little bit late. I'm always late, though, so it's all right. Joel says B+. Yeah, I think I'm right in that B range. Maybe a B+, but again, recency bias. I don't know about that corner, and I'm really ticked that they didn't get a defensive line, so I'm probably going to give it a solid B myself. So that's my grade for the Bills. What is everyone's final draft grade for the Buffalo Bills, assuming we don't have one final trade here? The Bears are picking right now at 258, and then we have Mr. Irrelevant. So the second Mr. Irrelevant is coming up. Pace is still out there. Wow. Keith, overall, I give the draft and offseason an A. Bean will make some moves. We're not done yet. Go Bills. Okay. Mike, I agree with you, my man. It's up to Dorsey now with these offensive picks. So, going back to Laura's comment there, I think this was saying that Ken Dorsey is the one who needs help. Let's go give him the weapons. So this is in Dorsey's hands now. We gave you the keys. You better keep the Ferrari going, to go back to our metaphor from earlier. So this is a huge year for Ken Dorsey. Again, it wasn't a make or break year for Brandon Beane, but it's a year. Okay, Rev. Bills just signed Jadeveon Clowney. Don't be messing with me like that. Is that true? We can't end the show like that. Just saying that they signed Jadeveon Clowney. Is there any truth to that? Like, come on, man. Why? Is it out again? The good part. Yep. Laughing face emojis for the Rev. Revy Rev. Okay, and Ethan says Yannick Ngakoue, Frank Clark, Jadeveon Clowney, all free agents. I mean, yeah, there are still some guys out there. But I wonder what the Bills' salary cap situation is. How much cap space do the Bills have left? Mr. Irrelevant, the pick is in. What do the Bears do? What do we miss here with the Bears? Where'd they go? At 250. Okay, my phone needs to update. They got Kendall Williamson, a corner from Stanford. And then right before that, the Broncos got a center from Oregon. Oregon or Oregon? Where are we at on that? Mr. Irrelevant on his way to the stage. Okay, they're making this a production. Hey, Optimus Prime, I appreciate you. Great coverage, Kevin, he says. Thanks for sticking around. B+ is his grade. Yeah, it's been a long ride today, but I really appreciate all you guys for hanging out with me here. This is my first draft coverage. I mean, I've done stuff in the past, but not like this. So after after all the bullying and the heat that I took earlier, I'm glad that everyone wanted to stick around, and we're all in this together. And again, just thank you guys. Got a C+ here. That's probably the lowest grade I've seen so far. I was calling it a B for whom we drafted, not counting what we didn't get yet. Yeah, I mean, let's see what they do in undrafted free agency. Maybe that will sway our opinions a little bit. Mr. Irrelevant is just about to get selected. Who is this year's Brock Purdy? Who is going to be Brock Purdy, and will he be leading a potential Super Bowl run again? Desjuan Johnson, defensive end from Toledo, to close out the draft. Huh. Career 46 tackles for loss, 10th in the MAC all time. Randy, Kevin, solid A+ for your work. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I love it. I love it. Alton says, shout out to the whole BF squad and Kev for sticking it out for the whole draft. I wasn't going to leave you guys hanging. I couldn't do that to you. Okay, we got a comment here. Buffalo has roughly $4.2 million left before the draft signings. Now, you have to save about $6 to $8 million for your draft picks and your undrafted free agency, guys. So I don't think there's too much money left to be spending here. We'll have to double check on that, but yeah, it was a long day. Thank you, Richard. Appreciate you as well. We got an A coming in from C. Rose. Joel says, good job, Kevin. Thanks for the content. Let's go, Bills. If this is the same Joel Cologne that I went to school with, what's up, man? Appreciate you. Go, Bills. Keith says the Bills have 4.3 million cap space. Great job. Appreciate you, my man. At least I'm not a quitter. That's right. I won't quit. Like I said, I couldn't leave you guys there. Thanks for hanging in there. Great coverage. Appreciate you. Yep, Mr. Irrelevant, Desjuan Johnson. Cutting Morse would save $5 million. Pierre, Kev held it down. Great job. Better than me. Well, I wouldn't go that far, Pierre. You're still to go off of Rico's analogy here. I can't just come in year one and say, scoot yourself. I'm coming in here, but I will speak my mind, and I'll fight you back on that Ken Dorsey take. So, thank you guys for having me on. To Pierre and Rico for inviting me on here. Yeah, I think that's got to be it. It's 7:01. I'm late for dinner now. But yeah, from here on out, we got undrafted free agency, and then just back to the drawing boards. Who are we going to sign? Are there any free agents that we could still get? Cheap veterans? That remains to be seen. And I think that will do it. I am going to plug some of our other shows coming up. We got the Writers Club. I will be hosting that tomorrow. So if you want to hear more of this, or if you want to hear more of me and Zach and Bryce, and maybe we can get someone else to come on from the Writers Club, maybe Rev, if he's done cooking, if he wants to come on for a little bit and cook some other stuff up with me. Yeah, we will be going live at 8:30. I believe Z-Bot will be going Monday night. Rico will be coming on. We can get the Twitter spaces going again. I know we have a lot of people out there. Peace. All right. What else? I want to go over in the comments here. Did a great job, Kev. Go get a bite, my guy. You got to be starving. You know what? I will say my other job is I mow lawns, and my body has been trained to not eat. I will just go hours upon hours of just grinding it out. And it gets to 10 o'clock, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I haven't eaten since 10 a.m. So luckily, I have trained my body for this moment. But yeah, I could go get a bite and a drink, a couple beers tonight. What are we drinking tonight? How about we end on that? We doing some more shots? Pierre, you still doing some shots? Are we getting some beer going in tonight? Anyone going out? Big plans Saturday night? NBA playoffs? NHL? What do we got? I keep saying we're going to end on that, and here I am, keep extending the conversation. But I'm a Knicks fan. What do we have? Because I need to look for myself, so I might as well do this with you guys in here. NBA games tonight. Oh, game 1, Suns and Nuggets. See, I haven't even looked at basketball because I've been so neck deep in the NFL here. Alton's drinking some Coronas and a big fat bowl. Heineken Zero. All right. NHL scores. Oh, we got Toronto and Tampa Bay. Will Toronto blow it again? 7 years in a row where they haven't been able to get out of the first round. New Jersey and the Rangers. The Devils lead that series 3-2. And then Edmonton and the Los Angeles Kings facing off at 10 o'clock. The Oilers lead that series 3-2. We got some good games if you guys are NHL fans or NBA fans, or if you are undrafted free agency fans for the Bills. So I keep saying that I'm going to be out and then I keep coming back in, but I am going out this time. I appreciate all you guys.
No, you're not. You're so full of crap. No, you're not.
Yeah, because now you're here, so we're going to keep talking.
Well, listen, how did it go? I had to redeem myself upstairs. How did it go?
You get that good massaging?
No. That's for later. That's for later.
Okay.
That's for later. How do we do? I didn't even look at my
I think it
phone.
went pretty well. We had the live chat going pretty well. There were 200-300 people in here consistently.
Love it.
Okay, I got to ask you real quick. What do you think about the Bills taking a corner and not going defensive line?
What did I tell you? We're going.
I don't know. I've listened to so much stuff I can't remember.
I know. Well, this is what I mean. If you guys were listening, I was like, we're good at D line. If we're going to do something, we're going to go linebacker or we're going to go corner. And it goes right back to what I was saying day one. I'm not sure how. Randy said, "Happy ending, bro." It didn't get started yet. But I had to do the family.
That's why we're talking about going to get those beers. You're smoking a bowl, and then you get the happy ending, right?
I got to go put the kids down. But that's exactly what I knew what we were gonna do. If you guys were, all jokes aside, if you guys heard what I was saying, it's gonna be corner. Corner is gonna be the route that we take, and that's exactly what we did. We took Dane Jackson in the 7th, and this doesn't surprise me that we take a corner in this position. Question is, who was it, and where did he come from?
Sorry, you read that comment real quick.
Who? Oh, sorry. Rico's back because she kicked him out of the bedroom. Heck no. I will. This is one thing that my wife will not do is kick me out the bedroom. Hey yo, ain't gonna happen, brother. Ain't gonna happen.
Bing, 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 bing.
Let me just be serious for a quick second, then we can joke around because it's like I've got a purpose of refocus. But who did we draft in the 7th?
Alex Austin, cornerback.
Alex who?
Austin.
Alex Austin. All right. Is he a white corner or a black corner? Because who's a white corner that got drafted? That's like unheard of. We got a white corner. Ross to the Denver Broncos. Ross Riley, I think.
Oh.
Ross Riley got drafted, and I've been hearing about this guy, and he's legit. So I'd love to see what
he's black.
Like. Oh, this guy's black. All right.
Yeah.
So Alex Austin. And where does he come from?
Oregon State.
Oregon State Beavers.
That's where Poirier went, right?
Yeah, that's what to say. I think this Poirier, or did he go to Oregon State? Anyway,
and Isaiah Hodgins.
Yeah. So Alex Austin, what's his measurables? What are we looking at for Alex Austin? He's a 252. Geez, he was near being picked as Mr. Irrelevant. It's just as bad. We talked about that, right? So Alex Austin, welcome to the Bills, man. 6'1", 195. Great size. That's great size. So he's not no ball hawk. He's just a steady special teams type of corner, which is good. So that's what you want, and then we'll see how that plays out. 6'1", he's like 6'1", 195, man. So that's good. That's good size. So listen, you were about to sign out, so I'm gonna let you sign out, and then or we can end it together because it gets good timing that we just I came in and we can end it together. Because had I left and actually exited, it would have ended the whole stream. So that's why I had to keep it up.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't want to do it. I was about to end it. I was like, oh, can't do that. That would not be good.
Well, do you want to keep going, or are you talking a couple minutes and we'll sign out together?
No. We'll sign out together. We're gonna sign out together. Okay, but any last words, or you already probably signed out and did your last words?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to rehash too much. I guess to close out, finally, I will say solid draft for the Bills, but a lot of questions remain to get answered.
And that's fair. That's fair. And Brandon Beane's gonna have to answer to those questions when he does his presser. And he's one that keeps it real. He doesn't really fluff. He'll tell you, we didn't really see the value. We're gonna predict. We didn't really see the value at what we wanted, and an opportunity came twice, and we had to take it. And we said, listen, instead of giving us something this year, give us something next year. And boom, here we have it. What I like about it is we took picks from teams that aren't necessarily, going to finish high. They might finish middle of the pack, and it'd be surprising if they finished high. So we might have a high 6th round pick in 2024. So this will be good. So now this is where the phone calls are going to start ringing like crazy for undrafted free agents. So this is where we're going to find out to good undrafted free agents and who we're going to get to pick. So great job, Kevin. You held it down for the last hour. That was all you, man.
Yeah.
That's all you, man. You're gaining valuable screen time, valuable experience. And this is only going to make us better, man. And you learned a lot this weekend, man. Real talk. You may not think you did, but you did. Trust me, we saw it. So
hope everyone liked it. Hope
you held your own
last hour, and yeah, I had a good time.
You definitely held your own because they know me and Pierre. Pierre and I can go at it, and we're a little more comfortable on the screen, so we get a little loud, and sometimes we just get out of pocket and we just go crazy. And sometimes if we're too much, sometimes people just kind of don't say a word, and you're like, nah, man, let me get my piece in. That's how it's supposed to be done. It was great. It was good stuff, man. Even Rev came to your defense, so it was awesome. But yeah, man, great job. Nonetheless, I got to give you mad love. You did an awesome job, and I'm sure we'll debrief sometime tomorrow, and then we'll talk about it. So, folks, that wraps it up. For the 2023 NFL Draft. Day 3 in the books. 6 hours and 29 minutes of streaming. Golly, unfreaking believable. Mike Hart is giving you some love right now. He says Kevin was great. Let me tap that real quick. Kevin was great. We're looking at the Kevin report.
Sorry, I was thinking about all the jokes about your wife in the bedroom.
I know, and I said, let me tap that real quick. And I was about to follow up, and I was like, nah, the moment's passed. But you got it. You're good on that. No, man, they loved you. If you guys, honestly, this is no jokes. If you guys thought that Kevin held his own and did a fantastic job today, do me a favor, smash that like, and even more, give him a follow. Give him a follow at Kevin_Syracuse. Let me put him. There it is.
I can't point, but somewhere over there.
Kevin Syracuse is Kevin_Syracuse. And you guys give my boy a follow. And while I'm here, you might as well give me a follow as well. And hit that Rico_BF_. And let's talk about it. Let's talk about all this stuff online. Let's get the debates going. And if you like the debates that we had today, jump in on it. And by the way, just try not to get salsa in your keyboard. Getting salsa in your keyboard is not cool. Now you're gonna have to find out a way to get it. And you just don't want to do that. So that's it for us, man. We will get our shit together. Somebody said, let him go to cover 1. Listen, we don't hold anybody hostage here, man. You want to dip and go wherever you please, go do your business. But Buffalo Fanatics is where it's at, man. We have fun. We do great things. But there's great content creators everywhere. But we don't hold people hostage, man. Kevin knows that. So that being said, folks, you guys have a great weekend. And we will definitely shout you guys. We'll be chatting in the chat with you guys all over Twitter, Facebook, you know it. So, listen, man, on 3, we say go Bills and end this thing. What do you think, Kev?
Real quick, one last thing. Brandon Bean town hall tomorrow. I'm going to try to get some juicy details on what Bean has to say And I'm going to stand up and ask a question if I can squeeze it in there. So make sure you tune into the Writers Club tomorrow night.
Love it. Yo, listen, listen, get it on your chest. Say it with your chest and get up there and say, Brandon, I got to ask you this. Don't be shy, man. Just get right in there, man. So that's it for us, folks. We are out of here. BF 2023 draft in the books. Live coverage. We're done. And we'll catch you guys on the flip side. And until next time, go Bills, baby.
Go Bills.